Hokage's office. That man never changes, sighed Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. Nearly 6 years had passed since he returned as Hokage after the nine-tailed fox's appearance in his village, an attack that claimed the lives of many shinobi and civilians. One of those shinobi was Minato Namikaze, who sacrificed his life to seal the fox inside his son, Naruto, at the cost of his own and that of his wife, Kushina Uzumaki. Remembering Naruto and the cruelty he suffered the night of his birth brought a sigh to his face, for he himself was the cause of his current irritation. Danzo Shimura, a man who had long yearned to become Hokage, had been pleading with him to take the young Naruto into his organization, Root, a clandestine protectorate within the village, so he could leave it. Although he should have left Root long ago, the attack had left the village vulnerable, and Danzo's methods were the right ones, even if he didn't actually like them. A flash pulled him from his thoughts. A person appeared in the middle of the room. "Hokage, I would like to speak with you," the person said calmly, in a distinctly female voice. She wore a porcelain mask resembling a cat's face and the standard uniform of the Hokage's ANBU Special Forces, black and gray armor, metal arm guards, and a katana strapped to her back, black ninja pants and black ninja sandals, with a kunai sheath on her left leg, completed her unique attire. "Nico, this is very unusual," admitted the third Hokage. Nico was the current captain of ANBU and one of the ninjas who guarded him at all times, even in his office. "It's about your conversation with Danzo," the now called Nico replied nervously. Danzo was a sensitive subject for the third, so she was taking a risk. "So what?" the third one asked with a withering look. "I think he might be right. I mean, Naruto," Yugao said calmly, but paused because she could feel the third Hokage's bloodlust slowly increasing. "Think carefully about what you're going to say, Nico," the third man warned him. He was already in a bad mood, and hearing his captain side with his arch-rival wasn't going to improve the situation. "Well, Lord Hokage, Danzo wants to take Naruto to Root because he could turn the fox into a weapon for the village." "I know," said the third one impatiently. "Well, what if we give him special training, but not from Danzo?" Nico said with a smile. The third one seemed intrigued but cautious. "What are you suggesting, Nico?" he asked again. He could understand that Naruto could be used as a weapon, but he had the impression that Nico wasn't referring to that. "As you know, when Naruto turns 6 next month, the orphanage where he lives will no longer be obligated to keep him. I have reason to believe that the caretaker fully intends to throw him out on the street after that," Nico said calmly. "And why do you think that?" the third one asked, curious and nervous. The fact that she knew those details unsettled him, and he needed to know more. "Well, the former members of Team Ro, along with Gunma Shiranui, have been secretly watching over Naruto for years when we're off duty. We've seen how he's treated, and it's not good. I admit I've had to stop Dog and Weasel from attacking the caretaker on several occasions," Yugao said nervously, as this confession was dangerous. The third Hokage was taken aback by the new revelation, given who was guarding Naruto and what he'd been told. Team Ro was an elite ANBU squad under the fourth Hokage, and Gunma Shiranui was a member of his guard. Their care for Naruto wasn't surprising, as most of the members held the fourth in high regard and knew how much he longed to be a father. Learning that the caretaker had mistreated him was equally upsetting, and he would have to investigate it further. Nevertheless, he understood Nico's intentions and didn't object. "I take it you want to adopt him, Nico?" the third Hokage asked. "Not exactly, sir. What I was suggesting is that Gunma Shiranui adopt him. The others would get to know him eventually, pretending to be Gunma's friends, and help him train and acquire the skills he would have had if he'd been raised normally. I owe my life to Kushina-sensei, and you know how much the fourth Hokage meant to Dog. Helping their son is the least we can do to honor them, especially since we feel like we let them down," Nico admitted. The third Hokage couldn't help but smile and felt this conversation was long overdue. The truth was, he'd always felt guilty for leaving Naruto in this state, and given what he'd learned about the caretaker, The idea of him living on the streets didn't appeal to him. He'd be at the mercy of the village, and real ninja could easily harm him. This way, he'd receive training and be safe at the same time. I agree, but Genma lives in a private apartment. Are you sure that's the wisest course of action? The third Hokage asked curiously. About that, Nico said nervously, since this was the most difficult part, at least according to the plan the group had been discussing since they became aware of the abuse. We thought he could live on his father's estate. That way he'd have a decent home, and we could make sure his needs were met. We could control the villagers' reaction if they saw him with us for a long time. The villagers are afraid, but they're not stupid, Nico concluded. The third was surprised by the suggestion, and it was excellent given the circumstances. The compound was his birthright, and ensuring the safety of everything the fourth owned was something he would gladly approve of. The fact that it was being requested this way meant the civilian council couldn't complain. Naruto would be safe and receiving proper training. And more importantly, Danzo would leave him alone. The answer was obvious. Very well, Nico. I'll prepare the paperwork to make it official. I suppose you'll continue your duties as captain while you assist him. Yes, Genma will be his main caretaker, and we'll visit him whenever we can. I know it will be difficult at first, but it's worth it for the sensei, Nico said cheerfully. The third Hokage couldn't have been happier, and in fact, he agreed. Naruto would be safe and would be watched over for as long as necessary. He could even secretly involve Jiraiya, but that was another matter. Thank you for this conversation. You may leave now to inform the others, the third Hokage said proudly. With Naruto safe and under the watchful eye of the ANBU, he was certain he would become an excellent ninja. By the way, you can tell him who his parents are when you think he's ready. If he resembles his father in any way, he'll figure it out very soon, the third Hokage advised. Of course, Lord Hokage, Nico agreed. They would do it sooner or later anyway, but at least this way they had permission. With the matter settled, Nico quickly left to inform the others. 18 months later, Naruto Uzumaki, now 7.5 years old, woke up from his warm bed and couldn't help but smile as he thought about how wonderful his life was. Just before his 6th birthday, a man named Gunma Shiranui had taken him in and brought him to his home, a huge estate where he had everything a young boy could want. Apparently, Gunma's family had died in the nine-tailed fox attack, and his friends had convinced him to adopt someone after seeing him suffer for a long time. Those friends were Kakashi Hitaki, Itachi Uchiha, and a woman named Yugao Yuzuki. Naruto wanted to take the man's surname, but Gunma insisted on keeping his original name. It was strange, but he wasn't going to refuse, since he now had a decent home. Going to his wardrobe, Naruto chose the clothes he would wear that day. Unlike most, who seemed to have only one outfit with hundreds of copies, Naruto possessed a wide variety, but two stood out. The first was a fitted blue t-shirt under a black zip-up jacket with a small orange detail on the shoulders and black ninja pants. The orange was an homage to the jumpsuit he wore at the orphanage, now relegated to pajamas. His second outfit was a gray tracksuit with black stripes down the sides and a small hood. He saw it in a clothing store and couldn't resist buying it. He noticed a slight smile on Gunma's face as he chose it, which made the decision even more worthwhile. He paired both outfits with black shinobi sandals. Time for my morning workout, Naruto thought with a grin as he took off the old jumpsuit and chose the first outfit, which he usually wore for training. His workout consisted of 200 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, and a short jog around his new home. He needed to make sure he was ready for today, as Kakashi and Yugao would be coming to visit him to continue his training. Scene cut. So, Naruto, have you kept up with your training? Kakashi smiled as he and Naruto sat down on the training field. Kakashi was a kind young man with spiky silver hair who wore what Naruto had been told was the standard Jonin uniform. His most distinctive feature was the bandage over his right eye, which Naruto never questioned out of respect. Yes, I've been doing it, and I've been practicing that jutsu you gave me for my birthday, Naruto replied, still dressed in his training clothes, as he was going to train. Very well, show me. Kakashi smiled brightly. Naruto made a cross with his fingers and shouted, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Soon, 10 copies of Naruto appeared, dressed and ready to train. When he turned 7, Gunma agreed to help him prepare to enter the Ninja Academy, and they soon realized something. He could never use the Shadow Clone Jutsu, as he possessed an enormous amount of uncontrolled chakra. To remedy this, Kakashi taught him the Shadow Clone Jutsu instead. Alright, and now that you're ready, it's time to intensify your training. Kakashi smiled before reaching into his pocket and pulling out a small piece of paper. What is this? Naruto wondered. It's called chakra paper. If you touch it, you'll be able to discover your nature, and that will make the next part of the training much easier, Kakashi said with a smile. Okay. Naruto smiled as he took the paper. He was surprised to see it tear before each piece even became slightly damp. Huh? Is this supposed to happen? That's perfect, Naruto. This means your nature is wind with a slight touch of water. If the paper had wrinkled, it would have meant your nature was lightning. If it had burned, your nature was fire. And if it had crumbled slightly, your nature was earth. So, what kind of nature are you, Kakashi? Naruto smiled. My specialty is lightning, but I know many jutsu. In fact, I'm going to use shadow clones to teach you those jutsu right now. Huh? Naruto said, confused. When the shadow clones dissipate, your true self will learn everything the clone does, Kakashi explained, causing Naruto's eyes to light up. That means I can learn a wind jutsu, a water jutsu, and practice sealing at the same time, Naruto said with a smile. Another gift he received for his 7th birthday was a book on sealing from Yugao. She told him it was difficult, but she believed he could master it. That's right, but they don't acquire physical traits, which means you only have to work on that. Alright, Itachi taught me a great Kanai exercise, and we even made a small training area for it. So I'll go there. Perfect. Yugao should be here soon, so we'll start right away, Kakashi said with a smile, making the same hand seals. Naruto was surprised to see only 2 clones appear. Hey, Kakashi, why can you only make 2 clones? Naruto asked innocently. Don't worry about that. Just make sure you focus on your training. Scene cut. When Yugao arrived, she took the real Naruto and led him out of the compound into the village. An underrated ninja talent is kenjutsu, or swordsmanship, and I'm going to teach it to you. But first I need to get you a sword. Yugao smiled as they walked toward what was presumably the local armory. Naruto was wearing the hoodie. Yugao was a beautiful woman with long, purple hair, large brown eyes, and a touch of red lipstick. Her outfit seemed odd to Naruto, as it was different from the Jonin uniform, but Yugao told him not to worry about it the first time they met. Great. Will I ever get something like what you have, Yugao? Naruto wondered. Maybe. It will depend on what you feel comfortable with, Yugao replied. I see, Naruto replied as he approached the shop. Upon entering, he was immediately impressed by the sheer number of weapons scattered throughout the building. He was so distracted by them that he didn't see someone bump into him, sending him sprawling backward. He sighed inwardly. Only one person had ever done that to him. It's been a while, Tenten. I guess a blacksmith adopted you, Naruto said with a grin. Looking up, he saw his only friend from the orphanage. She was a young woman with slightly tanned skin, brown eyes, and brown hair styled in 2 buns. She wore a sleeveless pink cheap house-style blouse with red trim on the sleeves, yellow buttons, and dark green pants. She carried a kunai pouch on her thigh and wore blue sandals. I couldn't help it. I haven't seen you in 2 years, and I guess I got emotional, Tenten said happily. She really did miss Naruto a lot after he left. Yes, but if you don't mind, I'm here to buy a sword. Could you step aside for a second? Naruto said shyly. Tenten wasn't as small as she used to be, and it was a little uncomfortable having her so close. Her body was still developing. Tenten realized how close they were and quickly got off before turning around so Naruto wouldn't see her blush. Sorry, Naruto, Tenten said shyly. Okay, Naruto replied, calmly getting up, oblivious to the blush that adorned his best friend's face. Now that you two have finished catching up, I suppose it's time to talk business. Yugao said with a warm smile as she saw the blush on her cheeks. Yes, Tintin said hurriedly before leading them to the section of the shop where the swords were displayed. What kind of sword are you looking for? Tintin asked. They had talked a lot about weapons at the orphanage, so she knew Naruto was familiar with the different types. Naruto paused for a moment before remembering something. How about a katana? My style needs something lightweight that will do the job, Naruto suggested. Style? Yugao wondered. This morning I was learning about my nature with Kakashi, and he told me that I am wind and water. That means I need something with great cutting power for the wind, but for the water, I need something light and fast, Naruto revealed. Tintin and Yugao were surprised for different reasons. Yugao because Naruto had understood everything so quickly, and Tintin because Naruto had made things so much easier for her. Looks like you've done your research, Tintin said with a smile before looking for something for Naruto. She quickly found a 70-centimeter black katana with a gray hilt. That looks great, Naruto replied happily, grabbing it, and after the two girls gave him some space, he gave it a few punches. It looks perfect, Yugao smiled. Yes, Naruto said, smiling before he could think of something. Hey, Tintin, since you like weapons and Yugao is going to teach me, why doesn't she teach you too? Both women were surprised again, but Tintin smiled. I'd love to, but I'm busy at the Ninja Academy. I don't know if I'll have time. Tintin frowned. Naruto frowned, knowing how much Tintin envied Tsunade and that she would want to focus entirely on her studies. How about you go to the academy and play with Naruto this weekend? I'm sure you'll have plenty of free time, Yugao suggested, catching him and Tintin off guard. Are you sure? Tintin asked nervously. Yes, and I doubt Naruto would disagree. That sounds good to me, Naruto agreed. Then let's do it. Tintin smiled. And so an alliance was born, and Naruto gained a new sword. All in all, it was a great day. 4 months later. Things had improved considerably for Naruto in the last 4 months. His reunion with Tintin had finally given him someone his own age to talk to, and although Tintin spent a lot of time at the academy, they chatted on weekends. They trained together, and everything seemed normal, but today presented a rare moment of excitement for the young blonde boy. For some reason Naruto didn't know, he wasn't allowed to enter the village alone, but his training was going well, and he convinced his uncle to let him try it just once. When his uncle initially refused, Naruto resorted to the kind gaze technique, something Tintin had recently taught him, and finally, he relented. His first stop on the trip was Ichiraku Ramen, a small restaurant Gunma occasionally took him to. Naruto appreciated the old man's calm demeanor and admitted his daughter was cute too, but he never said anything to avoid an awkward situation at the restaurant. Afterward, he decided to take a walk around the village, but that's when his good mood vanished. Die, you demon brat, someone yelled, and Naruto had to dodge a tomato thrown at him out of nowhere. As he continued walking, he was yelled at several times and things were thrown at him each time. For the moment, he didn't think much of it, but it was something he would discuss with his uncle later. When he arrived at the park to play, he was determined to make friends, but something worsened his already bad mood. 3 boys had surrounded a girl and, from the looks of it, were bullying her. The girl wore a light orange kimono with sandals, had short, dark blue hair, and plain white eyes with no other distinguishing features. What's wrong with your eyes, freak? The biggest boy said arrogantly, and Naruto exploded. Leave her alone, Naruto shouted to the group, and the 3 boys who were talking to the girl simply turned their attention to him. So you want to help the weirdo too? Haha, I bet you're a weirdo like her, said the older boy with a smug air. He was tall, with dark brown hair and black eyes. He wore a simple beige shirt and matching trousers. Naruto shuddered and decided he was going to teach those guys a lesson. He clasped his fingers together in a familiar hand seal, smiled, and said, Shadow Clone Jutsu. And immediately 10 Narutos appeared at his side. What the hell? The boy asked nervously. His 2 friends quickly fled upon seeing the clones, and Naruto smiled maliciously. So are you going to leave her alone, or do I have to introduce you to my friends? Naruto grinned as he cracked his knuckles. Oh, fine. I'm leaving, the boy said and ran off without another word. Phew, Naruto exclaimed in relief as he dispelled the clones and walked toward the girl. He really hadn't wanted to fight and was glad everything had turned out all right. Um, thank you, the girl said shyly. It was obvious she was shy. No problem. Nice to meet you, by the way, Naruto said calmly before extending his hand. I'm Naruto and you are? Hinata. Hinata Hyuga, replied the girl, whose name had already been revealed. Is there anyone I can take you with? I don't want those guys coming back and getting any more ideas, Naruto said kindly. Hinata stammered, but Naruto didn't have to wait long before the problem solved itself. Miss Hinata, are you all right? Asked a nervous older man with long brown hair. He wore a long white kimono and had the same eyes as Hinata, as well as a headband of leaves. Yes, Unko. This young man helped me, Hinata said with a bit of courage. The man turned to Naruto and shuddered briefly, something Naruto and Hinata noticed before saying, We should go, Lady Hinata. The man now called Ko frowned. Okay, Hinata stammered again, and they left while Ko shot her a death glare. She'd been with Gunma and Yugao before, but she'd never seen looks like that. Besides, she'd never even left the house. Something was seriously wrong, and she'd have to go to her adoptive uncle for help. Scene cut. Later that evening, Naruto was sitting at the table with Gunma, who was keeping him company. Gunma had shoulder-length brown hair and always had a sunbon needle in his mouth. It was an odd habit, but Naruto didn't mind. Like Kakashi, Gunma almost always wore the Jonin uniform. Uncle Gunma, can I ask you something? Naruto said calmly. For some reason, he also liked to be called Uncle Gunma, despite having adopted him. Again, Naruto didn't mind. Sure, Naruto, what's up? Why do you call me a demon brat? Naruto asked calmly, and Gunma almost choked on his food. Naruto frowned because he had a feeling Gunma knew perfectly well why. After composing himself, Gunma tried to appear calm before asking, Who called you that? Actually, some people, and I have a feeling you know why, Naruto said, frowning. Gunma frowned, knowing this day would come as soon as Naruto was left alone. He had hoped the village would calm down, but it was clear that it hadn't. I know, but I'm not sure I can tell you yet, Gunma admitted. So there's some dark secret about me, Naruto said, frowning. That's right, but I have a deal for you. I enrolled you in the Ninja Academy just like your friend Tintin. But even though you won't turn 8 until a month after it starts, I managed to get you in, Gunma said with a smile. Naruto was pleased with the news, but he wasn't going to let it go. Okay, but what about this secret? Naruto replied impatiently. I want to make sure you're prepared, and observing your behavior at the academy will go a long way toward that. So I'll tell you on your 8th birthday, Gunma said calmly. Naruto hated it, but it made sense. Deal, Naruto agreed. He would get his answers. Good, because your life is about to get complicated, Gunma said, frowning. After that, they both sat down to dinner, and although silence reigned, it was clear that things were about to change. Whether it would be for the better remained to be seen. 1 month later, after a tense month, Naruto was finally ready to enter the Ninja Academy. He was both nervous and excited. He decided to wear his gray tracksuit, as it was more comfortable, but he kept his sword a secret. He stood in front of his house, waiting for Kakashi, who would take him to school. Kakashi appeared shortly after, sporting his usual smile. Hey, Naruto, are you ready for school? He said, smiling. Yes, Naruto said happily. Kakashi smiled before his expression changed slightly. Before we go, there's one place I'd like to take you to, Kakashi said calmly. Okay, Naruto said calmly, and Kakashi placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder before disappearing with a shunshin. The place where they appeared was the Leaf Village Memorial Stone, a large pillar bearing the names of the ninjas who had fallen in the war. After giving Naruto a moment to recover, he turned to the blonde youth. Do you want to know why I brought you here, Naruto? Kakashi asked. No, Naruto admitted. The Hidden Leaf Village has been peaceful for a long time, but it wasn't always like this. When I was your age, I was already a Chunin and participated in many missions, and at 12 years old, I was involved in a war. That war cost me 2 comrades, one of whom gave me my Sharingan. Kakashi smiled before pointing to his hidden eye. Why are you telling me this? Naruto wondered. I'm telling you this because I want you to take the academy seriously. Sometimes it will be boring and drive you crazy, but the things you learn will help you, even if they seem silly, Kakashi instructed. Okay, Naruto replied. Kakashi was his best mentor, and if he said that, Naruto would be willing to listen. One more thing, because it's important. Among your classmates is Sasuke, Itachi's younger brother. I want you to do everything you can to become his friend, Kakashi said calmly. Why? Naruto wondered. Do it, Kakashi said, his expression more stern this time. Okay, I'll do it. Damn it. Uncle Gunma's hiding something. Now you. Naruto frowned. Secrets were already getting on his nerves. Kakashi sighed, knowing it was a sensitive subject for Naruto, and although he had behaved well for the past month, it was clear that what had happened worried him. Listen, Naruto. The world is a cruel place, something many of us have learned the hard way. To be honest, for Gunma Yugao, Itachi, and even for me, you are a ray of light. Please, Naruto, no matter what happens, don't stop being that ray of light that illuminates the world for those around you, Kakashi pleaded. Okay, Kakashi, Naruto said, smiling, because he knew that man never begged for anything. Let's go. I'm sure you'll have someone to talk to besides Sasuke. I heard that a certain pale-eyed girl will be there too, Kakashi said, smiling. How do you know? Naruto asked, surprised, since he was pretty sure no one knew about his meeting with Hinata. I know a few things, Kakashi smiled. But before Naruto could reply, Kakashi teleported him in another Shunshin toward the school. Scene cut. Lunchtime arrived on his first day of school, and during the short time he would be there, 2 things became very clear. One was that school would be incredibly boring, since the teacher only talked about things that didn't interest Naruto. Gunma and his friends had already taught him plenty, and all he needed was practice against the other ninjas. The fact that he couldn't use shadow clones or most of his techniques was annoying, but there was nothing he could do about it. Another thing that caught Naruto's attention was the number of ninja from the most important clans in his class. Months earlier, to get Genma's permission to leave the classroom, he had to read a book about the most prominent families in the Hidden Leaf Village. Besides Hinata and Sasuke, there was Ino from the Yamanaka clan, Choji from the Akimichi clan, Shikamaru from the Nara clan, Shino from the Aburame clan, Kiba from the Inuzuka clan, and Yakumo from the Kurama clan. Yugao had made him read about the most important clans in the Hidden Leaf Village, telling him that it wasn't just what you knew that mattered, but also who you knew. Naruto found this odd, but Yugao never gave him bad advice. While the children were looking for a place to eat, he walked over to Hinata, who was talking to Yakumo. Hey Hinata, do you want to have lunch with me? Naruto said kindly. Hinata looked up and saw Naruto, but before she could answer, Yakumo spoke first. How do you know Hinata? He asked, almost defensively. Yakumo had long, brown hair, and his eyes were the same color. His most distinctive feature was his broad forehead, but Naruto didn't say anything. He wore a simple, dark blue, long-sleeved, zip-up jacket, black pants, and ninja sandals. I helped her with some bullies a month ago. I wanted to be her friend, but I haven't been able to go out since, Naruto admitted. It was you, Yakumo said, surprised. She and Hinata were friends thanks to their mutual mentor. After what happened in the park, Hinata told her mentor what had occurred, and her mentor contacted her, revealing that they would be classmates at the academy, which made Hinata very happy. Of course, she wasn't going to tell Naruto. Yes, Naruto said shyly, sure of what he had or hadn't done. Can we have lunch now? Hinata asked shyly. She definitely wanted to change the subject. That sounds good to me. I'm hungry, Naruto said with a smile, understanding that Hinata really didn't want to talk about it. The group ate lunch together, and he learned about the 2 girls. Yakumo wanted to be a ninja, but he had inexplicable physical problems. These problems made it unlikely he would ever become one, but he still insisted on enrolling in the academy. As for Hinata, she was the heir to the main branch of the Hyuga clan, and her father was quite strict in her training. Yakumo made no secret of his dislike for him, and Naruto sensed there was a hidden reason behind that attitude. When it was time for Naruto to reveal his story, he did, and both girls were surprised to learn that he was adopted. "Hey Naruto, why don't you call yourself Naruto Shiranui?" Yakumo asked. "Uncle Genma insisted that I keep the Uzumaki surname and just call him Uncle Genma. I never understood why, but I simply accepted it," Naruto replied. "I see," Yakumo said with a strange look. "Is something wrong?" Naruto wondered. Yakumo noticed her staring at him and tried to change the subject. "No, you're fine," Yakumo said hurriedly. "Okay," Naruto said with a curious look. Well, he'd worry about that later. He had 2 new friends, and that was enough for him. Scene cut. 2 weeks had passed, and school was going exactly as Naruto had hoped. He spent most of his time with Yakumo and Hinata, but he talked to some of the other heirs whenever he had the chance. Shikamaru and Choji were fun, but they were content to just chill, and Naruto accepted that and left them alone. Shino was quiet, and Naruto got along well with him because he thought it was cool that Shino had insects inside him. He didn't really like Ino or Kiba, since they were both loudmouths in their own way. Then, of course, there was Sasuke. At first, they didn't get along because Itachi was training him and not his own brother. Naruto asked Itachi why and found out it was because Itachi wanted Sasuke to be independent. When he told Sasuke, they became friends, and both of them set out to become as strong as Itachi. Finally, there were Hinata and Yakumo, his closest friends, aside from Tenten, who visited them from time to time. "Guys, my birthday is in 2 weeks, and my uncle Genma is throwing a party at his mansion." Naruto smiled as he sat with Yakumo, Hinata, and Sasuke during a shared lunch. "Who's coming?" Yakumo wondered. "Well, Uncle Genma is going to have some friends who have helped me over, and I was thinking of inviting you guys, Shikamaru, Choji, Shino, and Tenten," Naruto said with a smile. "Oh, Naruto, what about me?" Ino interrupted, causing him to frown. Ino had fair skin, blue eyes, and short blonde hair. She wore a pink hoodie, a purple skirt tied with a black cord, and sandals. "Well, I don't like you, so you're not invited," Naruto said sharply. Ino had a terrible temper and thought she was some kind of queen. She got along well with Sakura Haruno, one of the few civilians who seemed interesting, but otherwise she was a real nuisance. "How cruel of you, Naruto. Don't tell me you're inviting that dog," Ino retorted haughtily, referring to Kiba Inuzuka, a young man with messy brown hair and piercing black eyes with slit pupils. He wore an olive green V-neck t-shirt with red trim and brown pants. Beside Kiba was Akamaru, a white dog who was practically his companion. It was typical of the Inuzuka clan, so Naruto didn't mind. "You realize that's why Naruto doesn't like you, Ino," Yakumo said disdainfully. "Whatever," Ino huffed and left. "I don't like him very much," Sasuke said. "Not many do. Maybe she's not as bad as some of the girls at school, but she's among the worst. Personally, I feel sorry for Sakura for having to deal with her," Yakumo said coldly. "Be kind," Hinata said calmly. The group dynamic was helping her gain more self-confidence, and she was beginning to open up to others, though she still had a long way to go. To Naruto, that was wonderful, and in time she would be just as brilliant as the others. "Well, we'll worry about Ino later. I'm really excited for this party, and I know it's going to be amazing," Naruto said cheerfully. He'd been looking forward to the party for several reasons, but mainly because of what his uncle had promised him. His career as a shinobi was important, but his family was just as important, and he was tired of the secrets. "Naruto does not belong to me. Everything I use from the story is the property of its creator, Masashi Kishimoto. The same applies to everything I use from other stories." Unknown area. Dazed, Naruto found himself in the middle of a strange corridor. The room was entirely yellow, with narrow walls, and above him was a cluster of enormous circular pipes that seemed to lead somewhere. Where am I? He wondered. As he stood up, he looked down and realized he was wearing his training clothes, which was odd, since he swore he was in his pajamas. Knowing he needed to get his bearings, Naruto decided to follow the pipes, thinking they would lead him to something that would tell him where he was or what that strange feeling was. Finally, he came to a large room that seemed to touch the sky, with a huge cage in front of him. He couldn't see what was inside, as it was pitch black, but the strange feeling from before was practically screaming at him, as if something incredibly dangerous surrounded him. "I'm surprised you were able to get into this place. Isn't it interesting?" said an ominously voice from behind the cage. Who are you? Naruto wondered. Who I am is not important. What I know is what matters. Since I don't know where I am or who you are, how am I supposed to know if what you know is important? You're right. How about I give you a little test? The voice replied. I've had enough exams at school for my liking, Naruto said with an expressionless face. Yes, but I know you're intelligent, and this test will give you some of the answers you're looking for if you think carefully. Okay, so what does this test consist of? Naruto frowned. He didn't understand what was happening, but that voice gave him the answers he was looking for. When you go to shower, look at yourself in the mirror and focus on your chakra. As you do so, you will notice something very interesting. Naruto frowned, feeling like it was a trap. When I notice something interesting, what should I do? He wondered. It wouldn't be a very valid test if I gave you all the answers. Let's just say this is a starting point, the voice replied. Naruto frowned because the voice was right. Okay, but I don't like it. By the way, how do I get out of here? Naruto frowned. Just open your eyes. After all, this is a dream, the voice replied. Naruto frowned, but he concentrated his mind and seemed to vanish from sight. You're a really interesting boy. Let's see what you do with my little test. The nine-tailed fox test, said the fox, now with a proper name. Cheerfully, and a large pair of red eyes and a pair of sharp teeth appeared from the shadows. Naruto's room. Naruto opened his eyes after the strange dream and found himself back in his simple room. He had an extra-large single bed, which always seemed enormous to him, but he didn't mind since he didn't have to change it anytime soon. Ocean blue sheets with the red swirl of Konoha around them covered the bed. He got up and went to his particularly large dresser, which held several copies of his clothes. But as he reached for his training clothes, he remembered the strange advice he'd received that morning. I wonder, Naruto thought as he decided to go to the bathroom, which was right next to the room. Gunma had his own bathroom, which was perfect for him. His bathroom had a full-length mirror next to the simple sink and a huge overhead shower, something Naruto enjoyed because he liked the feeling of the water cascading over his body. Quickly undressing, he went to the mirror and focused his chakra as the strange voice had instructed. As he did so, he was astonished to see a seal appear on his stomach. What the hell? Naruto shouted. Luckily, the noise wasn't enough to wake Gunma, but his attention quickly returned to the seal. It had a swirl in the center with 8 marks arranged at 10 and 11 o'clock, indicating that it belonged to the 8 trigrams sealing style. The strange thing was that he would have remembered it if Gunma or any of the others had placed a seal on him, which they hadn't. It was just another secret to ask his adoptive uncle about, but he had other things to think about. After all, today was his birthday. Scene cut. Naruto, smiling, sat in his living room with Hinata, Yakumo, Sasuke, Tenten, Shikamaru, and Choji, relaxing. The enormous room was an open-plan space with a large, dark brown round table in the center, a large light brown sofa to the right for lounging, and a row of smaller matching chairs on either side of the table, creating an open area to the left. Since they wanted to be together, Naruto moved the smaller chairs aside. A wise move, as Choji seemed quite content sitting on the sofa eating potato chips, while Shikamaru, next to his friend, tried to take a nap. Shikamaru had spiky black hair, usually tied back in a ponytail, and sleepy black eyes. He wore a gray shirt with blue trim on the sleeves and a gold circle in the center, which Naruto later recognized as the symbol of the Nara clan. Choji was a kind boy with spiky brown hair and 2 red cowlicks on his cheeks. He was stocky, a common trait in his clan, but he was friendly. He wore a green zip-up sweater with a green stripe down the front, brown pants, and shinobi sandals. The rest of the group was on the ground with Naruto, Tintin, and Sasuke, dressed in their usual outfits. "You're pretty good at this, Naruto," Yakumo said, smiling as they played shogi. Hinata was beside him, Naruto in front of them, and Tintin and Sasuke on either side. Instead of her usual attire, she wore a pink kimono held up by a matching sash, with 2 front pockets and red chainmail armor underneath. She also wore loose purple pants under the kimono, at least according to her. Hinata wore a white kimono that looked wonderful on her. "Sometimes I play with Uncle Genma, but he's much better than me," Naruto admitted. "What's the point of playing a game like shogi?" Sasuke asked disdainfully. "Being a shinobi isn't just about being strong and having powerful jutsu. It's also about being smart and knowing which jutsu to use. Shogi helps you learn strategy. I've been playing for years," Shikamaru reprimanded. "Okay," Sasuke conceded. Shikamaru was even smarter than Naruto, and if he swore by shogi, there was no way to dismiss him. "Hey, Naruto, can I ask you something?" Yakumo asked, causing everyone to focus on the birthday boy for a moment instead of Yakumo's impending defeat. "Sure," Naruto said calmly. He had a bad feeling about the question, but he agreed anyway. "When I asked my family if I could come to your party, they got nervous for some reason. They asked me how I knew you and why I had been invited. In fact, it took me a while to convince them to let me go," Yakumo admitted. "At first my father was reluctant, but after I told him a little, he said it was okay," Hinata said shyly. "I don't know why they hesitated, but they didn't, and here you are? I propose we focus on that," Naruto said, frowning. Hinata didn't say anything, but her mentor also wanted to stay and watch, even though Yugao insisted everything would be fine. Something about all this smelled very fishy. "Good point," Yakumo replied, deciding to leave the subject for later. Something didn't feel right, but she wanted to enjoy the moment, since both she and Hinata had formed a bond with Naruto in the short time they had spent together. They were about to return to the game when Ayame Ichiraku entered. Ayame had fair skin, long brown hair, and large black eyes. She wore a white robe with rolled-up sleeves and a dark blue apron, her usual attire at Ichiraku Ramen, the restaurant where she worked with her father. The few times Naruto went out to eat, he went to Ichiraku, and he loved their ramen. "Excuse me for interrupting, guys, but dinner will be ready soon," Ayame said, smiling. "Thank you, Ayame," Naruto said politely, and soon it was time for dinner. Scene cut. Dinner was over, and it was time for presents. Most of Naruto's gifts were fairly simple, but Kakashi gave him his and convinced him to open it later, which Naruto did because it was Kakashi who asked him to. At that moment, Naruto headed to the hideout to talk to his uncle about the Nine Tails, as it was an important part of the day. Upon arriving at the hideout, Naruto was surprised to see that not only was Uncle Genma there, but also Yugao, Kakashi, and Itachi. "Did you enjoy your birthday, Naruto?" Genma asked calmly. "Yes, I did. However, that's not why we're here," Naruto said firmly. He wanted answers. Genma couldn't help but smile, because that showed that Naruto was serious. "That's right. But before answering that, there are some things you should know." Naruto was a little surprised by this, but he remained calm. "Okay," Naruto agreed. "The first thing I should tell you is that Yugao, Itachi, Kakashi, and I aren't old friends. Itachi, Kakashi, and Yugao were part of an elite ANBU covert operations unit that worked under the 4th Hokage, known as Team Ro. I was one of the 4th's bodyguards, so we knew each other, but to say we interacted would be a bit of an exaggeration." "What does that have to do with me?" Naruto wondered. "It's because your real father is the 4th Hokage Naruto, and your mother was a woman named Kushina Uzumaki," Genma revealed. "That doesn't make sense. Why would they treat the son of a Kage so badly?" Naruto said, shocked. "I'll tell you in a moment, but this is only the beginning," Genma said sternly. "As you know, the Nine-Tailed Fox's attack happened on your birthday. What you don't know is that there's a very specific reason why the fox attacked that night, and it's related to your mother." A deep terror appeared on Naruto's face at what he was implying. You're not saying that my birth was the reason the fox attacked, are you? Naruto said in a state of shock. Yes and no. However, the fact that you made that connection is impressive, Itachi said calmly as he took control. Most people didn't know this, but before the attack, the fox was sealed inside your mother. It wasn't anything serious, and she led a relatively normal life. However, becoming pregnant with you changed everything. Apparently, when a Jinchuriki becomes pregnant, the seal weakens because her body has to divert energy to the developing baby. It was decided to isolate your mother when the time came for your birth, and a group of shinobi, including Team Ro, were assigned to watch for any incidents. Tragically, something did happen, Itachi concluded. What happened? A man wearing an orange spiral mask with a single eye hole managed to outwit the guards and kidnap you right after you were born. He quickly surrounded you with explosive plates to paralyze the fourth Hokage. Using you as a hostage, he managed to summon the Nine Tails. Summon the fox, Naruto exclaimed, not expecting that. Itachi revealed his Sharingan before continuing. That's right. He used a special power unique to the Sharingan to extract the fox from your mother and use it to attack the village. He attacked from the opposite side from where I was, so we didn't see him until it was too late. What happened to me? Naruto asked, his voice trembling. After summoning the fox, the man fought the fourth Hokage and left you alone. Your father eventually defeated the stranger, but now he had another problem to solve. I had to defeat the fox, Naruto replied. That's right, but there's a big difference between saying and doing. The fox is an immense source of chakra, and even at its maximum power, it would be a titanic task for your father, Itachi said calmly. So what happened to? Naruto began, before his eyes widened as he remembered the seal on his stomach and an interesting fact about the 8 trigrams sealing style. The fox was sealed inside me, wasn't it? Naruto grinned. That's right, Yugao interrupted. Your mother was my teacher, and that's why I know some things about her that no one else knows. Among them, the fact that her family, and by extension yours, was once an extraordinarily powerful clan. I have a clan, Naruto gasped after receiving another blow to his system. That's right. The Uzumaki clan lived in the now-destroyed Whirlpool village and were known for 2 things: their incredible chakra and their mastery of sealing techniques. That chakra made your mother the perfect person to house the fox, and as her son, you also possess that chakra, Yugao explained. That's why she felt comfortable giving Naruto the book on sealing and why they taught him how to create shadow clones. But that's another story. Is that why you adopted me? To keep an eye on the fox? Naruto asked, his tone almost solemn. His biological parents were dead, and it seemed his uncle was only there to make sure his final act, sealing the fox, hadn't been in vain. Actually, it's the other way around, Naruto. There are other reasons, but the main one is that our fathers were important to each of us. In my case, your father was my teacher, and after my own father committed suicide following a failed mission, your father supported me and became a father figure to me, in a way. Then Yugao spoke. As I said before, your mother was my sensei and helped me become the shinobi I am today. I was part of a rival team, but I admired your father, and when he chose me to be part of his guard, I saw in him what everyone else saw, Gunma praised. I knew him by sight, but like everyone else, I could see how incredible he was, Itachi admitted. We admired your father and mother very much, and we had an obligation to make sure you were okay. Naruto wanted to get angry, but hearing them talk about his father touched him deeply. Thanks, guys, I'm glad you told me all this, Naruto admitted. It had all been a whirlwind, but these kids were his precious family, and nothing could change that. You're not upset, Gunma said, surprised, hoping he was at least angry. Yes, I'm upset, Uncle Gunma. A psychopath used me to kill my parents and destroy the village. But you were there for me, and thanks to you, I can become a shinobi you'll be proud of, Naruto said with a smile. I see, Gunma smiled. He was surprised that everything had gone so well, but it was clear that he hadn't given Naruto the credit he deserved. Just one thing, Naruto, Yugao said calmly. What is that, little sister? Naruto asked mischievously. Older sister? Yugao wondered. Well, you were my mother's student, and from what I've heard, your teams are like your family, so you're like my older sister, Naruto said, smiling before turning to Kakashi. It seems my father acted like yours too, Kakashi, so I guess you can be my older brother. And what about Itachi? Gamal wondered. I can't call him big brother because Sasuke would get mad, so I guess he's just a family friend, Naruto said with a smile. Okay, Itachi chuckled, knowing that Sasuke would really get angry. Well, listen to your older sister when I say you can't tell anyone about the fox, because it's an S-rank secret. I also recommend you keep your origins a secret, since your father had many enemies, especially from IWA, and your mother's clan was just as infamous, Yugao revealed. Naruto frowned for a moment. Can I warn Sasuke, Tintin, Hinata, and Yakumo, since they are my friends? The four exchanged a glance before nodding. You can tell them, but no one else. Now get some rest. You've had a long day. Gama smiled. Yes, I saw it, Naruto admitted. It was crazy, and he struggled to process it, but at least now he understood everything. The seal he had seen was the fox seal, and it was precisely that fox that had extended its hand to him. Now was the time to return the favor. Scene cut. After a long night, Naruto decided to take a look at Kakashi's gift before talking to the fox and getting some rest. To his surprise, it was a book called The Paradise of Love, and after reading a few chapters, Naruto immediately understood why Kakashi had kept it a secret. If Yugao saw the book, she would be terrified, and neither of them needed that. After recovering and recalling some interesting facts from his life, Naruto closed his eyes and focused his chakra again, waiting for the fox to offer him its hand. Feeling a slight tug, he followed it and found himself back in the sewers. You've passed my test, lad. Well done. The fox smiled before revealing himself. Thanks, but I'm curious to know what I should call you. Just saying nine-tailed fox sounds a little weird, Naruto said frankly. For now, you can call me QB, but I'm curious to know why you're not more afraid of me. Because thanks to the seal, our destinies are linked. If anything happens to me, you'll be in danger too, and that means it's in your best interest to keep me alive, Naruto said with a hint of arrogance. That's not true, brat. If you die, I'll revert to my original state of pure chakra. It will take some time to reform, but I'll be fine. Naruto shuddered, realizing that this changed everything. What if I promise you things will get better as long as you stay with me? Naruto offered. The sewer was unpleasant to him, and he could only imagine how the fox felt. And how do you plan to do it? Because I've realized we're in my mindscape. The cage is my seal containing your power, and these conduits connect my chakra to the rest of my system. So, how about I make your prison a little more pleasant? Naruto suggested. Prove it, challenged the fox. Since that was his mental landscape, Naruto concentrated for a moment, and the sewer transformed into a vast field. Thanks to this, Naruto finally saw the fox's titanic form. Orange fur and enormous tails that undoubtedly instilled fear in many. However, Naruto realized he was safe. How about that? Acceptable, said the fox smugly. Very well, lad. I'll work with you to make you stronger, but don't let me down. I want to see that bastard suffer, and if you want to be strong enough to stop him, you've got a long way to go. Yes, I need to rest right now. Today has been a very long day, Naruto said indifferently before fading from what he now knew was his mental landscape. He had a long way to go, but this was a good first step. Luckily for him, he had the perfect tool to become stronger. Scene cut. A month had passed since Naruto's birthday, and he couldn't have been happier. A week later, he invited his friends over and told them about his new family. He was worried about the girls' reactions. Their feelings were summed up in a sentence from Hinata. Knowing who your parents are doesn't change how we feel about you, Naruto. You've always been our friend, and you always will be, no matter what. Despite that, Naruto didn't tell them about the fox, but he promised himself that someday he would. Her bond with her adoptive family also strengthened. Now that they could speak freely about her family, she heard many stories about her mother and father told by their former students. From Yugao, she learned that her mother was known as the fiery habanera because of her red hair and explosive temper. She also mentioned that she was glad she hadn't inherited her mother's temperament, because otherwise, it would have been a nightmare. Kakashi told him about his father, and Naruto discovered that the fourth Hokage was a genius, even better than his mother at hand seals, despite being an Uzumaki. He also learned that the tracksuit he was wearing was identical to the one his father had worn as a child, which was why Genma smiled so much when he received him. Naruto's only problem was his relationship with Itachi. Ever since the night he discovered the truth about his parents, Itachi had been spending less and less time with him. A few weeks ago, he asked Sasuke if everything was all right, and Sasuke told him he'd noticed some tension between him and the clan, but that it was also an internal clan matter. Naruto didn't like the idea, but he figured Itachi would tell him if something was really wrong. I don't understand. Why is he so distant? Naruto muttered to himself as he relaxed on his bed. Almost as if to answer his question, a person suddenly appeared in his room. It was none other than Itachi. He was dressed entirely in black and carried his sword on his back, which was surprising. "What's going on?" Naruto asked nervously. "Naruto, I'm about to leave for a long time and we may never see each other again. But I wanted to give you one last lesson," Itachi said solemnly. "Why are you leaving?" Naruto wondered. "I can't say it, but please, Naruto, can you listen to me?" Naruto didn't like it, but he couldn't completely refuse. Of course, big brother Itachi. Itachi smiled for a moment before composing himself. "My final lesson is that the worst thing you can do as a shinobi is to let hatred or fear guide you." "Huh?" Naruto said, surprised. "After your father sealed the fox inside you, the third Hokage immediately resumed control because the village needed stability. His first action was to convene the shinobi and civilian councils, and after revealing what had happened to you, he turned that information into an S-rank secret." "But someone leaked it, didn't they?" Naruto frowned. An unusual sigh crossed Itachi's face. "Yes, and that was wrong. Most of the village doesn't understand seals under normal circumstances, and this was far from normal. People would always believe that as long as you existed, there would always be a chance of the fox returning. The way you were treated at the orphanage was because the caretaker acted out of that fear," Itachi explained. "How did you know?" Naruto asked, his mouth agape. Itachi sighed, for this was another sad truth. The Nine-Tails attack caused massive damage to the village and cost the lives of many great shinobi. Because of this, high-level shinobi like ourselves were forced to take on various roles to help the village recover and ensure that our enemies wouldn't attack us. Consequently, the Hokage decided it was best for you to be placed in an orphanage, where at least you would be safe until the village stabilized. We didn't agree, but we were obliged to follow orders. That didn't stop us from keeping an eye on you, and we saw how you were being treated, and we didn't think that was right." Naruto's eyes widened. "That's another reason why they decided to adopt me, isn't it?" "That's right. The four of us knew that as soon as the caretaker could get rid of you, she would, and you'd be at the mercy of the villagers. I don't need to tell you how badly that would end." Naruto shuddered at that, for he already had enough trouble with the other children and was fairly certain that, without the fox, he would have died long before his 6th birthday. If he had been on the streets and had to deal with traumatized shinobi, he was doomed. "Yes, I would have died." "That's right. And to make sure that didn't happen, we decided to work together to reach the agreement you have now." Naruto was pleased to learn that they cared so much about him, but that didn't explain why Itachi was doing what he was doing. "It's good to know, but what does that have to do with the lesson?" "Goodbye, Naruto," Itachi replied solemnly before disappearing using a shunshin. Scene cut. Naruto barely slept because he lay awake thinking about what Itachi had told him, before finally falling asleep early in the morning. As he went downstairs for breakfast, He saw that Genma was awake, but was surprised to see that Kakashi was there too, and that they both clearly seemed worried about something. "What's wrong, Uncle Genma?" Naruto wondered. The two exchanged glances before nodding in understanding. Last night, Itachi massacred the entire Uchiha clan, with the exception of Sasuke. He is currently missing, and the Hokage will declare him an S-rank missing shinobi shortly, Gunma explained. Naruto was stunned by the news, especially since Itachi had visited him just before doing so. "I can't believe it. Why would Itachi do something like that?" "Nobody knows," Kakashi replied. Although Naruto sensed he was hiding something, he wasn't going to confront him about it. He was focused on something else. "Where is Sasuke? I want to see him." Naruto frowned. "He's currently in the hospital, but let's walk because we have some things to discuss," Kakashi said with a stern look. "Okay," Naruto replied. Luckily for them, it was the start of the weekend, which meant there was no school. The pair moved in silence for a while as they explored the village, and when they finally had a small space to themselves, Kakashi spoke. "What Itachi did is going to change everything, Naruto, and not for the better," Kakashi said sternly. "Yes, of course. Sasuke's clan is very important," Naruto replied. "That's right. Besides being one of the two clans that helped found the village, the Sharingan is an incredible tool, and with his clan's disappearance, they need someone who can teach him about the Sharingan to ensure he becomes a pillar of the village." "And by someone, you mean yourself," Naruto said understandingly. "Yes. I'm sure the third will ask me to become a sensei in the next few days because he wants me to get used to training students before you graduate." "But you train me?" Naruto asked, confused. "Having a Genin team is very different from training a single person, which means I need you to do something for me," Kakashi said calmly. "What is that?" Naruto wondered. "Fail." "Huh?" Naruto asked. "You and Sasuke are fighting to be the two best students, and normally the best student is paired with the worst and someone else," Kakashi said, smiling, knowing that Naruto would understand. "I get it now. You want me to become the worst student so you can pair me with Sasuke." "Correct," said Kakashi beaming. "Done," Naruto said calmly. His pride in being the best student was at stake, so it wasn't going to be easy to convince him at first. However, Sasuke was his friend, and he knew that if they worked together, he could help him with anything. "Good." Kakashi smiled as they finally arrived at the hospital. To their surprise, the Yanbiyu were waiting for them in front of the entrance. "I'm so sorry, guys, but I can't let you see Sasuke," Yugao said calmly, but this time she was wearing her Yanbiyu mask. Kakashi frowned, but in the end there was nothing he could do. "Fine. But Naruto, we have to go," Kakashi said sternly. Naruto didn't like it at all, but he understood that rules were rules. "Fine," Naruto said, pouting, and the two of them left. Sooner or later, he'd get his answers. Scene cut. Sasuke was finally released from the hospital 2 days later, and Naruto went to see him after school to get some answers. "You know, this is the first time I've seen the compound in person," Naruto said, smiling as he walked around. He had the feeling someone was watching him, but considering Sasuke had suddenly become very valuable, Naruto assumed it was the ANBU, and since they knew they were friends, he doubted they'd be too worried. Thanks to Sasuke telling him the way some time ago, he knew where his house was, and upon finding it, Naruto used a Senbon needle to open the lock and enter. When he reached the living room, he found Sasuke sitting there like a statue. He was wearing his usual clothes, but he realized that the Sasuke he knew before was no longer the same. "Naruto, what are you doing here?" Sasuke asked as he turned to face his friend. "To keep it short, I'm a clone and I came to see you." "I suppose you found out what Itachi did," Sasuke said, his voice filled with anger. "Yes, I don't understand. Why would I do that?" Naruto replied calmly, but he struggled to hide his nervousness. To test himself, Sasuke muttered, fury in his voice. "What did you say?" Naruto exclaimed. He was sure he'd misheard Sasuke. "That night, I found him after he murdered my parents. When I asked him why, He told me he did it to test his power. Naruto frowned because it didn't make any sense. He lied, Naruto said calmly. What did you say? Sasuke growled. Naruto knew he was playing with fire, but as Itachi said, he couldn't let hatred consume Sasuke. Your brother is considered one of the greatest prodigies in the history of our village. A village that produced the Sannin and had a Hokage known as the Professor and another Hokage who devastated Iwa during the Third Shinobi World War. What's all this about? Sasuke asked, his anger lessening. Naruto was saying this for a reason, and despite his fury, he calmed down. There's no way he would suddenly want to test his power, Naruto explained. Whatever his reason was, it had nothing to do with testing his power. Then why? Why did he kill everyone? Sasuke asked, frustration in his voice. He was furious with his brother for the massacre, but deep down he knew he was lying. I don't know, but I do know one thing. The only way to find out is for both of us to get stronger and face him. We know he's out there, and sooner or later, we'll see him again, Naruto said with a radiant smile. Both of them, Sasuke replied, confused. Yes, Itachi was like an older brother to me, and you're my friend, so let's get stronger and face him later, Naruto insisted. Sasuke looked at him with pain in his eyes. Is he too strong, Naruto? He wants me to become stronger, but there's no way I can beat him, Sasuke shouted with frustration in his voice. Yes, but I have a plan. Starting tomorrow, I'll allow myself to be the last in the class. Kakashi told me that the best and worst students are paired up, so if I do that, I'll be your partner. That means we can work together and become strong enough to face it ourselves someday. But what about our third one? Sasuke wondered. I don't know who it will be, but I know that with you and me we'll be fine, Naruto said with a smile. Sasuke smiled as he turned to Naruto. Okay, we'll worry about the third person later, Sasuke said, glad his bad mood was over. Yes, now rest a little because you'll have to be at 100% starting Monday. Okay, Sasuke smiled as Naruto's clone disappeared after having accomplished its mission. 4 years later. The day has finally arrived. Naruto grinned as he approached the Shinobi Academy, ready to begin his career. So today you're finally going to stop messing around, huh? Yakumo asked, smiling beside Hinata and Tenten. Each was wearing her favorite outfit. Hinata in her cream-colored jacket, Yakumo in her pink kimono with red details, and Tenten in her pink blouse. When Naruto's grades had dropped, the girls had asked him why, and he explained that he needed to be at the bottom of the class to keep up with Sasuke. Although they hadn't liked it, they eventually understood, but insisted on training with him on weekends so he wouldn't lose his talent. During the week, he was at the bottom of the academy. On weekends, he was a whirlwind of powerful jutsu and incredible kenjutsu skills. The truth was, only Tenten and Yugao knew how skilled he was with a sword, and he never used his jutsu against them, as it would be excessive, and he wanted them to gain confidence. Yes, and I hope that with everything that's happened you managed to overcome it, Yakumo, Naruto said, smiling, unfazed by the joke. And I owe my ability to become a shinobi to you, Yakumo said with a mocking smile, placing her hand on her stomach. A year ago, her family had pulled her out of the academy without warning. When Naruto and Hinata went to her house to find out why, they discovered a dangerous truth. Her Jinjutsu skills were too powerful, and trying to control them was what had weakened her. Knowing how much Naruto longed to be a shinobi, he decided to work on a seal that would help her better control her power. Although the clan questioned the idea when Naruto mentioned it, Yakumo accepted it, since she, Hinata, Tenten, and Sasuke all knew how skilled she was. After a week of working on the seal with the help of Yugao and Kakashi, she managed to create one that regulated her power, allowing her to continue her studies. Enough with the nostalgia. You have to go. I have to deal with Professor Guy, Tenten complained. Her professor was a certain Mike guy who never stopped talking about youth and drove her crazy. See you later. Naruto smiled and kissed Tenten on the cheek as a symbol of good luck. After being rescued, Yakumo thanked Naruto with a kiss, awakening passion in Tenten and Hinata, who soon confessed their feelings for him. From then on, the three girls competed for Naruto's affections in a similar way to how Sasuke did. But unlike him, they did so in secret, since Hinata and Yakumo were heirs and Naruto was an orphan. Now comes the fun part, Hinata said, frowning at an interesting complication. Ironically, Yakumo's continued presence at the academy complicated things for Naruto, given the class composition. As clan heirs, Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, Shino, Kiba, Hinata, Yakumo, and Sasuke were all guaranteed to pass, and Sakura Haruno, a Sasuke fanatic and the daughter of a civilian council member, also had a very high probability of passing. This meant that even if Naruto passed, there was a good chance the Hokage would have to choose between him and Sakura, which would be disastrous. It's not my fault that most civilians are so inept, Yakumo said, frowning. The idea that their presence would ruin Naruto's plan was truly terrible. There's nothing we can do about it. Let's see what happens, Naruto said calmly. It wasn't a good situation, but they had no other choice. Whoever passed, passed, and then they'd deal with the rest. In any case, the time had finally come for the three of them to take their final steps at the academy. Naruto entered the classroom with Hinata and Yakumo by his side, smiling. He was practically drowned out by the angry and envious stares of his classmates, especially Kiba Inuzuka, who was furious that Hinata was so attached to him. Get ready, Naruto. Hinata will finally see what a failure you are, Kiba said arrogantly. He was wearing a large gray hoodie with a fur lining and dark gray pants. On his head, he carried his Nen-ken, Akamaru, a small white dog. Naruto was about to reply, but Yakumo spoke first. Do you realize he's barely in last place, and despite all your talk about being the best, you haven't won a single fight against him? Yakumo smiled mockingly, causing Kiba to frown. Kiba was about to reply, but an unexpected voice interrupted him. Can the three of you sit down? We already have enough to deal with from Sasuke's two fans. If you make a scene on top of that, it'll be a real nuisance, Shikamaru complained. Shikamaru was wearing a gray jacket with green trim and the Nara clan symbol, with green tights underneath and brown pants. He was also wearing his clan's traditional earrings. Okay, Naruto agreed, and the three of them took their places. Just a few seconds later, the two girls arrived. Come on, forehead girl, I got here first, Ino grumbled. Shut up, pig. I'm here. Sakura frowned. Ino was wearing a purple turtleneck blouse with a matching apron-style skirt, bandages on her abdomen and legs, white leg warmers, and blue sandals. Sakura, on the other hand, was wearing a short-sleeved red chi-pao with a zipper down the center, green cycling shorts, and blue sandals. Here we go, Naruto grumbled, giving his old friend a pitying look. Among his many admirers, Ino and Sakura were the main ones, and his obsession was driving him crazy. Sasuke's current outfit consisted of a short-sleeved navy blue turtleneck shirt, white shorts, and, as white arm warmers, the classic Uchiha emblem on the back. Before they could do anything, a familiar voice put them in their place. Can you two shut up and sit down already? Or do we want a repeat of last week? Yakumo shouted, freezing both girls in place. Tired of their antics, Yakumo subjected them to a genjutsu that made them believe they were Kiba fans. They acted just as clumsily as they had with Sasuke, and everyone laughed at them, except for Kiba, who was simply enjoying the moment. The only reason they stopped was when a brazen Ino went to kiss Kiba, and Yakumo decided that was enough and broke the genjutsu just before their lips met. The scream that followed was legendary, and to add insult to injury, Naruto recorded them and later convinced Iruka to use the recording as a lesson on genjutsu. Needless to say, from then on, they both learned not to test Yakumo's patience or bother Naruto and his group. We'll be fine, Sakura said hurriedly. Yes, Ino added, and they took their seats without further incident. The whole class laughed as they remembered that day, including Sasuke, who was pleased to see his fans finally calmed down. Scene cut. The graduation exam was ridiculously easy. You just had to successfully perform the substitution, replacement, and cloning jutsus. Normally, Passing would have been a piece of cake for Naruto, but there was something, or rather, a person, that made him nervous: the second examiner, Mizuki. Mizuki had shoulder-length white hair and green eyes, and he wore the typical bulletproof vest and helmet. Ever since he'd met him in his second year, he'd had a bad feeling about him, an opinion shared not only by him, but also by his three daughters and Sasuke, who had told him that Mizuki seemed strange. Unlike Iruka, Mizuki made it clear that he favored him and constantly tried to sabotage him. Admittedly, that helped with his plans to come in last, but now it was time to pass, and he hoped everything would go well. The girls had already passed through without incident, and everyone he suspected would pass through did, including Sasuke, who arrived to the timid applause of his admirers. Now it was Naruto's turn. "Naruto Uzumaki," Iruka shouted, and as he stood up, Yakumo looked at him with a smile. "This is for good luck." Yakumo smiled before kissing him on the lips, something they almost never did outside the compound, taking Naruto and the rest of the class by surprise, since most of them rightly assumed he was with Hinata. As their tongues met, Naruto felt a bit of his chakra flood his body and instinctively knew what that meant. Thanks to his work with Kurenai and his recent power boost, Yakumo had developed a technique that, when activated, blocked any Jinjutsu used against the person in question. If nothing happened, the effect would expire in about an hour, but if the blocker worked, Naruto would recognize it and be able to act. Upon entering the classroom, Naruto felt a strange sensation in his chakra network, but Yakumo's blocker quickly activated, eliminating the discomfort. The only person who could have casted Jinjutsu was Mizuki, and that was bad news. "Let's see. Mizuki used a Jinjutsu to disrupt my chakra, I guess to make it fail. That means I have two options: fail on purpose and see what Mizuki wants, or overcome it and pray he doesn't attack someone else," Naruto thought. His thoughts were interrupted by Iruka's voice. "All right, Naruto, it's time for your graduation exam. To begin, I need you to perform a replacement jutsu for me," Iruka said calmly. "Correct," Naruto replied before replacing himself with Iruka and then stepping back. "Good. Now for a transformation," Iruka said calmly. Naruto nodded before transforming into Iruka and then reverting to his original form. "Okay, now the cloning jutsu," Iruka said calmly. "Okay," Naruto replied before creating his clones. To Mizuki's surprise and Iruka's delight, Naruto created 3 perfect clones, preferring this technique to shadow clones, which would have put Mizuki on alert. Luckily, his friendship with the fox helped him stabilize his network enough to create normal clones. "You've surpassed Naruto," Iruka said with a warm smile. "Thank you, Iruka-sensei," Naruto said, smiling as he received his headband. As he walked back to class, Naruto sensed Mizuki's annoyance and knew she would try something, but luckily not against him. That left one question hanging in the air. Who will she choose? He wondered. Whoever Mizuki's target was, they would have to be either foolish or impulsive, otherwise they wouldn't be swayed by his persuasive words. He immediately thought of 2 people. The first was Kiba Inuzuka, whose impulsiveness was well known and, ironically, would be even more eager to outshine him after what had happened with Yakumo. The second was Sakura Haruno, whom Mizuki could persuade if he used the right motivation. Regardless of who he chose, Mizuki would have to act quickly, which meant he would also have to work just as fast to prevent things from going wrong. After all, today was going to be a long day. Scene cut. Upon returning home, Naruto was pleased to see Genma waiting for him in the living room. "I guess you passed," Genma said with a smile. "Yes, but I need you to get in touch with Yugao as soon as possible," Naruto said, frowning. "How is that possible?" Genma asked. "Because she could tell me what I need to know to stop a traitor," Naruto replied, and Genma looked at him in surprise. "Give me a minute," Genma said, frowning before leaving with a shunshin. After a few minutes, Genma returned, but not with Yugao. "Kakashi taught you how to use shunshin, right?" Genma wondered. "Yes, I practice a little when I'm bored at home," Naruto admitted. "Kakashi taught him how to use shunshin a year ago, and it took him a day to master it with the help of his shadow clones. But it was definitely a difficult day. Then come with me to the Hokage's office. Since I didn't know where Yugao was, I had to ask him, and he's very interested in what you have to say, Gunma admitted. Okay, Naruto replied quickly, and they both disappeared using a shunshin into the Hokage's office. To Naruto's surprise, not only was Yugao there, but also Ibiki Marino, the leader of TNI. Looking at the Hokage and seeing his stern expression, it became clear to him that this was a business matter. Naruto, explain to me why you think we have a traitor and who you think it is, the third Hokage asked calmly. Naruto wasn't fooled by the calmness and understood that it was an order, and one he'd better obey. Hokage, I believe my instructor Mizuki is a traitor. I can't explain why, but ever since I met him, he seemed strange and dangerous. However, I believe we have a more pressing matter to attend to, if my concern is valid, Naruto admitted. I don't think a kid fresh out of the academy should be telling the Hokage there's a more pressing matter than the fact that a sensei from the academy is a traitor, especially since it was just instinct, Ibiki said coldly. Ibiki was an older man with 2 scars across his weathered face. He wore a gray, buttoned-up, high-collared jacket, black trousers, and a thin belt under a black trench coat. He was an imposing figure, but Naruto wasn't intimidated, having known the fox for a long time. What if I told you that that traitor might be planning to act against the village tonight, using a student as a scapegoat? Naruto explained, causing Ibiki's eyes to widen. What makes you say that? Ibiki asked, frowning. Naruto turned to Ibiki. As the Hokage knows, today was the Genin exam at the academy, and I participated. What the Hokage doesn't know is that, right after I arrived, Mizuki cast a genjutsu on me designed to disrupt my chakra flow. I think he intended to use it to make me fail on purpose. Why would I want you to fail, Naruto? Yugao wondered. Let me answer your question with this one. What is the most valuable thing a people owns? Something a traitor would want to steal. Yugao frowned before looking at the Hokage. Naruto, that's the forbidden scroll hidden in my office. It contains powerful jutsus taught only to the most worthy shinobi. Interestingly, the shadow clone jutsu I know you sometimes use is one of them, the third Hokage revealed. Naruto smiled because that confirmed his suspicion. I think Mizuki wanted to use me to steal the scroll. Your affection for me is well known among the ANBU, given what you did for me, so perhaps they won't suspect much about my arrival. Besides, I'm discreet enough to steal the scroll without anyone noticing. If simply breaking in doesn't work, and Mizuki was counting on that. That's a very bold statement, boy, Ibiki said coldly. Yes, that's right, but here's the problem. Mizuki still plans to steal it, but I suspect she'll use another student to do it. I have 2 people in mind, but I don't know who she'll target, so instead I tried to find out who she'd go after, which is why I asked about Nico. 2. Gama asked, clearly surprised. Yes, Kiba Inuzuka and Sakura Haruno, Naruto admitted. Naruto, those 2 passed the exam. Why would he attack them and not one of those who failed? The third Hokage wondered. Kiba has hated me since our first year at the academy. I always beat him in training matches that first year, and I was very close friends with Hinata, whom he was in love with from the start. When I deliberately lowered my grades, he took it as proof that his previous losses had been a fluke and never stopped trying to prove himself. Unfortunately for him, Hinata and Yakumo continued to hang out with me, and since they're the most level-headed of our future kunoichi, he was furious. Intentionally? Don't tell me you've suspected Mizuki for so long, Ibiki wondered. No, the reason I came in last is a separate matter, but ironically it's related to the reason he attacked Sakura. And that's it. Ibiki frowned, disgusted by the mind games. Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto smiled. The third Hokage frowned, quickly realizing Naruto's intentions. Kakashi told you that, by tradition, the best student is paired with the worst, and that's why your grades started dropping, right? The third Hokage frowned. Their friendship was well known, and this was the best way to ensure they were on the same team. That's right. I promised her that one day I would help her face Itachi, and I can't do that if we're on opposite sides. As for Sakura, she's a Sasuke fan, but her biggest rival is Ino, and frankly, she's not even in the same league. And why do you say that? Yugao giggled. She completely agreed, but she was curious to know Naruto's reasoning. Most of the girls believe that, as the last Uchiha, he'll want to rebuild the clan and that he'll need a strong shinobi to do so. Sakura might be the smartest student after Shikamaru and me, but she's not talented at anything beyond the most basic jutsu. Ino is the clan's heir, which means she already has the influence to give Sasuke what he needs, plus additional power that would force Sakura to do something to even the odds. Mizuki would ask Sakura to steal the scroll, telling her that she would impress Sasuke by showing him a powerful jutsu that a civilian wouldn't normally learn, Yugao concluded. That's right. However, I think it's more likely I'll get Kiba to do it, because Sakura wouldn't fall for such a charade. Kiba, on the other hand, is quite foolish and impulsive. The third and Ibiki exchanged a glance. Let's say you're right. What's stopping us from arresting Mizuki right now? Ibiki challenged. Because the only proof you have is a Genin's word. You wouldn't dare use it, and he's not foolish enough to leave evidence lying around the house, Naruto said with a smile. Well said, lad. Ibiki replied, clearly pleased with his answer and deciding to play along. Good. How would you catch our traitor, since that's clearly what you were planning to do? Naruto smiled, seeing a good opportunity. This is what I would do, he said calmly before whispering his plan. It was cruel, but if Naruto was right, everything would be all right. Scene cut. Naruto relaxed in his room, waiting for the results of his plan. He suggested replacing the scroll with one of his shadow clones, each containing instructions written inside. Essentially, it would tell whoever had stolen the scroll that it was a fake, and Mizuki would betray them, allowing Naruto to escape. He didn't like either of them, but Mizuki would almost certainly kill them, or in Sakura's case, do something far worse, and he didn't want that for either of them. Naruto, it seems you were right. It was Kiba who stole the scroll. They're searching for him right now, and the Hokage has given us permission to join the search, Ganma revealed. Okay, Naruto said with a smile as he reached under the bed and pulled out a red case with the Uzumaki swirl on it. Inside the case was the katana he had bought when he started his training, but which he had never used outside of it. Now he had the chance. Are you really going to use it? Ganma asked, visibly surprised. Yes, I've been hiding my abilities, but no more. Let's show Mizuki who's boss. Naruto said cheerfully as he finally retrieved his sword, grabbed the black sash that came with it, and slung it over his shoulder. That's right. It's a shame you want to be a shinobi because you'd make an excellent ANBU, Ganma said proudly. I am the son of the fourth Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki. Living in the shadows is not my thing, Naruto said, smiling as he sheathed his sword behind his back. Let's go, Ganma said with a smile. Naruto had progressed a lot since he began his training and would soon be a ninja, but first he had to catch a traitor. Yes, and I think I know where to start. Where? Ganma wondered. The forests. Kiba would like a place to take the scroll and learn the techniques, Naruto said calmly. Can you get there using Shunshin? Ganma wondered. Not yet. I'll deal with it later, but for now we have to keep going on foot, Naruto replied. Well, let's go, shouted Ganma, and they both set off. Scene cut. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Naruto had an idea. Does Kiba's mother know what happened? Her clan are trackers, so finding Kiba should be easy, Naruto said calmly. Ganma smiled. You're usually right, and if we hadn't had any warning, they would have been among the first we would have called. However, since we knew what was going to happen, we had nothing to worry about. The Hokage has ANBU stationed outside the village for Mizuki, but we assumed Kiba would be fine, Ganma replied. Naruto nodded in approval, but the shadow clone he'd used as a fake scroll dissipated, and the memories weren't good. Damn it, we have to move now, Naruto shouted. What happened? Ganma asked nervously. The idiot read our message but ignored it and confronted Mizuki. Naruto panicked. That idiot, Gunma frowned, and they both quickened their pace. Kiba didn't stand a chance against Mizuki, which meant this was going to end badly for him. They hurried toward the forest, moving as fast as they could, and arrived in just a few minutes. What they found was Mizuki a few feet away from a battered and severely injured Kiba. He had cuts and bruises all over his body and was bleeding profusely. If he didn't get medical attention soon, he would die. Luckily or unluckily, he didn't have his dog with him, which undoubtedly worried Naruto more than he was willing to admit. Now what? Mizuki frowned as she looked up and saw Naruto and Gunma. Kiba looked at them too and couldn't help but groan. Naruto, Kiba said weakly. Humph. I guess this dog was good for something after all, Mizuki said smugly. After all, he'd been after Naruto, and here he was, handed to him on a silver platter. Naruto and Gunma frowned before jumping down to confront him. I guess I'll have to take Kiba to the doctor, Gunma said, sighing before lifting a battered Kiba into his arms. Yes, Mizuki likes me, and she's going to beat me up, Naruto said with a smug smile. He owed Mizuki a good lesson, and it was going to be something special. Okay, I'll try to return as soon as possible. Gunma smiled before disappearing with a shunshin. Understood, Naruto replied, focusing on Mizuki. He wasn't sure whether he wanted to use his sword or not, but he was ready to face the rogue Chunin. Mizuki's smug look didn't bother Naruto. On the contrary, he was pleased to see him underestimated. After all, a ninja's best tool was deception, and no one deceived better than Naruto. Oh, Naruto, you should have stayed with Gunma. Maybe you would have had a chance, Mizuki said with a grin, lunging at Naruto, ready to punch him in the stomach. As the punch landed, a disgusting smile spread across his face. The smile vanished as Naruto disappeared, and a puddle of water appeared, causing Mizuki's eyes to widen. Water clones? Hasn't this idiot been able to make normal clones in years? You should pay more attention, Mizuki. Look at my back, Naruto said with a smile. Mizuki didn't know what he was talking about, but when he noticed the leaf on his back, he frowned. So now you have a leaf. Huh, is that supposed to scare me? No, but what it implies should. Tell me something, Mizuki. Have you ever wondered why the class is so upset with me? Naruto smiled. What kind of question is that? They're angry because such a pathetic ninja is among them, Mizuki mocked, hoping Naruto would lower his guard. Naruto reached behind him and drew his sword. Actually, it's the other way around, sensei, he said with a mocking smile before vanishing at incredible speed. Before Mizuki could react, Naruto was already behind him, his sword pointed at his back. What the hell? Mizuki exclaimed breathlessly, wondering what was going on. My classmates were furious because most of them knew how skilled I really was. You see, in my first year at the academy, I was the top student, but suddenly my grades dropped. Most of my classmates were furious because they knew something was wrong. The only ones who didn't notice were that jerk Kiba and, possibly, Sasuke's fans. Everyone else knew how strong I was, and that's why they were angry, Naruto said with a grin. So what? That doesn't mean you can beat me, Mizuki said with a smile, taking advantage of the small opening to back away. You're right, that's not it. Naruto smiled before joining his hands in front of him in a cross, a familiar gesture. That's it, Mizuki exclaimed with a sigh. Naruto simply smiled before saying, Shadow Clone Jutsu, and Mizuki could only watch in terror as 100 Narutos appeared, surrounding him in a circle. Shadow clones. How did a monster like you learn that technique? I learned it when I was 8. That monster, as you so kindly called it, was actually quite useful once we agreed on something. So I trained in secret and pretended to be a novice in class. The real Naruto smiled as the clones followed him, ready to attack. Mizuki's eyes widened in disbelief. Naruto knew about the fox, and that meant he was in danger. Reaching behind his back, he grabbed the enormous shuriken he was carrying and threw it at the real Naruto. Die! Mizuki screamed in one last desperate attempt to save himself. Useless, Naruto thought, frowning as the wind chakra gathered around his sword. Mizuki could only watch in horror as his shuriken was effortlessly sliced in half by the real Naruto's sword. Impossible. You can enhance it with your chakra. That's right. I can do many things with this sword, but it won't be what kills you, the real Naruto said, smiling as 10 of the clones began making hand seals. We are, the clones shouted as they took a deep breath. Wind style, air bullets, 10 of them launched a small sphere of air toward the traitor. If it had been a single bullet, there wouldn't have been a problem, but there were 10 of them, and they were approaching quickly. And lo, Mizuki screamed as bullets riddled him one after another. Because of the way they were aligned, he couldn't find anything to replace himself with. And since only 10 of the clones had attacked him, the others would find him as soon as he tried to substitute himself. In short, Mizuki was doomed. Luckily for him, as a traitor, he possessed valuable information about who had sent him, so he would escape execution. Although he suffered excruciating pain as the bullets struck him, Naruto couldn't kill him, and the young man knew it. When Mizuki fell to the ground, Naruto couldn't help but frown as he watched the clones behind him vanish, their task complete. That was too easy, wasn't it, Nico? Naruto said with a grin as Yugao arrived on the scene. That's right, but you also surprised him with your true abilities. Excellent use of the clones, by the way, Yugao echoed. Most would have attacked immediately, but with a combined attack, you left Mizuki no chance. Thank you. I suppose you'll take care of our traitorous friend, Naruto replied, pointing at Mizuki, who was covered in blood. That's right. You'll have to speak with Lord Hokage about what happened, but I can convince him to let you do so tomorrow morning. That's surprisingly generous, said Naruto, raising an eyebrow. Well, I understand, from a reliable source, that a graduation present is waiting for you at home. Good point, said Naruto with a slight blush. Now get out of here, young man, before I change my mind, Yugao said with a mocking giggle. Understood, Naruto replied before leaving using a shunshin. Scene cut. The next morning, Naruto and Yugao went to the Hokage's office to discuss what had happened. So, Naruto, did you enjoy your graduation present? Yugao teased as they approached the Hokage's office. Yes, I did, little sister Yugao, Naruto replied, rolling his eyes. He didn't know how Yugao had found out about his gift, but it didn't matter anymore. All right, but let's get down to business, Yugao said, frowning as she entered the office. A&B Nico speaking, she announced before putting on her mask. Upon entering, they encountered the third Hokage, whose serious expression was impossible to ignore. So, Naruto, how are you? The third Hokage asked. Perfect. I'm glad I was able to help my village, Naruto replied diplomatically. The fact that Kiba was the one who betrayed the village suited Naruto perfectly, since he hated that dog. That's good, but you did far more for the village than you realized. Despite your issues with him, which Irika revealed to me, you helped Kiba, and if you had arrived a few minutes later, he would be dead. The fact that you defeated Mizuki single-handedly is also commendable. Thank you, Lord Hokage, Naruto said politely. For your effort, you will be assigned an S-rank mission and will receive the corresponding pay in your account. Awesome, Naruto exclaimed happily, but something else came to mind. Does what happened to Kiba affect ninja teams? He wondered. Most likely yes. I'll meet with the board after this to discuss that very issue. Believe me, I'm not under any illusions. I see, Naruto replied with a nervous expression on his face. If you're worried about Yakumo, don't be. The Inuzuka clan values loyalty above all else in the village, and considering Kiba committed treason, there's a good chance his mother will make what Mizuki did look like an amateur's job. I see, said Naruto with a reserved smile. Now go. I'm sure you want to enjoy the next few days because after this your shinobi career begins, Yugao said through her mask. Right. Naruto replied before leaving using a shunshin, much to the Hokage's surprise. He's someone special, isn't he? Smiled the third. Yes, it is, and it never would have been if you hadn't agreed to let Gunma adopt him, Yugao said, beaming. Uzumaki Complex. I don't know if we were lucky or unlucky that Kiba was such an idiot, Hinata said, smiling as she watched Sasuke and Naruto train with Yakumo. 2 days had passed since Mizuki's betrayal, and thanks to their connections, Yakumo, Hinata, and Sasuke had learned of the consequences. Mizuki's fate aside, Kiba was removed from the list of potential genin, and his mother ordered him to retrain so he would learn to respect the pack. Personally, I think it's a blessing. Being out of the equation means we have 9 candidates, which means I'll have a team. Plus, we get an extra day to relax, Yakumo said with a wry smile. Yes, you have a team, but unfortunately it won't be with Naruto, Hinata said, frowning. She knew Kurenai would be her teacher and that Naruto was destined for a separate team with Sasuke, and since there was only one spot left, it was most likely going to Sakura Haruno, one of Sasuke's annoying fans. Look on the bright side. We can visit him whenever we want, Yakumo replied. The fact that they could visit him whenever they wanted was wonderful, and that's why he hadn't been so bothered by what Hinata said. What are you talking about? Sasuke asked as he approached the girls. He and Naruto had stopped a moment ago, and noticing the 2 girls talking, he couldn't help but wonder. How does his promise to you prevent us from being with Naruto? Hinata joked. Hey, at least we'll all be in teams, Naruto reflected. Yes, but we'll probably stay with Sakura, Sasuke said, frowning. I thought that after seeing us being so affectionate all the time, you'd appreciate having a fan on your team. Yakumo smiled mischievously, emphasizing her point by leaning in and kissing Naruto on the cheek. I suppose so, but Sakura doesn't have any ninja skills. She's intelligent, but in combat she's practically useless in her current state. Ino would have been a better choice, Sasuke said, frowning. Not at all. Ino's main jutsu doesn't work unless the opponent is completely still, and if it fails, they're unconscious for quite a while. She fares better against Shika and his shadow possession jutsu, Naruto reminded him. Good point, Sasuke grumbled. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. You'll be with Kakashi, who already knows most of your strengths, so he can focus on getting Sakura up to speed, Yakumo reflected. That's right. I suppose we could ask Kurenai to help Sakura learn some Jinjutsu on her own, Naruto said, smiling. Receiving help from others is one of our group's specialties, Hinata said with a smile. Everyone in their small group had struggled during their childhood and adolescence, and none of them would have survived without the help of Naruto's teachers, who were always happy to lend a hand since they were friends. Hinata had serious self-esteem issues, and talking with Yugao helped her overcome them. Yakumo was nervous about being left out, as she hadn't been in top form as a shinobi for a long time due to problems with her powers. After Naruto helped her work through her issues, Kakashi and Gunma helped her design a training program that got her in shape, and Yugao spoke with her friend Anko at the Intelligence Training Academy about the possibility of getting an apprenticeship so she could continue her training even if she didn't make it onto a team. Sasuke had nightmares for several months after the massacre, and when Naruto noticed how much they were affecting him, he convinced Gunma to let him stay overnight once a week, and the 2 former members of Team wrote to tell him about his brother's good qualities, which they did without hesitation. This helped calm Sasuke's nerves and motivated him to discover why his brother had done what he did. Yes, but enough about reminiscing. I suggest we go inside and relax, Naruto said with a smile. In other words, Naruto wants to cuddle for a while, Yakumo said with a smile that betrayed that he knew something Sasuke didn't. Guilty, without a doubt. One of the many advantages of having sensible fans, Naruto said, shrugging. Summarize it, please. Sasuke pouted, and the group laughed. What they didn't know was that Kakashi, Yugao, and Gunma were watching them. It's hard to believe that this group is the strongest group of shinobi we've had since the Sannin, Kakashi said cheerfully. Yes, but this is where things get serious. Now that you're ninjas, you'll have to learn about the real world, Yugao said, frowning. Yes, but at least they can be kids for a while. We didn't have that luxury, Kakashi sighed. He could understand that Naruto and his friends were having fun, but sooner or later they would have to learn the harsh truth. Gama turned to Yugao with a curious expression. Did you talk to Kurenai about the possibility of the two teams going out together? Yes, I did it. She agrees, and I think it'll be much easier without Kiba. It's a shame the girls have to hold back, Yugao sighed. What do you mean by that? Kakashi wondered. A few weeks ago, Hinata found that copy of Ika Ika that you gave to Naruto and asked me for advice, Yugao said with a frown. Did he do it now? Kakashi asked nervously. She asked me what she should do, and I told her to talk to Naruto. I think she did it because she's been acting a bit bolder lately, Yugao said with a smile. More than you can imagine, Gunma smiled. What do you mean? Kakashi and Yugao asked nervously. Over the past 3 days, I've noticed that none of the girls have used a guest room, and that Naruto has washed his sheets every night before going out to train. Gunma smiled. Do you think they are? Yugao panicked. No, they're not being intimate. Although I suspect they're doing everything else, Gunma said, laughing. Damn it, Kakashi exclaimed nervously. If Kurenai finds out, she'll be in trouble. Don't worry, I made sure Hinata knew she could come to me for any further advice on the matter. Phew, Kakashi smiled. Anyway, I have to prepare lunch because I'm sure they'll be hungry. And I have to get back to work, Yugao said, smiling before disappearing with a shunshin. I'm going to train for a while. Naruto and Sasuke will keep me on my toes, Kakashi said with a smile, and the group split up. The boys weren't children anymore, and now the real fun was about to begin. Uzumaki Complex. Morning arrived at the Uzumaki compound, and today, at last, the teams for the graduating class would be announced. Naruto, smiling, stretched for a moment before turning his head toward the person with whom he shared a bed. Wake up, Yakumo. It's time for us to join our teams, Naruto whispered before kissing the Kurama heiress on the head. Do I have to go, Naruto? I want to spend more time with you in bed. Yakumo pouted as she sleepily sat up, revealing a red and pink long-sleeve pajama set, much like her usual attire. A few weeks earlier, Hinata had decided to surprise Naruto by cleaning his room while he was with Ten's team. She found his book, Kissing Paradise, and took it. Naruto didn't find out until a few days later when Hinata confronted him with Yakumo and Tintin by her side. Apparently, the three girls had read the book and its explicit content and wanted to know if Naruto had desires like the men in the books. Naruto admitted that he did, but said he didn't mind continuing with his own thing since they were still children. Tintin quickly reminded them that once they became genin, they would be adults in the eyes of most children. The girls exchanged a quick glance before making a decision. Finally, the girls decided that once they all officially graduated from the academy, they could try some of the things in the book. Since Tintin had had feelings for Naruto for a long time, she would go first, followed by Hinata and Yakumo. They weren't going to have sex just yet, since Hinata and Yakumo were heirs, but everything else was on the table. In the few days since this had started, Naruto had quickly become familiar with the female body and the many pleasurable things he could do with it. I know how you feel, Yakumo, but above all we are shinobi, and reuniting our teams is the priority right now. After a lot of lemon. Scene cut. Naruto and Yakumo arrived at the academy and found Hinata waiting for them with a frown, which Naruto understood given their lateness. I hope you kept your promise, Yakumo, Hinata said, frowning, imagining that Yakumo had also taken his time to be with Naruto that morning. I was Hinata, don't worry, Yakumo said with a teasing smile as she approached her friend. Yakumo and Hinata were wearing their usual outfits, while Naruto wore his black jacket and carried his katana on his back. For Naruto, it was like going back to the old days, since he had worn the black jacket during his first year, but then switched to a casual tracksuit. He even wore the tracksuit for the graduation exam, and when he defeated Mizuki. From now on, he would probably only wear the tracksuit when he finished his duties and was relaxing at home, at least until he went to sleep. Let's go, girls. It's time to become shinobi, Naruto said happily. Okay, Yakumo and Hinata replied, and the trio entered the classroom only to discover they were the last to arrive. "It seems the real Naruto has returned. It was about time," said Shikamaru happily, noticing the black jacket he was wearing. "What are you talking about, Shika? It looks like he just got rid of that tracksuit," Ino mocked. Naruto sighed as he saw that Ino was still as clueless as ever, but just as he was about to reply, an interesting source did it for him. "Naruto has been faking his ability for years, Ino," Sasuke said with a smile on his face. Ino was stunned when Sasuke came to her defense. "What skill? He's last in the class, and I don't know why he has that sword, but I doubt he knows how to use it." Naruto visibly shuddered, but once again his teammates came to his defense. "It's clear you've forgotten because of your obsession with Sasuke, but in our first year, Naruto was the best in the group, and that jacket was part of his uniform. I don't know why he wore that tracksuit, but now the real Naruto is back," Shikamaru retorted. "I can't believe it. It can't be that good," exclaimed Ino incredulously. "I'm this good, Ino, and before you even think about using your techniques on me to see if I'm lying, don't even try. It won't go well," Naruto warned. Ino's mental transfer would connect her directly to the fox, and that could have disastrous consequences for many reasons. "Why you?" Ino frowned as she held out her hands to perform the mind transfer jutsu off his family, a technique that would allow him to enter Naruto's mind and find out what was happening. "If I were you, I wouldn't continue," said a voice behind him, a kunai stuck in his neck. It was Kakashi, and he said it with complete calm. "What the hell? Who are you?" Ino exclaimed, and most of the class echoed the same sentiment. "My name doesn't matter, but you really should listen to what your comrade has to say," Kakashi warned, tightening his grip on the kunai to emphasize his words. "Good," Ino said calmly before relaxing her hands. "Good girl." Kakashi smiled before leaving with a shunshin. That was close, Naruto thought. Unfortunately for him, Ino wasn't going to let it go, despite what had happened. "What the hell was that, Naruto? Do you have a special bodyguard or something?" "Or something like that," Naruto said with a mocking smile. "Enough games, Naruto. You're going to tell me who it was right now," Ino said, huffing as she approached him. Ino was stubborn, and after what had happened, she wanted answers. Naruto remained calm and decided to have a little fun. "Look, Ino, if you join my team, I'll tell you about that guy," Naruto said calmly. "Done," Ino replied haughtily before returning to her seat. If she had paid closer attention, she would have seen the mocking smiles on Naruto's face and those of his four friends. "You're an idiot, Naruto," Hinata whispered. Naruto knew perfectly well that Ino wouldn't get any answers, which is why he'd done it. That level of cunning was impressive and something she missed in Naruto. "Thanks," Naruto said, laughing. He was a little surprised that Kakashi had intervened, but glad he had. He was fast enough to dodge Ino's jutsu, but if Irika had come in and seen her unconscious, he would have been in serious trouble. "Let's relax for now." Yakumo suggested that he was already tired of the antics and just wanted to settle down. "Okay." Naruto smiled as the group approached their seats and relaxed. Scene cut. Irika took about 30 minutes to arrive and smiled when he saw his former students. "Congratulations, everyone. You've earned your headbands. This is one of the best classes I've had in a long time, and I know you'll all go far." Irika smiled. "Irika-sensei, how on earth did Naruto pass? And where's Kiba?" Ino asked. Because of Naruto's change in appearance, she hadn't noticed that detail, but after calming down, she realized Kiba hadn't appeared. That little one, Naruto, Sasuke, Yakumo, and Hinata thought in unison. Kiba was involved in a classified incident that caused him to fail, and Naruto passed on his own merits, Irika said diplomatically, acknowledging Ino's intention. "Okay," Ino replied, frowning. "Moving on to another topic, it's time to meet your teammates," Irika said with a smile. Naruto and the group, in general, didn't care, but their attention soon shifted. Now, Team 7, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Naruto Uzumaki. Your sensei will be Kakashi Hitaki. "Damn it," exclaimed Ino, cursing ever since Sasuke was paired with Sakura. "Take that, Ino pig. True love conquers all," Sakura shouted. This is going to be annoying, Naruto and Sasuke thought at the same time. So, Team 8 will consist of Hinata Hyuga, Yakumo Kurama, and Shino Abure. Your sensei will be Kurenai Yuhi, Irika said calmly, ignoring the predictable outburst. Okay, Hinata said with a warm smile. Shino was a good boy, and being with Yakumo and Kurenai helped him, but the fact that Naruto was with Sakura drove her crazy. Team 9 is still active, so now it's Team 10's turn. Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi. Your sensei is Asuma Saratobi. Damn it, Ino exclaimed again, because she had two of the laziest members of her class. Ugh, what a pain, Shikamaru complained. Ino was a family friend, but her obsession with Sasuke was driving him crazy. Anyway, your sensei will arrive soon, so be patient and, once again, congratulations, Irika said calmly before leaving. After Irika left, the waiting time for their sensei was over and Yakumo smiled. Hey, Naruto, do you want to skip class and go get something to eat? Yakumo said codedly. Seriously, Yakumo? Hinata frowned, aware of what Yakumo was up to. It's tempting, but Kurenai and Kakashi will arrive soon, so I doubt we can escape for long, Naruto replied diplomatically. Well, Yakumo smiled. Sure enough, Kakashi entered the room moments later. Hello, Team 7. My name is Kakashi Hitaki, and I'm your new sensei. Kakashi smiled as Ino beamed with excitement at the sight of him. You, Ino shouted. Yes, me. And before you think about telling your father what happened, I already did. He understood why I did what I did and thanked me for protecting his little girl, Kakashi said cheerfully. What? Ino exclaimed in disbelief. She couldn't believe her father would approve of someone attacking her, especially a Jonin. Team 7, why don't we meet on the rooftop? Kakashi smiled before getting up to leave, ignoring Ino's outburst. See you later, Yakumo, Naruto said, smiling, before kissing her and Hinata on the lips. Come on, Naruto, there will be plenty of time for that later, Sasuke said with an expressionless face. Fine, said Naruto in an expressionless voice before grabbing Sasuke and using a shunshin to leave instantly, much to the disbelief of Sakura and Ino. Once on the rooftop, Sasuke decided to get answers about the latest incident. So, Naruto, would you mind explaining why Ino couldn't use her family's secret techniques on you? No, because there are certain things I simply won't tell you. Despite our friendship, and before you say anything, Hinata and Yakumo don't know either, Naruto said sharply. Sasuke, Yakumo, and Hinata might know he's the fourth Hokage's son, but they don't know he's a fox, and Naruto intended to keep it that way for as long as possible. Fine. Sasuke frowned before turning his attention to another matter. By the way, what were you doing waiting in the classroom, Kakashi? I wanted to see what the new generation is like. I've only dealt with your small group, so I wanted to see the others. What do you think? Sasuke asked. Asuma will have a tough time with that group, but once they organize themselves, they'll be dangerous. Kurenai will have fun, but the lack of a truly powerful warrior means they'll have to avoid certain missions as genin. Do you think it would have been better if Naruto had joined them? Sasuke admitted. Actually, no. Ironically, you'd be the best person to complete their group, Sasuke. Kakashi replied. Me? Why is that? Sasuke wondered. Kakashi was about to explain, but Naruto interrupted him. We have to finish this. Sakura is on her way, Naruto warned as he sensed the young woman approaching. Well, Kakashi said calmly, much to Sasuke's displeasure. This isn't over, Sasuke said, pouting. Relax, Sasuke. I know why and I'll explain later, Naruto said with a smile. Sasuke's approving grunt was enough as they waited for their third teammate. Scene cut. Sakura arrived and sat with the group, but before she could ask the various questions she had, Kakashi intervened. Normally, this is the part where I introduce myself and have you all do the same, but I don't need to do that this time, Kakashi said bluntly. How is this possible, sensei? Sakura wondered. I've been training Naruto in shinobi arts since he was 6 years old, and I only stopped a few years ago because they wanted me to become a Jonin sensei. Sasuke has been his friend for a long time, so I know him well. So what are we doing here? Sakura wondered, deciding to leave the oddities of the past behind. Well, I wanted to tell you a few things about the world you're about to join before some guests arrive, Kakashi said calmly. Okay, Sakura said curiously. You've probably imagined a lot of things about the shinobi world, about fighting big battles and being a hero. I'm here to tell you that's not how it is, Kakashi said coldly. There are missions like that, but as a genin, you'll be lucky to get a worthwhile C-rank one, if you get one at all. And what will we do now? Sakura wondered. Genin like yourselves will primarily be doing D-rank missions, which are basically routine tasks, and you'll be doing them until I say you're ready for a C-rank mission. That could be a month, or it could be a year, who knows, Kakashi said calmly. I see, said Sakura, frowning. But they're not even genin yet, Kakashi. Don't get too excited, Kurenai Yuhi said with a smile as she joined the group, followed by Team 8. Kurenai Yuhi was a beautiful woman with fair skin, long black hair that reached her back, and piercing red eyes, red lips, and purple eyeshadow. She wore a red mesh blouse with her right sleeve exposed and a dress that clung to her body like bandages, with a thorn pattern down the center. She also wore the Konoha headband and the usual shinobi sandals. Behind her came her team, with Hinata and Yakumo walking behind, along with Shino Aburame, a young man with messy brown hair and sunglasses. He wore a sea green jacket with a high collar. Naruto liked Shino because of his insects, and he would be a good addition to the team. Yes, I know, Kurenai, but I wanted to make it clear that if you passed my test, this is what you should expect, Kakashi replied. Okay, Kurenai said, shrugging. Why is Team 8 up here? Sakura wondered. The Lord Hokage felt that, given the way our team is structured, it would be beneficial for us to work with another team, Kurenai said diplomatically. I see, Sakura said, frowning, annoyed that two of her worst enemies were more often near her. However, before you can get to that point, you need to pass our test, Kurenai said with a smile. Exam. Sakura wondered, refocusing on that. Each Jonin will test their students in their own way. If they pass, they will continue, Kakashi explained. And I originally hoped to borrow young Naruto to help me with my team's test as a starting point for us to work together. Kurenai smiled. Me? Naruto asked, with a hint of surprise. Yes. Rumor has it you've been hiding your true abilities, and that makes you perfect for the game we're about to play, Kurenai said with a smile. What game is that? Naruto wondered nervously. It's a variation of hide and seek. I originally wanted a tracking team, so I was disappointed to learn that young Kiba had failed, but this team is better suited to ambushes. I was going to ask you to be our seeker, Kurenai said calmly. Very clever, because you achieve both things at once. As the seeker, I won't know where your students are, and I suppose you want them to ambush me as part of the role. Naruto. That's right. At least it shows you're smarter than your grades suggest, Kurenai said with a mocking smile, taking a subtle jab at Naruto, who shrugged it off. And when Kurenai asked me, I agreed and decided that we should combine our tests into one massive game, Kakashi said with a smile. Huh, exclaimed Sakura, not expecting that. Instead of Naruto simply searching for Team 8, each member of Team 7 will be assigned a member of Team 8 to find. Team 7's objective will be to find their respective member, but Team 8 will be able to counterattack and will win if they manage to defeat their respective opponent without being seen, Kakashi explained. You guys aren't playing, Naruto hissed. Team 8 had a huge advantage because they could incapacitate anyone who wasn't their opponent without missing. So, Kakashi, who do you think should be each of their opponents? Kurenai asked. Naruto and Hinata, Yakumo and Sasuke, Sakura and Shino, Kakashi said quickly. That was quick, Kurenai admitted. She didn't deny it, but she was curious to know why she had chosen those partners. Yakumo is a master of illusions, so pairing her with a future Sharingan user is the best option. As for the other combinations, Hinata's Byakugan would make it impossible for Sakura to find her, so by default, she's with Naruto and Sakura with Shino. What's that supposed to mean? Sakura huffed. Hinata decided to respond. My Byakugan allows me to see chakra channels, and since I can see you coming from a mile away, you can't find me. Naruto doesn't have to worry about that, and that makes it more interesting, Hinata explained. It's fine, but I don't like it, Sakura said, pouting. I didn't expect you to do that, Kurenai said with a smile. Good. Teams 7 and 8 are expecting us tomorrow morning at the third training ground, Kakashi said with a smile. Correct, the group announced, and each went their separate ways for the time being. Scene cut. Later that night, Yakumo, Hinata, Sasuke, and Naruto were gathered in the common room of their compound to discuss the upcoming exam. I can't believe we're playing hide and seek, Hinata said with a cheerful smile. What surprises me most is that our teachers allow us to do this, Yakumo admitted. You don't really have a choice. Anyone who knows our group knows that the three of you should have been a team, and you probably would have been if Naruto hadn't been so determined to help me. Sasuke frowned just in time for Naruto to smack him on the head. I made that decision, Sasuke, and we both know why. Anyway, I'll be able to spend a lot of time with the girls if this cooperation plan works, Naruto reminded him. But that's it. I made my decision, and I'm sticking to it. I never imagined I'd become such good friends with Hinata and Yakumo, but we've stuck together as a group. As for tomorrow, don't hold back, Naruto said coldly. Are you sure, Naruto? Thanks to you, my illusions are powerful, Yakumo said with a gleam in his eyes. Compared to Itachi, they're nothing, Yakumo, Naruto thought, recalling the few fights he'd had with Sasuke's brother before he rebelled. We want to get stronger, and that means using everything we know. Don't forget that I've been holding back too, and I know plenty of techniques that will make things very difficult for you. I just hope Sakura and Shino are ready. Naruto smiled, causing the two girls to look at him nervously. How long have you been hiding? Yakumo wondered. Naruto had helped her with Genjutsu, but other than that, she didn't know much about his abilities. Sasuke and Tintin might know something from training with him, but she had no idea. You'll see, Naruto grinned. The only ones who knew about his Kenjutsu skills were Tintin and Yugao, and he never used his various jutsu during his training with Sasuke. The girls had no idea what a monster Naruto truly was, and they would find out tomorrow. Scene cut. The next day, the quartet waited for the arrival of their last teammates and their sensei. Naruto, dressed in his black jacket, stood next to Sasuke, while Hinata and Yakumo stood together a few feet away, respecting their space. Hey Naruto, do you mind if I ask you something? Sasuke said calmly. What is that? Naruto wondered. The other day Kakashi said that I would be the perfect complement to Yakumo and Hinata's team instead of you. Why did you say that? Sasuke wondered. Because once you had your Sharingan, you would be able to perfectly balance Hinata and Yakumo and deal with their weaknesses better than I could. Explain. Hinata needs to get close to inflict damage, but someone with a long reach will give her a lot of trouble. With your Sharingan, you can help track those people and provide covering attacks, so Hinata can close the gap. Yakumo has his illusions, but if they fail, he's not much better than Sakura. He needs someone powerful to weaken opponents, so he can use those techniques. Once you obtain your Sharingan, you'll be able to master many jutsu. I see, Sasuke said calmly, nodding at Naruto's analysis. Putting that aside, Kurenai's help will also be a huge help to Sakura. From what Yakumo told me, Kurenai hates fanatics like Sakura, and believe me, she'll be ruthless when she realizes just how evil Sakura really is. Naruto smiled. I hope they're not saying anything bad about us, Yakumo shouted. We're talking about strategy, since we're going to be opponents once Sakura and Shino arrive, Naruto replied. Okay, Yakumo smiled. A few moments later, Sakura and Shino arrived. Looks like we're the last ones to arrive, Sakura said, frowning, while Shino looked as indifferent as ever. Kakashi and Kurenai appeared via body flicker technique a moment later, completely calm. All right, guys, it's time to start your tests, so go with your teams, Kakashi said with a smile. Okay, Sakura replied before going to join Naruto and Sasuke, while Shino did the same with his group. Now that you're here, it's time to begin the test. As you know, it's a game of hide and seek. Naruto is looking for Hinata, Sasuke for Yakumo, and Sakura for Shino. For Team 7 to win, they simply have to find their opponent. For Team 8 to win, they have to incapacitate their opponent without being seen. You'll learn soon enough, but not all battles in the shinobi world are easy. Learning to find a hidden opponent and being able to successfully conceal yourself from your adversaries are important skills. Kakashi smiled. Correct, the group acknowledged. All right, Team 8, start hiding. You'll have a 10-minute head start to make things interesting, Kurenai announced. Okay, Team 8 replied before quickly disappearing into the forest. Kakashi and Kurenai watched from a distance. After Team 8 left, Team 7 waited. Now what? Sakura wondered, since they had 10 minutes to plan. Normally she would ask Sasuke, but considering what had been said about Naruto, she was curious to know what he thought. Now we'll prepare some of our own things, Naruto replied with a big smile on his face. What did you have in mind, Naruto? Sasuke asked. Seeing that smile meant Naruto had a plan. A secret weapon, Naruto said with a smile as he slowly began to form hand seals before approaching a curious Sakura. That's it, exclaimed Kurenai, surprised to instantly recognize what Naruto was doing. So that's his plan. Naruto, you really are clever, Kakashi said with a smile. When did he learn Yakumo's Jinjutsu blocker? Kurenai asked, surprised. Yakumo tested his Jinjutsu blocker on Naruto. In fact, Naruto helped Yakumo test most of his best techniques, Kakashi explained, while Kurenai watched, worried by the new situation. Naruto finished his technique before placing a finger on Sakura's neck, pressing briefly. That should help. Naruto smiled as he felt the effect of the block. What have you done to me? Sakura shuddered as she felt a strange sensation upon activating the jutsu. He's a Jinjutsu blocker. They may not have said it clearly, but this is a team exercise as much as an individual one. Shino is one of the most cunning fighters in the group, but that won't matter if you fall for one of Yakumo's Jinjutsu. Trust me, this blocker could be the difference between passing and failing. I see, Sakura said in surprise as Naruto applied the blocker to himself and then to Sasuke. What now? Sasuke wondered, knowing that Naruto had another plan. Team 7, you can leave now, Kakashi said calmly, interrupting the group. Now we'll make this a little more fun. Naruto grinned before using the cross-shaped hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto smiled before sending a group of 5 clones into the forest. Are they real? Sakura asked, surprised. Yes, and they're incredibly useful, Naruto said with a grin before turning to the clones. All right, guys, search and destroy, he ordered. Exactly. The clones smiled before running into the forest. Should we follow them? Sakura wondered. No, give them some time and they'll find our opponents. When they do, they'll scatter. I'll know, and then I'll tell them where to go, Naruto said with a smile. Good, Sasuke said with a smile as Sakura stared at him in disbelief. Between the Jinjutsu blocker and the clones, the test was practically over. This was unreal. The group waited a few minutes, until Naruto shuddered at the sight of his clones disappearing. I found them, Naruto said with a smile. Where are they? Sakura insisted. Shino is to the west, halfway through the forest. Yakumo is to the east, not too far in. As for Hinata, she's in the center of the forest, Naruto said with a smile. So, shall we go? Sasuke smiled as he got ready. Let's go. You may have found his whereabouts, but I still need to locate my partner, Sakura said with a smile. Go ahead. Naruto smiled as Team 7 took off running towards the forest. Did you know I could do that? Kurenai asked angrily. I knew about the clones, but not about the blocker. On one hand, the hardest part is over, but in the end it's up to the others to show what they're capable of. Kakashi smiled. It doesn't matter, Kurenai huffed. The first part of the exam had failed, but, paradoxically, the real exam was about to begin. Sakura and Shino. Upon reaching the forest, Sakura frowned, knowing it would be difficult. This sucks, she thought. She'd been so focused on Sasuke that she'd barely paid attention to her companions. Now she had to hunt down Shino without knowing anything about him. She continued her search for the Aburame, but found nothing. Unfortunately for her, Shino was already in a position to end it all. I had hoped you'd be a little better, considering you were the smartest in the class. However, I'm not impressed, Shino said from behind the hidden paintbrush. Where are you? Sakura shouted, trying to find him. Why would I tell you that, Sakura? This is the hideout, Shino mocked once again. Damn you, Shino, get out of here. Sakura shouted again. If you want me, perfect, but maybe I should introduce you to a friend of mine first, Shino shouted. If you're referring to one of Yakumo's Jinjutsu, it won't work. Naruto used a Jinjutsu blocker on me, and that will ensure my safety, Sakura said with an air of superiority. Fine. I don't need Jinjutsu to defeat you. The friends I'm talking about are a little different, Shino mocked again. What are you? Sakura began, until she found herself surrounded by black insects. What on earth are those? These are Kakachu, the insects that form the basis of my family's techniques. They just wanted to say hello, Shino said, smiling as the insects surrounded Sakura. No. Sakura screamed as insects surrounded her before she could even form a single hand seal. Her defeat was swift and brutal. Sasuke Yakumo. Sasuke smiled brightly as he entered the forest, prepared for what he was sure were Yakumo's illusions. Sorry, Yakumo, but you won't be able to hide for long, Sasuke said with a grin. He felt a slight tingling sensation, proof that Yakumo's Jinjutsu had been blocked. As Sasuke continued onward, Yakumo was surprised to discover that the Jinjutsu Sasuke had entered hadn't worked. That's impossible. How did you stop my Jinjutsu? Yakumo said angrily from a distance. Your boyfriend showed us your Jinjutsu blocker. So I'm protected from your techniques, Sasuke said with a smile. What? Yakumo shouted angrily, but she didn't realize that this revealed her location. Sasuke smiled as he found her. That's right. And now it's time for the hunter to become the hunted. Sasuke performed some hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Sasuke smiled maliciously before launching a series of fireballs in the direction of her voice. He couldn't tell if they hit their target, but he knew Yakumo was finished. Anyway, she wasn't skilled enough to hide from him. Damn it. Why did he have to do that? Yakumo frowned as he left, realizing the hopelessness of his situation. It's obvious. This exercise wasn't meant to test stealth at all, Sasuke said, laughing. Huh. The goal was to expose all our weaknesses. Ours? Yakumo asked, confused. That's right. In your case, Jinjutsu are primarily support attacks, and if they fail, you have practically no offensive capability. Hinata has an attack, but using it without being directly in front of someone is difficult, if not impossible. Sakura. She's weak and she's going to pay dearly for it. Naruto is a monster, but seeing how he fares against someone who can nullify his chakra like Hinata does is a good test. They paired us up because they want me to get used to all kinds of fighters, and as for Shino, I think he got the short end of the stick because Sakura is our partner, Sasuke explained. Yakumo understood the explanation, but something occurred to her. Wait a minute. Naruto already found Hinata the same way he found us. What's the point of him going to see her? Probably so they can have a proper training match. Don't forget, he's never fought Hinata before, Sasuke said with a smile. Or maybe they just wanted an excuse to kiss in private, Yakumo said, frowning. Who knows? Sasuke smiled. Naruto and Hinata. Naruto made his way through the forest to a large clearing where Hinata was waiting for him. You're so unfair, Naruto. Using a Jinjutsu blocker and shadow clones to find us. It would have been so much easier for us another way, Hinata said, pouting. Naruto chuckled at Hinata's pout. but he knew it was the right thing to do. As a shinobi, my job is to support my team. Yakumo might be mad at me later, but oh well. Since we have some time, how about a spar to test our skills? Naruto grinned. Are you going to use your sword or not? Hinata asked curiously. No, that would be unfair. I'll use a couple of jutsus, and that's it. Naruto smiled. Hinata frowned, noticing Naruto's indifference. You're underestimating me, Naruto, but you'll soon realize that's a mistake. Hinata pouted as she struck her pose. Come on, Hinata, Naruto said, smiling before making his signature cross-shaped hand seal, Shadow Clone Jutsu. When 5 Naruto clones appeared, Hinata knew things were about to get interesting. Byakugan, Hinata shouted as her family's dojutsu appeared. Let's get her, guys. Naruto grinned as his clones charged. You should know very well that your clones won't work on me, Hinata said, smiling as she used her Byakugan and some quick movements to take out the clones before the real Naruto's eyes. Yes, but I wanted to see a bit of your fighting style. Now it's time for the real battle, Naruto said, smiling before raising his right hand with 2 fingers extended and the half-ram symbol on his arm. Hidden Mist Jutsu, Naruto shouted. Hinata watched in astonishment as the fog enveloped the forest, blinding her. What the hell? When did you learn a hidden mist technique? You may have seen it all before, Hinata, but not anymore. It's over. Naruto smiled before shouting, exclamation point. Shadow Clone Jutsu. More Narutos appeared, but thanks to the mist, Hinata was trapped. I understand your plan, Naruto, but it won't work. Thanks to my Byakugan, I can still see the outline of your chakra network, and since you'll have to attack me sooner or later, I'll be fine, Hinata said confidently. You'd think so, wouldn't you, Hinata? But you're wrong, Naruto said with a smile. Hinata braced herself for whatever Naruto was up to before being struck by a gust of wind. Ah, Hinata cried out. You may be able to see my chakra network, but I can attack you from a long distance. Now I have the advantage, and I intend to use it, Naruto said from within the mist. Damn it, Hinata exclaimed, feeling completely trapped. From their training matches, she suspected Naruto was a close-range fighter and an expert in Kenjutsu, but apparently that wasn't the case. I'm sorry, Hinata, but it's over, Naruto said through the mist. Hinata was defenseless as Naruto bombarded her with gusts of wind, and soon she collapsed, exhausted. It was a crushing defeat for Hinata, and proof that Naruto was holding back too much. You really are a monster, Hinata said with a smile before fainting. With victory assured, Naruto dispelled the mist surrounding them and approached his fallen opponent. You have no idea, Hina. You have no idea, Naruto replied with a sarcastic smile. Kakashi and Kurenai waited in the middle of the clearing for the teams to return from the tests. Given what had happened, they weren't surprised when Yakumo, frowning, emerged first, accompanied by Sasuke, who maintained a serene expression. Shortly after, Shino carried the unconscious Sakura with his insects and placed her against one of the 3 small wooden posts in the center of the clearing. Looks like it went as planned, Kakashi smiled. Deep down, he'd wanted a picture of Sakura being carried by the insects, but he hadn't been so lucky. Even so, he hoped the girl had learned a brutal lesson at the hands of the insect user. That's right, but I'm surprised Naruto and Hinata are taking so long, Kurenai remarked. Thanks to Naruto's shadow clones, he knew where Hinata was, which meant the challenge was practically over. They shouldn't have taken so long to return. Don't worry, they'll be fine, Kakashi assured Kurenai. Just before Kurenai could reply, Naruto arrived carrying Hinata. To everyone's surprise, Hinata appeared to have been in the middle of a battle. What happened? Kurenai asked nervously. I wanted to see how she'd fare in a fight against me. I won fairly easily, but in her defense, I'm a very difficult opponent for her, Naruto replied before laying Hinata down against another post next to Sakura, who was still unconscious. Kakashi was bursting with pride at his student's effort, who had sent a clone to observe the battles long before the test began. While Naruto's strategy wouldn't work against a more experienced Hyuga, it was perfect for the novice Hinata and would allow her to refresh her knowledge of the clan's techniques. Naruto, can you wake Hinata and Sakura? It's time to tell them the results, Kakashi ordered. Good, said Naruto, shrugging before waking the two girls, who lazily got up and rejoined their respective teams to hear about the consequences of their test. Before deciding whether you passed or failed, I'd like to know if you learned anything from this exercise, Kurenai said diplomatically. Naruto ruined the original plan, so he had to improvise, and it actually turned out quite well. I learned that I'm very weak and that books won't teach me anything about being a ninja, Sakura said sheepishly. She was powerless against Shino, and her status as the weakest of the six was obvious. Even Yakumo, with his frail body, would crush her without the Jinjutsu blocker, and that thought was bitter indeed. I learned that Naruto is truly formidable, Sasuke said with a smile. Although he had trained against Naruto for years and had a vague idea of his teammate's strength, after this brief demonstration, it was clear to him that Naruto was fearsome. I learned that without my Jinjutsu, I'm in trouble, and that Naruto is an idiot, Yakumo said, pouting. She had planned to cast an area of effect Jinjutsu in the forest, and from there, Shino's insects and Hinata's Byakugan would help them quickly eliminate the group. Naruto's block completely ruined her plan, leaving her defenseless. Although, on second thought, she would probably lose against everyone except Sakura if they knew about her Jinjutsu. I learned that long-range jutsus work very well for me if my opponent manages to blind me. Naruto used the hidden mist jutsu against me and I couldn't stop him, Hinata said sheepishly. Do you know the hidden mist jutsu? Kurenai and Sakura asked in amazement. Yes, but that doesn't matter now. My lesson was that it's essential to find the opponent's weakness and exploit it if you're able. Naruto shrugged. Like Sasuke, he hadn't learned much, since he knew Hinata would have a hard time against him. Kurenai frowned before turning to her last student. I would ask you what you learned, Shino, but I suppose, like Naruto, you learned nothing, she said gently. She had heard a lot about Sakura Haruno, and not all of it was good. Seeing her so helpless against Shino didn't sit well with her at all. Luckily, she was Kakashi's burden. That's right, but I'm sure I'll learn a lot in the future, Shino replied respectfully. Well, I'm happy to tell my classmates that they all passed, Kurenai said with a smile. And I say the same about mine, said Kakashi beaming. Huh? How come we all passed? Sakura wondered, having lost spectacularly. Kakashi smiled before speaking first. My test was to see how you would handle a team ambush. Hinata's Byakugan, Yakumo's Jinjutsu, and Shino's insects are perfect for ambush tactics, and understanding how to manage them is fundamental in the ninja world. Disabling the Jinjutsu with the Jinjutsu blocker neutralized the first threat, and Naruto's shadow clones to locate each other's opponents were a brilliant idea. Wouldn't that mean only Naruto passed? Sakura suggested. Yes and no. On the one hand, Naruto was brilliant and graduated with honors. As for you and Sasuke, you could have easily ignored him and moved on without knowing anything. The fact that you were willing to listen to him is an important part of teamwork. After all, I'm aware of your relationship with Naruto from the academy, Kakashi said with a smile. I see, said Sakura, frowning. Next, it was Kurenai's turn, as her team also deserved an explanation. My original test was to see how they would execute the ambush. Would they reveal themselves to anyone other than their target, given that their goal was solely to incapacitate their opponent, or would they wait for their opponent to ignore the others? Unfortunately, Naruto's shadow clones ruined it. I'm sorry, Naruto said shyly, putting a hand to his head. That's good, because I was pleased to see that my students were honest about what they learned. One of the most important things young ninjas need to understand is that the jump from the academy to Genin is enormous, Kurenai admitted. As Kurenai said, this is just the beginning of your journey as a shinobi. Learning to work as a team is vital, but perhaps just as vital is understanding your strengths and weaknesses. Not everyone is good at everything, and knowing where your strengths and weaknesses lie tells you a lot about how you fight and affects how you act as a shinobi. What are your weaknesses, sensei? Sakura asked curiously. Kakashi admitted to being surprised by the question, but a part of him was quite pleased. My weakness is stamina. Because of my fighting style, I can't be in a prolonged battle or I'll be in trouble. The way you fight? Sakura wondered. Yes. Kakashi smiled before removing his eye patch to reveal the Sharingan. Sakura and Shino glanced at Sasuke, but were surprised to see him calm before turning their gaze back to Kakashi. During my ninja career, I became known as Kakashi the Copycat, and I've used this Sharingan to copy hundreds of jutsu. However, the Sharingan exhausts me greatly, so I can't fight for very long. Is it really that tiring? Hinata asked, curious to know if Sasuke would have the same problem. Normally not, but in my case, yes, because of how I obtained my Sharingan. The point is that everyone has weaknesses, and knowing how to overcome them is crucial. Everyone has weaknesses, except Naruto, Yakumo said, pouting. This isn't the time, Yakumo, Naruto said, frowning as he realized she was quite angry with him. Well, Naruto had a weakness, Kakashi said, shrugging, as it wasn't his place to give an opinion and he was trying to remain neutral. I'm confused, Sakura said. Naruto's weakness used to be Jinjutsu, but after working with Yakumo on blocking, that weakness has disappeared, Hinata smiled. Actually, I still have a weakness, Naruto admitted, causing Yakumo to look at him in disbelief. What? You can fight at close and long range, and you even use Kenjutsu. You're incredibly intelligent, so you plan as well as anyone except Shikamaru, and that's saying something. Your stamina is absurd, and you have a healing factor. What weakness could you possibly have? Yakumo exclaimed furiously. Sakura's eyes widened at the news. When Shikamaru suggested that the real Naruto had returned, she wondered what that meant, but it was practically impossible to believe he was that skilled. My weakness is cruelty, Naruto admitted. How can cruelty be a weakness? Yakumo shouted in disbelief. Because as a shinobi, your duty is to defeat your opponent by any means necessary. On the battlefield, it's kill or be killed, and if you don't have the courage to kill, you'll have problems as a shinobi, Kakashi said, causing the children, except for Naruto, to freeze. Kurenai noticed and decided to intervene. Let's stop talking about this depressing subject for now. The good news is that you 6 passed. For Team 7, this is your training ground, but mine will meet at Training Ground 10 starting tomorrow at 9 o'clock. You have the rest of the day free to reflect on what you've learned and improve, Kurenai said calmly. Team 7 will also be meeting here tomorrow at 9 a.m. We'll begin training and working on new strategies for all of you, Kakashi continued. Correct, shouted the joint team before everyone went their separate ways for the day. Scene cut. Naruto returned home with a smile, ready to begin his official training the next day. Upon arriving at the entrance to the compound, he encountered an unexpected guest, Yakumo's uncle Unkai. What a surprise. What brings you to this part of the village? Naruto joked. He had met Unkai and the rest of the Kurama clan when they had helped Yakumo with her powers. The clan owed him a great deal for protecting her, which was why they didn't mind Yakumo spending so much time with him. While he wasn't sure how they would react to the new arrangement, that was something that would be addressed later. I wanted to talk to you about something, Naruto, Unkai said calmly. Then let's go, Naruto said, smiling as he used the blood seals of the compound to enter. After the long walk to the main mansion, they quickly made their way to the living room to talk. Would you like some tea, Unkai, or should we get straight to the point? Naruto asked. Let's talk. I don't want to take up too much of your time. Unkai nodded before sitting down in the small chair located directly in front of the sofa. Okay, Naruto replied, taking a seat on the sofa so he could look directly at Unkai. I want you to remove the seal that weighs on Yakumo's powers, Unkai said bluntly. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. I don't understand why. The seal is designed to slowly fade so Yakumo can get used to its power. That was the agreement I made with the clan when I designed it. Naruto frowned. Yes, but now he's about to become a shinobi. I'm worried that, with the seal affecting his power, he'll have problems, Unkai admitted. The clan generally agreed and allowed Unkai to speak with Naruto, since he got along well with the young man. Naruto sighed because he supposed that could happen even after so long. How about a deal? I'm listening, Unkai replied, intrigued. I will give his sensei a key to unlock Yakumo's full power if the situation requires it. Until then, let the power be released and integrated into his body. That's fine. The clan as a whole just wants to make sure our heir is safe, Unkai said calmly. I understand, Naruto smiled. The clan's concerns had been the reason Yakumo's dream of becoming a shinobi had been cut short before, and now they were showing their unease again. Luckily, this time they had a solution. Well, I'm off. Take good care of Yakumo, Naruto, Unkai said, smiling. I will, Naruto replied firmly. Yakumo was his precious friend, and protecting her had always been his priority. That was easy, but there was another problem that involved them: how to handle their most intimate relationship. Scene cut. Naruto opened his eyes as he got ready, but unfortunately, he was still distracted by Unkai's conversation from the other day. Glancing to his side, he saw Tintin naked, having stayed over as part of the agreement the girls had made just a few days prior. Unlike Hinata and Yakumo, who still wore some clothes when cuddling with Naruto, Tintin slept naked, which always made him uncomfortable for various reasons. These girls are going to be the death of me, Naruto thought as he focused on his morning tension. His first night with Tintin had been different, but when he realized his childhood friend had started sleeping naked between their time at the orphanage and now, it was incredibly difficult for him not to sleep with her. He was so lost in thought that he didn't notice he wasn't the only one awake. Good morning, Naruto, Tintin said with a smile as the sheets disappeared, revealing her completely naked. Her tan skin and dark spots were a sight to behold, and little Naruto wasn't complaining. Good morning, Tintin, Naruto replied before leaning in to kiss her on the lips. They kissed briefly before he pulled away, leaving a trail of saliva. Normally, I polish your sword at this point, but I thought I'd give you some advice as someone who's been in your shoes. I mean, you've officially passed your team's test and all that. Tintin smiled. Sounds good, Naruto replied as Tintin snuggled up to his right side for a while. Starting today, you'll be doing missions, but I'm warning you in advance that most of them are boring. Things like going shopping or random tasks to help the villagers, Tintin replied. Great. I have to help these idiots, Naruto cursed, disgusted by the situation. A year ago, he'd been forced to do the shopping because Gunma was on a mission and had forgotten to restock the pantry before leaving. When he went to pay, he realized they were charging him double, even triple, the price of the same products. Since then, the only places he spent his money were Tintin's adoptive father's store and Ichiraku's, which had instilled in him a deep dislike for almost the entire village. Tintin sighed because she knew why the villagers didn't like her, since she'd been complaining about it for a week. You have no choice, Naruto. If a well-trained Chunin wanted to, they could massacre all the civilians in the village without any problem. Missions serve to remind the villagers that the shinobi are on your side. Okay, but I won't like it, Naruto said with a pout. Of course not. Oh, but there's a mission you definitely need to pay attention to. And that's it. Catching Tora, the cat. She belongs to the daimyo's wife, and she's a nightmare to catch. I swear she's a ninja cat. She's so fast. Tintin sighed. So bad, huh? Naruto wondered. It took my team almost an hour, and that's even with Niji having the Byakugan and Lee being very fast. If you don't have a plan, you'll go crazy, Tintin warned. I'm glad to hear it, Naruto replied with a smile. Tintin glanced at the clock and frowned because it was 7 a.m. Sorry, but I have to go. It's time to meet with my sensei, Tintin said as she walked over to her desk to grab a robe that was there so she could take a shower. See you later, Naruto replied as he watched her leave. Once she was gone, Naruto did the mental exercises he needed to prepare for the day and get rid of his morning tension. Scene cut. Naruto's first day as a ninja was over, and luckily, he'd avoided the dreaded Tora mission. Unfortunately, his other problem remained: how to deal with the girls. Luckily for him, that night was free, and he could relax. Sitting down to dinner with Gunma, Naruto frowned, and his adoptive uncle noticed. What's wrong, Naruto? Don't you think ninja life is all you imagined? Gunma teased. No. Between what Kakashi and Tintin told me, I knew what to expect, but I have another problem. What's that? The girls, Naruto said, frowning. Gunma was a little surprised, since Naruto's small harem wasn't something they talked about very often, if at all. What's wrong? Gunma asked gently. I want to do other things with them, but I feel like if I do it with one, I can't do it with the others, you know? It wouldn't be fair to keep them hanging like that, Naruto admitted. He was sure that all three girls would sleep with him if he confessed his feelings, but things weren't that simple. Gunma was a little puzzled by that, as it reflected Naruto's mindset as a person. So you want to do those things, but you feel like you have to choose one of them, Gunma said calmly. Yes, Naruto replied before making a decision and standing up. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto shouted, and 3 clones appeared. What's going on, Naruto? Gunma wondered. I'm going to take a break and see what happens, Naruto replied before looking at his clones. Go check on Hinata. Go check on Tenten. Go check on Yakumo. Tell the girls I need a break and that I'll be back later, Naruto ordered. He had already sent a clone to give Kurenai the seal for Yakumo's powers, so she would be fine, but perhaps it was best to get away from it all for a while and see how he felt. Correct, the clones replied and left using the Shunshin. Gunma could only observe, as Naruto's decision was clear by now. If he couldn't choose between the girls, he wouldn't choose any of them. Ironically, there was a solution to his problem that Naruto was unaware of, and it would solve it quite easily. However, he wanted to see how things unfolded before revealing it. Naruto, are you sure this is what you want? Gunma asked again. I don't know what I want right now, Uncle Gunma, but I'll find out soon, Naruto replied. Scene cut. A week passed, and unfortunately for Naruto, things didn't improve. The girls proved to be a consolation prize for him, and the lack of intimate satisfaction, coupled with the annoyance of D-rank missions, finally caused him to snap during his last mission. Ironically, the Tora mission that Tintin had warned him about. Kakashi forbade him from using shadow clones, so he had to find the cat on his own, and it proved to be just as annoying as Tintin had warned him. All right, guys, we've located its location, Kakashi said calmly over the radio they used to communicate. I'm fed up with this stupid cat, Naruto growled, clearly annoyed. Naruto, calm down. You've been tense this past week and it's affecting you, Sasuke said nervously. Sasuke's right, Naruto, calm down, Kakashi replied. They both knew Naruto was getting frustrated and looked like he was about to lose his temper. Naruto took a deep breath, just like his 2 friends told him to, and relaxed. I'm fine, Naruto said calmly. Then bring him here, Kakashi replied cautiously. He knew Naruto wasn't well, but they had to make do for now. Naruto approached slowly, but Tora noticed and started to run away, something Naruto wasn't going to allow. That's enough, Tora, Naruto growled, unleashing a wave of murderous fury at the cat. Tora froze, and Naruto, grinning, grabbed him and glared at him, his eyes fixed on him to make sure he didn't escape. Now you're going to be a good kitty and stay here. When we take you back to your master, you're going to behave. Understand, Naruto said coldly. Tora, frightened, relaxed, and Naruto loosened his gaze. A nervous Kakashi arrived quickly and confirmed Tora's identity. We're done here, but Naruto, would you mind giving Tora to me? You seem to have been through a lot, Kakashi said nervously. He could see that Naruto was still somewhat upset, and taking Tora to the daimyo's wife, as he was, might not be the best idea. Naruto noticed Kakashi's nervousness and quickly relaxed. Sure, just give my pay to Uncle Gunma, Naruto said calmly, knowing it was probably in his best interest to relax. Okay, Kakashi replied to the others. Naruto was at his limit and needed to be alone for a while. He hoped nothing bad had happened. Scene cut. Naruto's journey home was fairly uneventful, as the blonde boy managed to calm down. Luckily for him, The villagers left him alone, and he was almost home when he bumped into someone he really disliked. Well, if it isn't Naruto. What have you been doing? Kiba Inuzuka said smugly. For some stupid reason, Kiba decided to confront him without his dog, but Naruto was going to try to avoid the conflict. I don't have time to deal with you right now, dog breath, Naruto growled, trying to get away, but Kiba stepped between him and the danger. No, you're staying right here, Kiba growled. Kiba, you have 5 seconds to let go of me, or we're going to have a problem, Naruto replied, his patience wearing thin. Without Akamaru, Kiba didn't stand a chance against him, and this was going to end badly. Or what? Kiba mocked, which turned out to be a big mistake. Or this, Naruto shouted before swiftly creating a spiral of blue chakra and slamming it into Kiba's stomach, sending him flying. Naruto wanted to use his sword against Kiba, but while saving him from Mizuki, he noticed the armor plate beneath his jacket. However, that wouldn't matter against this technique. Seeing Kiba fly into an empty alley, Naruto used his speed to catch up and slam him inside with a brutal spinning kick. As Kiba crashed to the ground with a thud, a malevolent grin spread across Naruto's face as he approached him with cruel intentions. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on who you ask, a familiar face appeared behind him. That's enough, Naruto. I think you've taught Kiba a good lesson, Yugao said sternly from behind her mask. I'm not so sure, Naruto replied before turning to his mentor with a mischievous grin. Beneath his mask, his concern was evident. Naruto, if you don't stop, I'll be forced to take more drastic measures, Yugao repeated, and Naruto shrugged. He was angry with Kiba, but not angry enough to confront Yugao. Okay, just make sure the dog gets help. I'm sure it needs it. I have to go home. Naruto smiled before disappearing with a shunshin. Yugao approached Kiba and frowned at the extent of his injuries. To think he'd use that against a teammate, she thought worriedly. She'd been on her way to her shift in the Hokage's office when she saw Kiba confronting Naruto. She'd let the situation play out, but it proved to be a grave mistake, revealing that Naruto wasn't well. Someone had to do something, and fast. Kakashi's point of view. After receiving payment from the Hokage for our mission, I dismissed the team so we could relax. Sakura left quickly, as usual, but Sasuke stayed behind. Is Naruto all right? Sasuke asked, and I smiled. Those two were still as close as ever, and it showed in moments like this. When they wondered why Naruto wasn't with them, he said it was a personal matter and not to worry, but Sasuke clearly was. He's a bit upset. He's been a little irritable the last few days, I replied. Irritable was an understatement. Considering he hasn't spent that much time with his daughters, it shouldn't surprise us, Sasuke said with a mocking smile. Yes, but he has his reasons, I replied, aware of what Naruto was facing thanks to Genma. Sasuke was about to say something, but he stopped, which made me look behind me. I turned my head and instantly frowned when I saw Yugao standing in front of us in her ENBU uniform. There has been an incident that I think you should know about, Yugao said from beneath her mask. What kind of incident? I asked, raising an eyebrow. What if Naruto, in a fit of anger, uses that jutsu against Kiba Inuzuka in the middle of the street? Yugao replied, and my frown deepened. Is he all right? I asked nervously, referring to Kiba. That jutsu was one of the 4th Hokage's most powerful tools, aside from the Flying Thunder God technique. If Naruto used it on someone, that person would be lucky if they only suffered minor bruises. The fact that it was Kiba made everything worse, due to his status in the clan. I hoped the situation hadn't reached a point of no return. He's fine. He was wearing armor under his jacket, or it could have been much worse. Right now, he only has a few small scars on his stomach. I breathed a sigh of relief, but the situation was still bad. I suppose someone else is telling the Lord Hokage. Yes, no matter how angry I am, using that jutsu against a comrade is hard to ignore. Okay, I replied before turning to Sasuke. Go home. We'll talk about Naruto later, I said calmly. Right now, we had to get Naruto out of another tight spot, and this one wasn't going to be easy. Yes, Sasuke said nervously, aware that something very bad had happened. I knew today was only going to get worse. An hour later, I stood before the Hokage with Yugao and Gunma, along with Tsum Inuzuka, Kiba's mother. I admit I was surprised by Tsum's understanding, but when she revealed that Kiba had been under house arrest since the incident with Mizuki and had run away on his own, she accepted what had happened. The fact that she was friends with Naruto's mother also meant that she knew Kushina's temperament, which certainly helped. However, the problem of what to do with Naruto remained. His temper is starting to get out of control. I must admit, I never imagined Naruto would be like this, Yugao confessed. The situation with his girls was affecting him. I was going to wait until he became a chunin to recommend it to him, but I think it's time for the CRA, Ganma revealed. We can talk to him when he's calmed down. However, I think another solution is needed to achieve this. One that worked very well for you in your moments of stress, Kakashi, the third Hokage said, causing him to raise his eyebrows. You're not seriously suggesting sending him on a C-rank mission, I exclaimed breathlessly. Yes, I am. D-ranks won't do you any good, and frankly, getting away from the town and its girls will do you good, the third one suggested. I suppose you already have one in mind, Yugao said, raising an eyebrow. Yes, inform your team tomorrow, and we'll see what we can do. I suggest you tell Naruto now, so he understands what's at stake. Also, make sure he knows he won't receive the C-rank reward as punishment for what happened, the third Hokage ordered. I wasn't sure if I agreed with the Hokage, but I would if it meant pulling Naruto out of his depression. Yes, sir, I said calmly. You may leave, the third one said calmly, and we looked at each other before Gunma nodded so I could take care of Naruto. Scene cut. At the end of the day, I headed to the compound to talk to Naruto. It took me a while to find him, but I was surprised to see him meditating in his room. The fact that he was wearing his tracksuit indicated that he had calmed down. Hey Naruto, are you feeling better after taking it out on Kiba? I asked, almost rhetorically. No, I'm better thanks to you, Gao. Oh. Yes. When she said I would have to get involved, I realized it was too much, so I decided to meditate. Kakashi could see Naruto's calmness, and now the question was what to do next. Well, I have good news and bad news for you, I said with a calm expression. I have a feeling that bad news should come second, Naruto said sarcastically. Well, the good news is that you have a C-rank mission tomorrow, so prepare accordingly. Naruto looked at me with a raised eyebrow. Are you telling me this now? Naruto asked. Yes, because I wanted to make sure you were in your right mind. Regardless of your feelings for him, you used the Rasengan against Kiba Inuzuka. If his mother hadn't been friends with yours, things could have ended very badly for you. I lectured you. Okay, I'm sorry, and tell Uncle Gunma too. He wasn't going to apologize to Kiba because the fool deserved it, and he'd already warned him several times. Sure, but that doesn't matter right now. You need to relax, Naruto, and whatever your situation is with your girls, you have to sort it out. I know, and I will, but I needed some time alone to do it. I'll talk to them when we get back, Naruto replied. All right, now go back to your meditation, I said calmly before leaving Naruto. He wasn't feeling well, but I hoped this mission would give him the clarity he so desperately needed. Hinata's point of view. All right, guys, you can leave, Kurenai-sensei said calmly. Okay, our group announced, but I focused my attention on Yakumo, and she looked at me at the same time. Hey, Yakumo, I have an errand to run. Would you mind coming with me? I asked calmly. Message. Yes, I need to talk to someone about my kunai, I said calmly. Yakumo's eyes widened before he smiled back at me. Okay, I could use some new kunai too. Yakumo replied, and despite my mentor's strange look, Yakumo and I left. The mention of the kunai was a clue that led us to Tenten, the third girl Naruto was involved with, and luckily Yakumo understood. I haven't seen Naruto in a week, and he told me he'd told everyone else the same thing. As we walked through the village, we overheard some unpleasant murmurs. Did you hear the news? That little demon brat beat the crap out of that Inuzuka guy with some weird technique that left a scar on his stomach even under his armor, a civilian said quietly. A quick glance at Yakumo was enough for us both to agree that we should hurry to see Tenten. I don't know why, but Naruto was called the demon brat, and the Inuzuka boy was clearly referring to Kiba. Something had happened between them, and I didn't know what it was, but it couldn't be anything good. Arriving quickly at the blacksmith shop, I was pleased to see Tenten sitting at the counter. When she saw the two of us, she frowned, probably knowing what was going on. "Hey, Dad, I have friends at home. I'm going to my room," Tenten shouted. "Okay, I'll take care of it while you talk," Tenten's father said hoarsely from out of sight. "Let's go to my room," Tenten said calmly, and Yakumo and I followed her. We didn't take long to find her room, and when we entered, I certainly didn't see what I imagined a girl's room to be like. "I'm starting to understand why we all go to Naruto's house," Yakumo joked. "I was never very feminine," Tenten admitted. "With all the blacksmithing tools in the room, I honestly would have thought it was a boy's room, and I can only imagine what her room must have been like at first." "Well, we can make fun of your room later. How about we talk about the topic we all avoid?" I said coldly. "Are you saying that Naruto suddenly doesn't want to talk to us?" Yakumo asked calmly. "Yes, that's it," I replied. "It's pretty obvious to me what's going on," Tenten said, much to my surprise. "So you want to tell us what's going on?" Yakumo huffed in annoyance. "Naruto is worried about what will happen next. As our relationship deepens, it becomes much harder to navigate certain situations," Tenten said frankly. "I should have known," I groaned. "We all knew we could do what we did because, for the most part, it was innocent. Being intimate was another story, because of the responsibility it entailed and because Yakumo and I were heiresses, in my case, a significant one." "Well, I guess that tells you what kind of person Naruto is. I can't imagine what Kiba would do in this situation," Tenten said, rolling her eyes. "We know exactly what he'd do. He'd sleep with all of us and brag about it without caring about the circumstances. Naruto is too good for that, but that's why he's going crazy," Yakumo said bitterly, something I agreed with. "I think if we talk to Yugao, maybe she can help us. Since she's friends with my sensei, it shouldn't be too difficult," Hinata said with a smile. Explaining to Kurenai why she needed to meet with Yugao wouldn't be fun, but she had no other choice. "Perfect," Yakumo and Tenten agreed. Naruto had supported us, and now it was his turn. Normal viewpoint. With the first rays of sunlight, Naruto woke up calmly and prepared for his first mission. After a quick shower, he put on his armor and grabbed his sword and went downstairs for breakfast. Gama was waiting for him there and noticed that Naruto was much calmer than before. "Ready for your big day?" Gama joked. "Yes, Uncle Genma, and I'm sorry about yesterday," Naruto replied. Genma was pleased that Naruto had returned to normal. "If you want a solution to your problems, I have it, but you have to complete your first C-rank mission. Consider it a reward, since you won't be paid." "Sounds good, Uncle Genma," Naruto smiled. "I hope what happened yesterday isn't a regular occurrence. There's a limit to what we can do for you, Naruto." Naruto's eyes widened. "Understood, Uncle Genma, thank you. Tell Yugao I apologize as well." Naruto smiled brightly. "I will," Gunma replied, and Naruto took it as a sign to leave. It was time for his first C-rank mission, and he had to be up to the task. Naruto, beaming, stood with his team behind Kakashi as they made their way to the Hokage, ready for the day's events. Naruto was excited to have received a C-rank mission, and he knew that Sasuke, in particular, would relish the opportunity to test himself. "So, Lord Hokage, what mission have you entrusted to us?" Kakashi asked calmly, concealing his own excitement. "Due to your team's success in D-rank missions, I have decided to assign you a C-rank mission," the third revealed, much to the surprise of the group and Irika. "Hokage, they've only been shinobi for a week. I know Naruto was holding back during his time at the academy and that Sasuke is very skilled, but it's too soon for them to be C-rank," Irika protested, much to Naruto's displeasure. "Let me get this straight, sensei. You knew I was holding back, but you trusted me enough to let it go, and now you want to question things. Naruto replied, trying to calm himself down. Irika shuddered, as he was a bit silly. Naruto, Irika began to say before Kakashi interrupted him. Listen, Irika, I've been training with Naruto since he was 6, and he and Sasuke have been training partners for 3 years. I know what they're capable of, and I promise you they're ready, Kakashi said. Okay, Irika said, pouting as he realized there was nothing to discuss. The third man smiled, pleased that everything had gone well. Let Tazuna in, he ordered. A few moments later, an old man entered. He had gray hair, glasses, and wore a black V-neck tank top, an obi, black pants, sandals, a towel around his neck, and a pointed straw hat. However, it wasn't his appearance that caught Naruto's attention. Oh my god, this guy's drunk. Naruto cursed inwardly. The man reeked of alcohol, and he was sure Sasuke and Kakashi had noticed the same thing. This is Tazuna from the Land of Waves. Your mission is to escort him home and protect him from bandits and the like, the third one said calmly. This is the equipment that protects me. They don't look like much, Tazuna said disdainfully. Keep telling yourself that, you old drunk, Naruto retorted, finding the man's lack of faith just as irritating as Irika's. That's enough, Naruto, Kakashi scolded before turning his attention to the others. Team 7, meet me at the East Gate in 1 hour. Prepare for a long mission, Kakashi ordered. Correct, the group shouted. Scene cut. Naruto headed for the door, ready to leave. I can't explain it, but something smells fishy about this mission, Naruto thought. I guess you're not referring to the old man's constant smell of alcohol, the fox thought. Yes, if I remember correctly, the Land of Waves is just a simple fishing village. There's no reason this old man would need ninjas for anything, Naruto replied. From the moment the third Hokage explained the mission, Naruto had a bad feeling and decided to bring his sword for added safety. Wait, Naruto, a voice shouted, much to his surprise. Turning around, he saw Hinata Yakumo and Tintin running towards him. Hey girls, Naruto asked, visibly confused as to why they were there. Yugao told us you were going on a C-rank mission, and we wanted to see you before you left, Hinata said, still breathing heavily. The other girls seemed to be in the same state, but Hinata was the first to speak. Naruto understood, but it wasn't the right time. Although I'd love to talk, I have to go, he said reluctantly. As he turned to leave, he was surprised when Tintin stepped in front of him, blocking his path. Naruto, you're not going to get away with this so easily, Tintin said sternly. Tintin, Naruto frowned before feeling Hinata hug him from behind and hold him tightly. Naruto, please wait a moment. C-rank missions are dangerous, and I don't want our last memory of you to be you saying you need a break, Hinata said as tears streamed down her cheeks. You're right, Tintin continued before approaching and hugging him. I have a feeling I know what's bothering you, but right now that doesn't matter. We just want to show him our love before his first big mission, Tintin said gently. How unfair, there's no room for me. Yakumo pouted. They really do care, Naruto thought. Seeing that he was busy with the others, he nudged Tintin and Hinata aside, which they did, before turning to Yakumo with open arms. Yakumo took the opportunity to run into his arms and snuggle against his chest before Naruto lifted his chin with his right hand. Is this better? Naruto asked gently. Yes, Yakumo replied before leaning in to kiss Naruto, who gladly returned the kiss. They kissed for a minute before Yakumo pulled away. My turn, Hinata said happily before quickly taking Yakumo's place, and, just like Kurama's heir, swapping tongues with Naruto for a minute. Saving the best for last, huh? Tintin smiled sarcastically. Come here, Tintin, Naruto replied before turning around so Tintin could have her moment, which she did before walking away. When you return from this mission, and you'd better return, we're going to resolve all of this, Tintin said firmly before beating her chest and moving alongside Yakumo and Hinata. Understood, Naruto replied before heading for the door, with his 3 girls watching him. He soon found his team, and the mission began. I'm glad you could come, Naruto. Would you mind explaining why you're late? Kakashi asked in a somewhat rhetorical tone. A few lovely ladies wanted to wish me luck, Naruto replied, causing Kakashi and Sasuke to smile, as they both knew what he meant. Well, let's go, said Kakashi cheerfully, and the group set off. Scene cut. For the ninjas, reaching the wave would take a few hours, but due to their encounter with Tazuna, the journey would be prolonged for several days. Therefore, the group camped halfway to rest. Naruto and Sasuke shared a tent, Sakura hers, and Kakashi stayed with Tazuna in the third. After dinner, it was time to relax, and the two boys reflected on what had happened. To think we've come this far, Naruto said with a smile as they sat down in the tent. Yes, it's a shame we only got this because of your tantrum the other day, Sasuke said with a mocking smile. How did you know that? Naruto shuddered, as he thought it was a secret. Kakashi told me, since he is my advisor, now that I have gotten rid of those two old bastards, Hamura and Kohu, Sasuke frowned. Who? Naruto replied, confused. Approximately 1 month after Itachi massacred my clan, Hamura and Kohu, the Hokage's two advisors, contacted me. They wanted to help me cope with my new situation, and I agreed to appoint them as my advisors. It turns out they're greedy harpies who have no real power, but they use their past relationship with the Hokage to influence matters. Sasuke frowned. That sounds brutal, Naruto said, shuddering. Gama had been his advisor for a long time, so he didn't have to deal with that kind of thing. Yes, they tried to steal most of my fortune before Kakashi found out and stopped them. Now he's my advisor and sensei, which is great. That's tough, but at least you're on the right track. For now, I just want to focus on this strange mission. So you find it strange too? Sasuke asked. Yes, of course. The old drunk is hiding something. I agree. Well, let's stay focused and watch out for anything strange. Okay, but you should rest a bit now, since Kakashi will be coming to get my watch very soon, Naruto replied. Actually, it's about time for your shift, but I couldn't help but overhear your conversation, Kakashi said from outside. Which part? Naruto asked curiously. Everyone agrees there's something fishy about this mission. Be ready tomorrow, guys, because I have a feeling your stench will be the least of our problems soon, Kakashi warned. Well, for now, you two rest. I'll take over the watch, Naruto said calmly as he went out to do his shift, leaving Kakashi and Sasuke to rest. Naruto found a small clearing from where he could see everything around him and gaze at the moon. So what do you think the old man is hiding? Asked the fox. I don't know, but we'll find out tomorrow, Naruto grumbled as he continued his watch. Part of him wanted to explore the area, but he decided against it for now. Scene cut. The next morning, the group was ready and prepared, and Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi knew they had to be ready for anything. Naruto and Sasuke went ahead so they could talk without the old drunk overhearing them. Did you scout the area? Sasuke asked. With the shadow clones, it was a simple task. No. If someone was waiting to ambush us, I didn't want to provoke them. Recklessness is the last thing we need, Naruto replied calmly. Clever. Though we'll soon find out, Sasuke replied. They were approaching a point far enough from the village that someone could ambush them without encountering any leaf ninja, and that was where the mission truly began. Hey, Tazuna, what do you do that's so important? Sakura asked bluntly, to everyone's surprise. What's that supposed to mean? Tazuna scoffed. The land of waves isn't a big place at all, and you're not a nobleman. What makes you so special that bandits would even consider attacking you? Sakura wondered. Perhaps there is still hope for you, Sakura, Naruto thought to himself, and Sasuke felt equally pleased. Don't worry, Sakura. He's our client, and that's all that matters, Kakashi replied sternly, ruining the plan. Damn it, Kakashi. Naruto and Sasuke cursed inwardly, but they both noticed a sigh of relief from the old man. An hour later, the first sign that something was wrong appeared, a puddle in the middle of the road. It hadn't rained in weeks, and a quick glance between Naruto and Sasuke revealed that they both knew what that meant. It wasn't just any puddle, and the question was, who was waiting for them? They were sure Kakashi had noticed it too, and all three of them were ready. Hey, old man, are there any ninjas in the land of waves? Naruto asked just as he walked past the puddle, stamping his foot a few inches away from it. No, there are no brats. We're just a fishing village, Tazuna replied. I see. In that case, how did you arrive safely in Konoha? We're protecting you from the bandits, but they could easily have attacked you along the way. Naruto smiled maliciously, paralyzing the old man. I guess I was lucky, Tazuna replied nervously. Kakashi wanted to intervene, but this time Sasuke spoke first. He's right. If you weren't in danger leaving the village, but were on your way back, that doesn't make any sense. Sasuke continued. The old man was sweating profusely, and they cornered him. Sakura's eyes widened as she overheard her companion's conversation, and she couldn't help but chime in. Come on, girls. You're making it sound like the person the old drunk is worried about doesn't care that you left the land of waves, but actually doesn't want you to come back. Part of Kakashi was furious that his team hadn't allowed the ambush, but it was too late to do anything. You're absolutely right, Sakura, but we don't need to ask the old man. We can ask the ninja hiding in that puddle, Kakashi shouted, letting his opponents know they were exposed. At that moment, two figures slowly emerged from the water, ready to fight. The siblings wore identical gray suits with attached gauntlets and were prepared for combat. Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Naruto shouted before clasping his hands together in a half-charged stance. Suddenly, a circular seal bearing the symbol of lightning appeared beneath the two men, and bolts of lightning shot up from the ground. Since they were still soaked, the electrical discharge caused them serious damage. That must hurt, Sasuke said with a grimace of pain as the two men convulsed before instantly fainting. What on earth was that? Sakura exclaimed breathlessly, for she had never seen anything like it. It's a lightning trap seal. I'm terrible at using lightning chakra for most jutsu, but I can concentrate a decent amount into a seal that would electrocute those guys the moment they touched it. I activated it as I passed by the puddle, and since they were hiding in the water, it caused them serious damage, Naruto said with a chuckle. His trap seals were something he kept hidden from people and constituted his secret weapon. Kakashi was bursting with pride at the ruthlessness Naruto had shown and knew exactly who his student had just defeated. You just took down two C-rank criminals with a single hand seal. Well done, Naruto, Kakashi exclaimed with satisfaction. The two men Naruto had defeated were known as the Demon Brothers, and they were no easy opponents for anyone. Let's tie these guys up, and then we'll deal with the elephant in the room, Naruto said coldly before turning to the old man. Or rather, the rat, Naruto added with a malicious grin. I'm supposed to be the one giving the orders, but you're right, Kakashi admitted before tying up Demon Brother with a rope. Naruto approached and used another seal to ensure they wouldn't move, as they still had their weapons. Despite how easily they were defeated, both were C-rank ninjas. Now that we're done with these two, it's time you told us what's really going on, Kakashi said sternly, turning to Tazuna. Tazuna knew he couldn't get out of this by lying. It's because I hold the future of the land of waves in my hands, Tazuna said solemnly. And why is that? Sasuke scoffed, finding the idea ridiculous. Currently, the land of waves is under the control of a man named Kat. Are you referring to the tycoon Gato? Kakashi asked. Tazuna could only nod. Same here. A few years ago, Gato came to town and, with the help of some thugs he hired, took control. Since then, he has ruled the land of waves with an iron fist, and anyone who opposed his actions was brutally silenced. How horrible! Sakura exclaimed in a whisper as Sasuke and Naruto's anger grew by the second. That's right. Waveland is a port city, and since Gato controls the ports, nobody can do anything without his knowledge, at least until I started working on my bridge. A bridge? Sasuke asked. That's right. I'm in charge of building a bridge that connects the land of waves to the mainland in the hopes of freeing Gato's people, and that's why he's chasing me, Tazuna explained. Kakashi's expression was somber, for the situation was unpleasant. Tazuna, while I understand your problem, the truth is you lied to us. This isn't a C-rank mission, but an A-rank due to the involvement of ninjas. Yes, I know, but the Land of Waves is poor thanks to Gato's greed. There was no way I could afford an A-rank mission, Tazuna protested. Now it all makes sense. Gato let you go because he knew that if you did, there was little chance you'd come back, Naruto growled. What do you mean by Naruto? Sakura wondered. In the shinobi world, there are very few rules for assigning missions, and Tazuna broke rule number 1. Don't lie. Ninjas are assigned to missions based on client information, and if the client lies, you could find yourself in a situation like this, with ninjas dealing with a mission that's way over their head, Naruto explained. I had no other choice. Thanks to Gato, I was barely able to scrape together enough money for this mission. That's true, but that doesn't change the fact that you lied. Who knows how much danger you put my students in? Kakashi said angrily. He was deeply torn between the affection he felt for 2 of his students and his understanding of the difficult situation in the Land of Waves. In that case, how about we reach an agreement? Naruto suggested, realizing the problem Kakashi was facing and offering a solution that would work for everyone. What did you have in mind, Naruto? Kakashi asked. We still have those 2 captured and ready to interrogate, and I'm sure you've learned some genjutsu that would make them more likely to talk. If they give us a rough idea of who Gato's allies are, we can determine the true extent of the danger. Gato probably assumed he would fail and that the Demon Brothers would be enough to handle what comes up on a C-rank mission. If he only has them, we're fine. If he has more, we can find out and be better prepared. But what if he has much more planned for us? Sakura asked nervously. We're calling for backup, obviously, Naruto said, shrugging his shoulders. I agree with Naruto. We accept this mission, whether it's true or not. And if we complete it, the old man will pay the price, not only for us, but for all the other forces as well. The Land of Waves is valuable if we manage to reactivate it, Sasuke said. Okay, but only because you say so, Sasuke, Sakura conceded. Naruto and Sasuke chuckled before nodding to their teacher. I don't like it, but it's okay. We defeated the Demon Brothers fairly easily, and that's the only reason I'm willing to do this, Kakashi replied. Thank you. Tazuna sighed, knowing he had escaped a close call. Don't thank us yet, old man. If you've really messed things up, we might still abandon you. Now, if you don't mind, I need to get a leak, Naruto replied before disappearing into the bushes. Naruto. Sakura blushed. Oh my god, Sasuke exclaimed, laughing. While Naruto went to the bathroom, Kakashi interrogated the Demon Brothers. Scene cut. Naruto, smiling, returned from his leak and found Kakashi frowning. What did I miss? Naruto asked nervously. Well, there's good news and bad news. The good news is that Gato only has 1 other ninja at his service. The bad news is that it's Zabuza Momochi. I see, Naruto cursed inwardly. Whose Zabuza Momochi is it? Sakura wondered. Zabuza Momochi is an A-rank ninja known as the Demon of the Hidden Mist, and if you knew the history of the Hidden Mist, you would understand what kind of monster he is, Kakashi said calmly. What story? Sakura wondered. The Hidden Mist Village was known as the Village of the Bloody Mist because, to graduate from its academy, you had to kill a classmate, Naruto explained, making Sakura pale. And it gets worse. Zabuza didn't just kill 1 student, he killed them all. How? How can a person do that? Sakura exclaimed breathlessly. Without a doubt, the cruelty Zabuza displayed was common among shinobi of that era. We're much more relaxed now, but there's no question that shinobi like that still exist. When I was your age, I fought in wars, and Zabuza is from my time, Kakashi said calmly. I see, Sakura said, her eyes wide. The ninja world was truly terrifying, and she would soon find out. Well, let's get going. We don't know when Zabuza will arrive, but I have no doubt that we'll encounter him soon, Kakashi replied. Correct, shouted Team 7. Scene cut. Reaching the Village of Waves was relatively easy, although, given Tezuna's friend's reluctance to help, it was clear that very few believed in Tezuna and his mission. The group was walking through a forest when Naruto had a bad feeling. Someone was watching them, but he didn't know who or what it was. It wasn't murderous intent, just curiosity. Watch out, they're watching us, Naruto warned. Are you sure? Sakura asked nervously. Yes, it's me, and I say let's say hello, Naruto shouted, reaching into his pocket and throwing a kunai towards some nearby bushes. Seeing that no one jumped, Naruto ventured into the bushes, glancing away from his teammates for a moment to crouch down and check what his kunai had hit. To his surprise, it was a white rabbit, which he then brought to the team. A rabbit? I can't believe it, Sakura exclaimed. Well played, Zabuza. Well played, Naruto thought. Come out, Zabuza. I know you're hiding somewhere, Naruto shouted. Naruto, what are you? Sakura began to say until a figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the road they were driving on. Impressive. How did a brat discover me? Zabuza Momochi said hoarsely. Zabuza was a tall, noticeably muscular man with light grayish skin, short, spiky black hair, dark brown eyes, and thin eyebrows. He was shirtless, but wore blue pants with vertical stripes held up by a belt and cowprint wrist and leg warmers. On his back, he carried a sheath for his sword, which was currently concealed. This rabbit's fur is white, which is practically impossible unless it was raised indoors. I suppose you raised it to use as a replacement jutsu. Zabuza raised his eyebrows at the comment and smiled. That's right. And is that a sword I see on your back? I can't imagine there are many genin in Konoha who would want to wield one, Zabuza said curiously. No, and although I'd love to duel you, I'm afraid it would be a terrible idea for both me and my team. You know, you being a legendary swordsman, Naruto admitted. Zabuza chuckled. That's right, and now that I understand, how about we make a deal? You give me the bridge builder, and I'll let you go. I'll pass, Naruto said with a mocking smile, as an idea occurred to him. How about this offer? After I get rid of this little guy, you'll face us. If you're so sure of yourself, let's see what you're made of. Naruto, are you crazy? Sakura shouted. That's fine by me. It's not like you can win and I find you funny, Zabuza said, laughing. Thank you, Naruto replied before disappearing into the bushes. He returned a few minutes later and his team was ready. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, protect the bridge builder. I'll take care of Zabuza, Kakashi ordered. That sounds good to me, Sasuke agreed, and he, Sakura, and Naruto formed a protective team around the bridge builder, with Naruto in front while Sakura and Sasuke formed a triangle around him. Zabuza drew his sword, which resembled a butcher's knife with a circular hole at the top. It's an honor to face Kakashi of the Sharingan, Zabuza said before raising his hands. Oops, Naruto shouted before quickly forming hand seals, knowing he only had a little time before this got annoying. Hidden Mist Jutsu, Zabuza shouted, but just as the mist began to form, Naruto finished. Wind Style, Breakthrough, Naruto shouted before dispersing the newly formed mist. I'd be facing a Wind Style user, Zabuza growled. That meant his Hidden Mist Jutsu was useless, and the fight would now be much more troublesome. You should focus on me, Zabuza, Kakashi shouted, taking the opportunity to kick Zabuza in the exposed stomach, sending him sliding backward. You'll pay for this, Kakashi, Zabuza warned as he began forming hand seals. If the Hidden Mist technique didn't work, he would attack in another way. Water Style, Water Dragon Jutsu, Zabuza shouted as he formed a water dragon to attack. Unfortunately, his opponent had the same idea. Shall we begin, Zabuza? Water Style, Water Dragon Jutsu, Kakashi shouted as he began to form his own attack. Incredible! It's like looking in a mirror, Sakura exclaimed in disbelief. That's the point. A mastered Sharingan is capable of mimicking an opponent's movements and gestures to the point of being a mirror image, Sasuke said, happy to see the Sharingan in action. Yes, but even if you copy the jutsu, it won't do you any good if you don't have the skill to use the same technique at a similar level to the person you're copying. Water style is to the hidden mist village what fire style is to us, and the fact that that sensei was able to face Zabuza demonstrates his ability, Naruto continued. Now what? Sakura wondered as the two high-level shinobi faced off. Zabuza countered every move. We'll wait. We can't get involved in this fight unless something stupid happens or it harms the sensei, Naruto said, frowning. Hidden mist jutsu, Zabuza yelled, causing Naruto to curse. So, Sasuke said with an expressionless face. Yes, said Naruto, pouting as he went over the hand seals. Not this time, brat, Zabuza growled, appearing in front of him with his sword ready to attack. Damn it, Sasuke cursed as he quickly grabbed the bridge builder and Sakura and moved out of the way, but Naruto wasn't so lucky, as he was still doing his hand seals. No, Kakashi shouted as Zabuza cut Naruto's stomach. Bad move, Zabuza, Naruto said with a smile as he vanished in a puff of smoke and a glowing seal with the word paralyze appeared in front of him. Damn it, Zabuza exclaimed in surprise. Before he could say anything, a powerful electric shock struck the rogue ninja. As the Kiri ninja screamed in pain, a gust of wind dispelled the mist, and Naruto reappeared from the bushes, leaving the area. I never imagined my trap clone jutsu would work so well, Naruto said happily. Trap clone, Zabuza groaned as the electricity still coursed through him. It wasn't over, but with the electricity, he wasn't going anywhere yet. That's right. The hand seals I made right before you attacked weren't for the great breakthrough, but for a replacement jutsu that substituted me with a trap clone. When did you install that? Zabuza cursed. The rabbit, Sakura exclaimed, shocked. Yes, when you let me move the rabbit, I took the opportunity to secretly make the clones before returning. I figured you'd use the water style, so having a clone with an electric trap was perfect. It didn't work as well as it did with the Demon Brothers, but oh well. How clever, Zabuza coughed. He should have suspected something was wrong when the brat wouldn't let go of the rabbit, but Zabuza had been overconfident. The situation worsened when Kakashi approached. It's all Zabuza's fault. Are you going to give up, or do I have to use more force? Kakashi frowned, his gaze threatening to kill him, as he approached Zabuza. Zabuza had attacked Naruto, and Kakashi wouldn't forgive him. Do your UGHH. Zabuza growled as two Senbon needles suddenly struck his neck. What the hell? Sasuke growled, and instantly a new figure appeared before them. Her black hair was tied in two buns with white elastics, and a porcelain mask framed her face. She wore a green haori with white trim, a brown sash, and a matching skirt, with strappy sandals similar to the haori. It was impossible to miss the symbol of the hidden mist on her forehead protector. Thank you very much for making my job easier, she said in a voice that hinted at her gender but betrayed her youth. You're welcome, but what's an elite tracking ninja from the village hidden in the mist doing here? Kakashi frowned. Tracker ninja? Sakura wondered. Think of them as our version of ANBU Special Operations. Their job is to deal with rogue ninjas, Kakashi replied. That's right. I'll take Zabuza right now, the person replied. Sure, but I wonder why you waited until we dealt with him before showing up. Your help would have been useful, Naruto said, frowning. Allying with enemy ninjas without knowing the situation is foolish. Besides, against someone like Zabuza, my Senbon won't do me much good, the person replied. All right, we have to go now, so take good care of him, Kakashi replied calmly, appreciating the logic used by the ninja even though he didn't like the intrusion. Of course, the person replied before grabbing Zabuza and leaving the group alone. Phew, that was close, Sakura said with relief now that the battle was over. Yes, but if you don't mind, I need to collapse now, Kakashi grumbled before falling to the ground. Sensei, Sakura shouted as she and Tazuna went to grab him, but Sasuke and Naruto remained calm. Hey Naruto, do you know how Kakashi got his Sharingan? Sasuke asked. Yes, I know, but I can tell you it's not what you have in mind, Naruto replied. Yes, I have a strong feeling that we've been deceived, Sasuke replied. Oh, we were definitely tricked, but we'll worry about that when the sensei is ready, Naruto confirmed. Okay, Sasuke replied as Sakura approached her teacher. They both knew this was just the beginning, and neither of them liked it. Scene cut. Kakashi, now awake, sat up to greet his team after they had arrived safely at the village of Waves. They were staying with Tazuna, his daughter Tsunami, and his grandson Inari. Well, we made it to the village of Waves, Kakashi replied sarcastically. What a shame we were lucky, said Naruto. Naruto, Sakura scolded. No, Sakura, Naruto is right. Zabuza is very much alive, Kakashi said, frowning, while Naruto and Sasuke remained calm. But how? You yourself said that the ninjas would take care of him, Sakura said, surprised. Yes, but only if you were a real tracking ninja, Kakashi revealed. Huh? Sakura exclaimed, her mouth agape. That ninja worked with Zabuza. I suppose he's a sort of ally who helps him out when Zabuza gets into trouble. It's a brilliant strategy, since there aren't many shinobi who could defeat him in fair combat without suffering serious injuries. They'd be too exhausted to even question the ninja's worth, Kakashi explained. In fact, he himself would have questioned him if Zabuza hadn't put him to such a rigorous test. I see. So what do we do now? Sakura asked nervously. We'll train. I'll be ready by tomorrow, and it's a great opportunity for you to catch up, Sakura, Kakashi said with a bittersweet expression on his face. Right. Sakura sighed. Naruto and Sasuke were much stronger than her, and she needed to catch up to them quickly. That sounds good to me, but there's a problem, Sasuke said. Huh? Sakura asked, confused. Kakashi sat up, realizing the same thing. Sasuke's right. Where's your true self, Naruto? Kakashi glared at the calm blonde. What do you mean, sensei? Sakura asked, confused. The Naruto you have in front of you is a shadow clone, and I know this because of what he did when Zabuza attacked him, Kakashi explained. Are you referring to the trap he set? Yes. He never uses hand seals in active combat, and that's especially true in the case of the replacement jutsu. His fighting style implies that he doesn't need them, Kakashi said, frowning. Naruto glanced shyly at the group before smiling. He'd been caught, and there was nothing he could do. The boss is investigating on his own, the clone admitted. Kakashi sighed, knowing Naruto was the troublesome type, though he rarely acted on it out of respect for those who had helped him as a child. All right, but make sure the real Naruto knows he'll have to deal with me later, Kakashi warned. Understood, the clone replied. He couldn't disappear until later, since the family knew he was there. Hopefully, the real Naruto would be all right until then. Unknown area. The real Naruto was perfectly fine, but he found himself in an interesting situation. After moving the rabbit to a safer location and releasing it, he decided to follow it while sending a shadow clone into battle, as he had a strange theory about the animal's origin. He thought someone like Zabuza would never use a rabbit and assumed it belonged to one of Zabuza's comrades. He discovered the rabbit was surprisingly fast, but thanks to Tora's mission, he was able to track it without much difficulty. They eventually arrived at what he assumed was Gado's compound and watched as the rabbit shot up a wall and stopped in front of a slowly opening window. Normally, Naruto would have been impressed, but he put that impression aside to climb the wall and catch the rabbit just as it opened the window and fell into the room, before using a scaled-down version of the paralysis seal to immobilize it. After observing the place for a moment, he wasn't impressed at all. The room was a simple bedroom, painted a rather dull gray, with a dresser facing the window and a bed to its right. The door was on the left, and on the opposite wall, there was a small wardrobe with a single gray door that concealed its contents. It was certainly clever to have arranged the room this way, as it meant that if someone managed to sneak in through the window, Zabuza's partner could attack from a blind spot. Once his task was complete, he opened the wardrobe just enough to put the rabbit inside and transformed into it before entering the cage. And now we wait, Naruto thought. Finally, Naruto waited 15 minutes until the door opened and a person entered. Their attire reminded him of the Kiri tracking unit, which he'd heard about when he'd asked Yugao about the ANBU or equivalent units of the other villages. He couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman because of the mask, but since it was his room, he'd soon find out. The person approached him, still wearing the mask, before opening the cage. "I'm impressed, Ninja Master. I didn't think anyone could track my little chappie all the way to our hideout." Damn it, Naruto cursed inwardly, as his plan was failing and he had no idea why. As Naruto and the disguised ninja continued staring at each other, Naruto panicked. How the hell did they already figure me out, he thought. His execution and his plan had been perfect, and within seconds of entering the room, he'd been discovered. That shouldn't have been possible. In case you're wondering how I know you're not my little chappie, it's because of the open window. As you probably already know, I raised Chappie to be my replacement, but I decided to take extra precautions. When we arrive somewhere new and settle in, I go over possible scenarios with her in case someone follows her. In this particular case, Chappie was supposed to close the window when we got back home, and since it's still open, I know you're not my Chappie. I can't believe I missed it. Naruto cursed, because if the rabbit could open the window, it could obviously close it too. If you're afraid I'll kill you, don't worry. I'm very fond of Chappie, and since I don't smell any blood in the room, I assume she's still alive. If you tell me where she is, I'll let you go and act as if nothing happened, the ninja said disdainfully. Yeah, right. You're working with Zabuza. Why should I trust you? Naruto scoffed inwardly. The ninja realized that whoever was transformed into a rabbit wasn't going to give up easily. Looks like I need to give you a reason to rebel, the ninja replied before surprising Naruto by loosening his hair ties, revealing long, black hair. Then he removed his mask, revealing a kind face with large gray eyes. So Zabuza's partner is a girl, and a very pretty one at that, Naruto thought. Her face was androgynous, but the absence of an Adam's apple gave it away completely. So, Mr. Ninja, since I've decided to show myself, will you do the same? The girl replied mischievously. To hell with it. I still have a few tricks up my sleeve, Naruto thought before jumping to the ground and reverting to his original form. I never imagined you'd see through my deception so quickly. Naruto grinned. It was hard to stay mad at someone so brilliant. Yes, and you're quite the pervert. You transformed into my little chappie and hid until I returned. If I didn't know you, I'd say you knew I was a girl and were just waiting to put on a show. After all, if you'd found out I was with Zabuza, you would have also known we were at Gato's compound, and that killing him should be your priority, the girl replied with a smile. Naruto blushed slightly because she was right, but he kept his composure. It is, but honestly I couldn't risk it. Oh, the girl replied, with a hint of intrigue in her voice. The demon brothers never mentioned you during the interrogations, they only mentioned Zabuza. That's why I couldn't trust that there weren't other guards they didn't know about. That meant I wouldn't have a clue about anything. And you thought that if you took Chappie's place, I'd let my guard down once I got back here and you could capture me. You thought Zabuza or his partner would have a better idea of what I was capable of, the ninja surmised. Yes, but as you can see, I've messed things up, Naruto lamented. He should have realized something was wrong as soon as Chappie sped off. Although, of course, he'd already taken a big risk and instinctively knew Kakashi would find out sooner or later. Yes, you did, but let's get back to the point. You need something from me, and I want something from you. So I propose an exchange, the girl said with a soft giggle. An exchange, Naruto said, raising an eyebrow. Yes, I want my little chappie back, and you want information about Gato. Give her back, and I'll tell you about Gato's forces. The truth is, I don't like that man, and if we didn't need his money, I'd kill him on the spot. The girl frowned. Naruto understood the hatred towards Gato and smiled. Since so far everything was working out quite well, deal. Your rabbit is in the closet. I put a paralyzing tag on it, but you can easily remove it. The girl smiled before approaching the closet, revealing the silhouette of an impressive backside. She grabbed Chappie, removed the seal, and destroyed it with wind chakra, something he hadn't expected at all. Thank you. I'm glad to see you're all right. The figure replied before circling Naruto and returning the rabbit to its cage, locking it along with the window. All right, now it's your turn to do your part of the deal, Naruto replied, wanting to concentrate on the task at hand. Yes, it is, the girl replied before surprising Naruto with a quick flick of her lips. Though it took him by surprise for a moment, he quickly recovered, and they exchanged tongues for a minute before Naruto pulled away. Not that I'm complaining, but why kiss me when all I want is information about Gato? Naruto wondered. Before fulfilling my part of the bargain, I thought I'd reward you for not killing my little Chappie. You see, I hardly ever get a chance to look after myself because of the disgusting men around here, and being a teenager, that's a problem. Since I know you get along well with seals, I can kill two birds with one stone by rewarding both you and myself, the girl said in a seductive voice. Naruto could barely suppress a smile, as everything was going perfectly. I think I know exactly what you want, he said, grinning. He felt a little guilty, since he was technically deceiving his girls, but if it was just a one-off, he could convince them it was part of the mission. Naruto performed a few hand seals before dropping to the floor and placing his hand on it. The girl watched, wide-eyed, as the kanji for silence appeared, seemingly filling the entire room. It's a privacy seal. You didn't want us to be disturbed, and now we won't be disturbed, Naruto explained. Thank you, Mr. Ninja, the girl said cheerfully. Now everything was ready, and they were both prepared to leave. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. It would be in very bad taste to sleep with a pretty girl without introducing myself and finding out her name. The girl was a little surprised by the compliment, but nodded. Very well, Naruto Uzumaki. My name is Haku Yuki. I think we'll enjoy each other's company. Haku smiled as she walked toward him, swaying her hips again. Kakashi-sensei is going to be angry later, but at least I'll get some information, Naruto thought to himself as he and Haku kissed for the second time, and she hugged him around the waist in a comforting gesture. During their first kiss, Naruto was taken by surprise, so Haku was able to control the kiss for a moment before Naruto took over. This time, Naruto dominated from the start, and Haku felt helpless as Naruto's tongue explored every corner of her mouth. Haku managed to pull away for a moment to breathe, but Naruto quickly pulled her back and resumed the kiss. Only after 5 minutes of intermittent kissing did Haku finally manage to break away completely. You're amazing, Haku said, dazed. Yes, but this is just the beginning. Naruto smiled as he looked towards the bed. His plan was already underway. All right, but let me freshen up a bit first, Haku said with a smile before untying her sash, letting her haori billow freely and revealing that she had bound her breasts. As Haku removed her haori, Naruto took the opportunity to unbutton his jacket, revealing his tight blue undershirt, before looking at the enemy ninja he was about to lie with. Without the haori, he could see Haku's translucent skin shimmering in the light. Her ice blue panties were dazzling. Damn it, Naruto swallowed. The girl was beautiful, and any trace of guilt he might have felt vanished. Oh, but this isn't the best part. Try to control yourself, Naruto, Haku teased before carefully untying the restraints. As soon as they were freed, the largest breasts Naruto had ever seen were revealed. Hinata had a low C cup, Yakumo a medium B, and Tintin barely reached a B, but Haku, if he wasn't mistaken, had at least a low D cup. Her ample assets, combined with medium-sized brown spots, completed the ensemble. Wow! Exclaimed Naruto, drooling almost uncontrollably. He had to use his wits to grab her and pleasure her until she was unconscious right then and there. Haku grinned before approaching the bed, swaying her hips in a sensual way that confirmed she had an impressive backside, before lying down and looking at Naruto with a hungry expression. Come and get me, Naruto, Haku teased, wagging her finger. Any resistance Naruto might have offered shattered when, In a single bound, he stripped off his clothes and threw himself onto the bed, his lips crashing against Haku's. Their tongues met for the third time as his hands roamed over his toned body, a testament to his considerable training. "God, you're incredible," Naruto groaned, gripping him tightly. "Naruto, please, play with me more." Haku sighed with pleasure. Naruto was awakening a part of her she had long forgotten, and it felt incredible. "Oh yes." Naruto smiled as he went down to caress her privates before stopping as he felt the memories of his shadow clone fade away. "Something's wrong." Haku frowned, realizing that something had happened. "Yeah, my team found out you were walking around with a clone, and now they're pretty mad at me," Naruto grumbled. He knew it was only a matter of time before they caught him, but he hoped it was too soon. "Looks like you have to go," Haku said, frowning, before Naruto pressed his lips to hers in a soft kiss. "I probably should leave, but I won't. If I come back without any information after the trick I pulled, I'll be in serious trouble." Naruto grinned as he took Haku's clothes and removed them, revealing his slightly damp privates. How embarrassing. Haku blushed, since he had barely done anything important. Naruto couldn't help but smile. "You said yourself that you haven't experienced being a girl lately. I imagine if you try to masturbate, one of Gato's henchmen would come because you'd be screaming." Naruto grinned as he stroked her hair. "Yeah, even with Zabuza as a deterrent, I still have to sleep with a kunai under my pillow," Haku complained. "I bet you do. Look at that body." Naruto smiled as he leaned down and began to caress Haku's body with kisses. "Naruto," Haku sighed again. The double attack was relentless, and her body craved more. Most of Haku's encounters with other men were because she had to seduce someone for Zabuza, but those men were greedy pigs who dropped their pants the moment Haku showed interest and were knocked out before they could get what they wanted. This was different. Naruto wanted her to enjoy it, even as his vigor strained against her underwear. Naruto cared about her pleasure, even if he had no reason to. After 30 minutes of lemon, "Naruto," Haku shouted again as he reached his climax. For a first time, it had been perfect, and Haku's only regret was not being able to please Naruto more. "That was incredible, Haku. It's a shame we can't continue." Naruto frowned as he stepped back, taking in the evidence of the act all over his body. "Yes, but at least let me clean you up," Haku murmured as he approached Naruto. "Zabuza will take at least 4 days to fully recover. I hope this isn't the last time we speak before the final battle," Haku said with a smile. "We'll see." Naruto smiled before opening the window and leaving. It was a shame he had to go, but he needed to get back to his team. Another smile appeared on his face when his clone provided the perfect opportunity to return. The old drunk's daughter needed to buy food for dinner, and, as it happened, his clone decided to go with her. Scene cut. The real Naruto, along with the rest of Team 7, was relaxing in a room Tsunami had prepared for them. Sasuke and Kakashi were furious because he'd essentially left a clone to fight. "So, Naruto, how did the interrogation go?" Kakashi asked with a curious look. Naruto cursed inwardly, as he hadn't managed to get rid of Haku's scent and knew Kakashi would notice. "It actually worked out well. I found out that, aside from Zabuza and his partner, Gato only has a group of 30 thugs at his disposal. I doubt any of them could even take down that bastard Mizuki, so they're not much of a threat," Naruto explained. He could have killed them all himself if he'd wanted to, but he didn't because he wanted to get back to the group. "I see. And were you able to find out anything about Zabuza and his condition?" Kakashi continued. "He will need about 4 days to fully recover." "All right, now that we've decided that, it's time to punish Naruto," Kakashi agreed. "What?" Naruto asked incredulously. He thought his information would prevent punishment, but unfortunately, it didn't. Kakashi looked at Naruto with his good eye and scrutinized him. "One of the first things I instilled in you when we began our training years ago was the importance of teamwork, and you abandoned your team to act on your own. I always knew you had a mischievous side, but the respect you had for us prevented you from doing anything wrong in Konoha. What you did was reckless, foolish, and dangerous. Don't do it again, Kakashi said angrily. Naruto sighed, understanding the reason for his teacher's anger. He'd actually been lucky that everything had turned out all right. All right, Sensei, what's my punishment? Naruto asked. We're going to take some time to train a bit, and since you already know what I plan to teach Sakura and Sasuke, we'll assign you the task of helping Tazuna with the bridge. That's not so bad. No shadow clones, Kakashi said sternly. That? You heard me, Naruto. This will be pure physical labor for you alone. Consider it a C-rank solo mission, but without pay. Naruto wanted to protest, but he saw the angry look on his mentor/sensei's face and wasn't going to back down. Fine. Good, Kakashi smiled. The moment was perfect for the group as Tsunami knocked on the door. Dinner is ready, and I'm sure you're hungry, Tsunami said cheerfully. Of course, Kakashi smiled, and Naruto understood why. Tsunami was a beautiful woman with fair skin and long, receding blue hair. She wore a short-sleeved pink blouse with red details on the collar and sleeves, and a blue skirt. Walking behind her, Naruto realized she had a very attractive figure for a civilian, which he attributed to her studies in construction. The group approached the square table, presided over by Tazuna. Seated clockwise around him were Tsunami's son, Inari, Tsunami herself, Sakura, Sasuke, Kakashi, and Naruto, who occupied the last chair. After seating everyone and distributing the food, Tazuna smiled. Despite my behavior, I want to thank you for your help. I deserve it for deceiving you, but I had no other choice. Tazuna frowned. Rest assured, Tazuna, you'll pay us back when this is over, but we agreed to help you, Kakashi said with a slight frustration in his voice. It doesn't matter. Gato will kill you all, Inari said. Inari was a taciturn boy, with the same dark eyes as his mother, and he wore green overalls with a yellow t-shirt and sandals. Inari, Tsunami frowned. What makes you say that, kid? Naruto grinned, finding the whole thing amusing. Because heroes don't really exist, Inari said, frowning. Really? Kakashi asked, raising an eyebrow. Forgive my grandson, but you must understand that we are normal people. Gato came to our peaceful village and conquered it without mercy. None of us were able to confront him at that time, so we simply stood idly by and waited. Tazuna frowned. You said at that moment, Kakashi interjected, but it was a mistake, as the atmosphere in the room became tense. A year ago, a man named Kaiser appeared in the village and changed everything. He stayed with us because he had nowhere else to go, and during that time, he formed a close relationship with Inari and my daughter. He taught the whole village how to be brave. And then Gato turned it off, Kakashi said calmly but cruelly. Yes, Gato made a huge fuss about it and discouraged everyone, Tazuna said solemnly, causing everyone to become grumpy except for Naruto, who was furious. Then keep fighting, Naruto said, frowning. That doesn't work, Inari shouted. Then make it work, Naruto said angrily. Naruto, Kakashi shouted. I'm sorry, Sensei, but I have to talk. We may live in a shinobi village, but our lives are far from easy. 12 years ago, a monstrous fox, larger than the tallest buildings in the village, attacked, and hundreds of ninja lost their lives, including my father, Naruto explained. Oh my god, Tsunami exclaimed breathlessly. Kakashi realized what Naruto was plotting and spoke up. In the end, our village stopped the fox, but the consequences were disastrous. The shinobi who believed themselves invincible thanks to their abilities were devastatingly wrong. The proud shinobi village was reduced to rubble, and it's only thanks to the intervention of a former leader who spoke some important words to us that we aren't in a similar situation to the one we're in now. What could he have said? Inari wondered. The worst thing a ninja can do is let hatred or fear guide them. Fear is a powerful weapon, but it's also temporary. You live in a fishing village where everyone works hard for every penny they earn, and Gato knows this. Gato isn't a fighter, and he knows that if they united, they could stop him. He has to instill that fear in everyone to survive, but that will only work for so long. Your grandfather realized this. aware of the risks. He came to a shinobi village and lied about the dangers he faced to even the odds. We may not have liked that he lied, but his courage inspired us to help him, and soon Gato will be free. Kakashi smiled. Really? Inari moaned. The story had been enough to make her believe again, even if only for a moment. Yes, but there are always more people like Gato. What you need now is courage. Like Kaiza and like your grandfather. And with our help, the land of waves will be free. Kakashi said with a smile. Thank you, Tsunami said with a warm smile. It was the first time she had seen hope in his eyes. Of course, Kakashi replied with a smile. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged a glance before smiling themselves for a very different reason. Scene cut. After dinner, it was time for everyone to relax and rest. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Naruto were relaxing while Sakura helped with the dishes. So, Naruto, what's it like sleeping with an enemy kunoichi? Kakashi asked with a smile, causing Sasuke's eyes to widen. You mean that ninja was a girl? Sasuke asked, surprised. When Naruto entered with Tsunami, I perceived his scent along with the familiar smell of intimacy. Kakashi smiled as Naruto blushed for a moment. Speaking of which, I'm surprised you're not trying to sleep with Tsunami, Naruto retorted. I had planned to do it, but first I wanted to know how my little brother did the first time. Kakashi smiled, causing Sasuke's surprise to turn into anger. And what about Hinata Yakumo and Tintin? Sasuke asked angrily, as his surprise faded. In my defense, I didn't know the ninja was a girl until she told me. And secondly, SHE started it. Naruto defended himself. Really? Kakashi asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes. I followed her rabbit and managed to get onto Gato's property. I paralyzed the rabbit and hid. She discovered me as soon as she entered the room. Apparently, she was practicing with the rabbit in case she was discovered. She knew the rabbit was alive and agreed to exchange information about Gato in exchange for me showing her where he was. And somehow that led to them becoming intimate, Sasuke said in an expressionless voice. This story was insane, even by normal standards. Apparently, she was frustrated about living surrounded by thugs, and as a result, she was pretty horny. I was there, and she saw that I was good at hand seals. Naruto shrugged. Sasuke and Kakashi looked at Naruto in surprise. You know, that reminds me of something from another installment of the Makeout series. I think it was Makeout. Infiltration, Kakashi said, laughing. Those damn books again. Sasuke grinned. Yes, and thanks to a book my relationship with girls has broadened, but I don't feel like talking about it right now, Naruto said, frowning. Sasuke recognized that look, for he himself had felt it several times. You're hiding something, Naruto. As the sensei said, you're not usually this reckless. It's because I understand how Inari feels, especially after seeing the village. I felt like that all the time at the orphanage, and honestly, if it weren't for Uncle Genma, I probably wouldn't have even made it to the academy, Naruto replied as Sasuke stared at him in astonishment. What I told Inari about how to make it is something I had to repeat to myself night after night at the orphanage, and without Tintin by my side, I would have been in trouble. How is this possible? Sasuke exclaimed, breathless. Naruto was one of the kindest people he knew, and everyone got along with him, except for his old fan club and Kiba. What could have happened to make someone hate Naruto like this? Naruto looked at his sensei, who nodded in approval. Because my father sealed the nine-tailed fox inside me, and the villagers found out. So that's why, Sasuke exclaimed, breathless. During the few D-rank missions they'd undertaken, it had become clear to Sasuke that the villagers didn't like Naruto. He never bothered to ask why, since Naruto didn't seem to care. Imagining an entire village feeling the way he did right after Itachi murdered his family was terrifying. Yes, it wasn't supposed to be this way, but someone spread the word that the fox had been sealed inside me shortly after I was born, and since most people don't know anything about seals, they basically treated me like I was the fox. At the orphanage, I was constantly bullied and treated like garbage. My only friend was Tintin, and even though the orphanage director warned her not to, Tintin remained my friend. Luckily, they only attacked me and not her, but I was always afraid. Afraid that they would hurt my only friend to hurt me, Naruto said solemnly. Naruto, Kakashi shouted, stopping things before they got completely out of control. Naruto composed himself when he saw they were getting distracted. The thing is, I know what it's like to lose hope, and I don't want these people to experience it. They won't, Naruto. We'll stop Gato as a team, Kakashi said firmly. Yes, Sasuke smiled. Now let's move on to the most important question. When will the sensei make his move with Tsunami? Joked Naruto, deciding to focus on something more fun. And now we return to the act, Sasuke grumbled in annoyance. Don't feel so bad, Sasuke. I'm sure Sakura would be delighted if you suggested you wanted to do things with her. Seriously, Naruto, Sasuke growled. Think of it this way. Sooner or later you'll have to rebuild your clan, and right now you have a willing participant, Naruto said with a mocking smile. Sasuke had the audacity to blush at the thought. I'm not a pervert like you, Naruto, Sasuke retorted. I'm not a pervert, I just enjoy what life gives me. You should try it sometime, Naruto said, laughing. I'll think about it, Sasuke replied. All right, now we need to rest a bit, and the sensei needs to hurry or he'll lose his shot, Naruto said with a smile. Well, I know when I'm not welcome, Kakashi said with a smile, leaving the two boys alone. Naruto was right. He only had a small window of opportunity. Of course, Kakashi seized the opportunity and was completely successful. Fortunately for Sasuke and Naruto, the latter knew how to create privacy seals. Scene cut. The next morning, the group had breakfast, but there was a noticeable difference between the table from the night before and today's. Kakashi had switched places with Sakura and sat next to Tsunami. It was impossible not to notice the smiles on their faces. I guess everyone slept well, grunted Tazuna, who had spent almost the entire night awake because of his daughter's cries of pleasure. I'm sure the sensei did it, Naruto said with a giggle, causing Tsunami to blush. Well, that's true. You have a beautiful daughter, Tazuna, Kakashi said, smiling, which made her blush even more. Tazuna grunted, but he had no right to be angry. After all, he was the one who had brought them to the house. Well, I'm going to head to the bridge and get to work. Yes, and Naruto will help you. He's very strong and hardworking, Kakashi said with a smile. That's right. I'll help you build your bridge and lay good wood, Naruto said with a smile, causing Sakura to spit out her drink and Sasuke to chuckle. Why are you joking? Inari asked angrily. His earlier good humor had vanished due to a nightmare about Kaisa's death. Luckily for him, he woke up after Kakashi and Tsunami finished being intimate, or his mood would have been even worse. Because continuing to be miserable won't do you any good. Sasuke spoke this time. How would you know? Inari asked. Because when I was little, my older brother not only killed my mother and father, but my entire clan, Sasuke said, returning his gaze with horror, which caused Inari, Tazuna, and Tsunami's faces to fill with an expression of horror. You're lying, Inari protested. I wish it were that simple, but it's worse. Instead of killing me, my brother used a special trick called Tsukuyami to force me to watch it over and over again. During what lasted barely a second in the real world, I saw my entire clan massacred. Believe me, kid, your life is paradise compared to mine. And he's not the only one. You might think Gato is a monster, but he's nothing compared to what we've faced. And like I said, Gato is practically dead. Naruto smiled. You promise? Inari said nervously, the dream still etched in his mind. I promise, Naruto said, smiling, and seeing his smile, Inari cheered up again, even if only for a moment. Anyway, I'm going to take Sasuke and Sakura to train in different things, and Naruto will help Tazuna. If anything happens, I'm sure Naruto can handle any thug, Kakashi said with a smile, changing the subject from what had been quite serious to something more positive. The sensei is right. I am very strong, Naruto said with a smile. Okay, Tazuna conceded. He was going to get a strong worker who could both help and protect him. It was becoming increasingly difficult for him to stay angry with these guys, and he knew it. Scene cut. A smiling Kakashi dragged Sasuke and Sakura into the forest outside the village hidden in the waves to begin their training. All right, guys, it's time for some special training, Kakashi said with a smile as he looked at them. By the way, why isn't Naruto joining us for training, sensei? Sakura asked. She knew he'd be with Tazuna later, but that didn't mean he couldn't train with them. Well, the training I'm giving them is something Naruto already knows, Kakashi replied. What are we learning? Because Naruto taught me some of the things you were teaching him, Sasuke admitted shyly. Oh, really? So Naruto taught you how to climb trees without using your hands and walk on water? Kakashi mused. Yes, we did it about a month before we became Jinin, Sasuke replied. Wait, climb trees? Sakura asked, confused. Kakashi was intrigued and decided to test it. That's right. Sasuke, would you mind giving a demonstration? Of course, Sasuke smiled as he walked toward a group of 3 large trees, taking his place in the center. The goal is to send chakra to your feet and use that chakra to attach yourself to the tree as you climb, Sasuke explained before approaching the first branch and standing there, smiling. Well done, Kakashi smiled. Sasuke jumped up from the ground before turning back to his teacher. The hardest part of this is achieving the correct chakra balance, but that shouldn't be too difficult for Sakura, Sasuke continued. We'll see, Kakashi said, frowning before throwing a kunai at the base of the tree next to the one Sasuke had chosen. Let's do it, Sakura smiled as she began to work. So Sasuke, since you've clearly mastered that, what should you and I do? Kakashi wondered. I say we, Sasuke began, but was interrupted by an unexpected source. I'm done, Sakura shouted as she sat down on the branch, interrupting her thought process. Well done, Sakura. Now come down. Kakashi smiled as his third student approached them. So you're surprised, Sasuke? Sakura smiled. Not at all. Your chakra reserves are much lower than mine, so it's easier for you to find your balance, Sasuke admitted. Ironically, this exercise was so easy for Sakura precisely because her chakra level was so low. I see, said Sakura, frowning. However, if you want to impress me, I have an idea, Sasuke said with a smile on his face. Oh, really? Kakashi asked, intrigued. He decided to let it go, since he was curious to know what Sasuke was looking for. The best way to increase your reserves is to push them to their limit. If you manage to climb up and down the trees for 10 minutes straight, I'll personally give you a reward. Naruto always told her that the best way to ensure Sakura grew stronger was to take advantage of her crush. Besides, he had an excuse to give in to her wishes and a willing participant, as Naruto put it. Sakura and Kakashi were stunned by Sasuke's actions. What kind of reward? Sakura wondered, her tone suggesting she had some ideas herself. I won't tell you unless you succeed, Sakura, Sasuke joked, deciding to keep things interesting. That's all well and good. But how are you going to train with me if you're keeping an eye on Sakura? Kakashi asked with amusement. You can have a shadow clone observe Sakura and then let us know when we're finished. And what makes you think I won't lie? Kakashi smiled. I guess I'll have to trust you, Sasuke replied. Okay. Kakashi agreed before creating a shadow clone. Now, sensei, how about we give Sakura some space and find a place to talk alone, since there's something I need your help with? Sasuke said with a stern look on his face. What is that? Kakashi wondered. Sasuke gave his sensei the most intense look he could muster. By the time this mission is over, I want to awaken my Sharingan. Sasuke smiled maliciously. Kakashi couldn't help but smile, because that meant Sasuke was taking it very seriously. Okay, but I warn you, Sasuke, this won't be like one of your fights against Naruto. That's what I expected, Sasuke smiled. Naruto was his best friend, but also his rival, and if he wanted to reach that level, he needed the Sharingan, and fast. Now was the perfect opportunity to get it, and a few other things besides. Kakashi and Sasuke headed to a clearing where they could fight, but Kakashi wanted to clarify something. Why are you so eager to awaken your Sharingan, Sasuke? If it's because of Itachi, you should know it won't work. He's had all this time to get stronger, and if he's the Itachi I remember, you won't be able to do anything to him. Kakashi reprimanded him. Sasuke suppressed his anger, for he knew his master was right. I need to know why he massacred the clan, and if someone who knew him as well as you and Team Ro can't tell me. The only one who can is him, Sasuke replied, venom dripping from his voice. He hardly spoke of Itachi anymore, and the memories of what his brother had done still haunted him. Kakashi sighed because he knew the truth, but he couldn't tell Sasuke. The ninja world is cruel, Sasuke, and I know that better than anyone from my past. Believe me, it's better that you don't know the truth about that night, Kakashi warned. Sasuke noticed his teacher wasn't happy with the topic and decided to change the subject to something that interested him. What happened to make you say that? Sasuke asked. According to Naruto, his teacher had had a difficult life, but every time he asked, he replied that it was his past and that he had to share it. He tried asking Kakashi during their tutoring sessions, but Kakashi always said he would reveal the truth when he deemed it appropriate. Kakashi sighed again before revealing his Sharingan. I graduated from the academy at the age of 5, and my Genin team consisted of our sensei, the 4th Hokage, myself, a young woman named Rin Noera, and a young man named Obito Uchiha. The Sharingan I now possess was given to me by him as a sort of last wish. What happened? Sasuke asked unexpectedly. I became a Jonin at the age of 12, right in the middle of the Third Shinobi World War in the Hidden Leaf Village. My first mission as a Jonin was to work with my old team to destroy the Canopy Bridge in the Hidden Grass Village. In short, the mission went horribly wrong, and Obito had to pull me out of the way of some falling rocks, saving my life, as his own was in grave danger. On his deathbed, he asked Rin to give me her Sharingan as a gift for becoming a Jonin. He also wanted me to use it to protect Rin, whom I know he loved very much. I promised him I would, but unfortunately, I couldn't keep my promise. What happened to Rin? Sasuke shuddered. Just a year later, Rin was captured by shinobi from the Hidden Mist Village, who sealed a beast known as Sanbai inside her. Sasuke's eyes widened as he realized something horrible. Are you saying there are monsters like the Kyuubi out there in the world? Yes, but that doesn't matter. What matters is that, by saving Rin, he stepped in front of one of my attacks and died, Kakashi said solemnly. I see, Sasuke said solemnly. He could only imagine how horrible it must be. After Rin's death, I sank into despair, finding refuge in those books, as they were the only way to distract myself from the pain. I only survived for so long thanks to my sensei, until he died sealing the fox inside Naruto. After that, I became a monster who did whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted, at least until I learned of Naruto's situation, which I knew nothing about. Thanks to Naruto and the help of Team Ro and Gunma, I was able to recover. Without him, I don't even want to imagine what would have become of me now, Kakashi continued. I see, Sasuke said, frowning. He didn't need his Sharingan to know the pain his master must be feeling. I'm telling you this story about myself for 2 reasons. First, to warn you that obtaining the Sharingan doesn't make you invincible. Second, to teach you to value the people who are important to you, Kakashi continued. Thank you, sensei, Sasuke said affectionately, knowing that his teacher truly cared for him. Kakashi's expression shifted from solemn to serious at that moment, for he knew it was time to get down to business. All right, let's begin. I'm going to help you awaken the Sharingan, and from there, it's all up to you. Kakashi smiled before assuming a fighting stance. All right, Sasuke smiled, and they both began their training. He was going to awaken his Sharingan so he could help his new team. He would worry about Itachi later. Konoha. Back in the Hidden Leaf Village, Yakumo, Hinata, and Tintin sat nervously in Yugao's apartment while the masked A and BU, dressed in casual clothes, relaxed. Yakumo and Hinata went to see Kurenai to ask about meeting with Yugao. Kurenai agreed to help them, but when she asked why they had been forced to reveal the true nature of their relationship with Naruto, Hinata was almost certain that Kurenai might have tried to kill Naruto herself. judging by her expression, but she also seemed to realize the good it was doing them both. I understand you wanted to talk about Naruto, Yugao said, interrupting Hinata's thoughts. The girls looked at each other before Tintin spoke on behalf of the group. As you probably know, the three of us have an unofficial relationship with Naruto, and although we've done many different things in bed, we haven't gone all the way yet. I know, Yugao agreed. Just over a week ago, Naruto told us he wanted to take a break, and we believe it's because he's worried about taking that next step, Tintin admitted. It's understandable. Hinata is the heir to the most important clan in the village, and Yakumo's clan also wields considerable influence. That next step changes everything. Yes, but we all care about Naruto and want to be with him properly. Is there any way to convince him to share us without worrying about all that? Yakumo asked. Yugao calmly sipped the tea in front of her and smiled. There is a way, and the truth is that Genma was planning to tell Naruto about it when he became a Chunin. At least until recently. What is it? Please tell us. Yakumo and Hinata pleaded. If there was any way to be with Naruto as a group, they would do it. Yugao chuckled, but maintained her composure. It's called the Clan Restoration Act, CRA. Under it, a registered member of an endangered clan could have up to 3 wives if he so desired, and it would be perfectly legal. The girl's eyes widened at the news. Since Naruto is the last of the Uzumaki clan, he's eligible, right? Tintin said happily. That's right, and when she joins, she'll be able to have a proper relationship with all of you, Yugao said, smiling. Then we just need to convince Naruto to join the CRA, and then our problem will be solved, Tintin said cheerfully. That's only if your families allow it. Yakumo and Tintin shouldn't have a problem with it, but I doubt the Hyuga clan would be so receptive to the idea of their heir being part of a harem, Yugao said with a mocking smile. Yes, Hinata sighed. Her family was very careful about practically everything they did, and although she was the heir for now, trying to join that small group could condemn her in the eyes of the elders. I'm sure we can convince Hinata's father that it's okay, but what about Naruto himself? Yakumo asked. You already have the answer. The reason he took the break was because he saw how things were getting worse and didn't want to force the next step, Yugao said with a warm smile. The girls exchanged a smile. They had the solution, and soon they would have Naruto back, at least once they convinced their families. We have to go, Yugao. See you later, Hinata said, smiling as they stood up to leave. Goodbye, girls, Yugao said laughing. Everything was going according to plan. Now they just needed Naruto to return from the Land of Waves, a mission far more complicated than any of them had imagined. Yugao was somewhat annoyed with the third Hokage about this mission, as it was clear that something wasn't right. Land of Waves. We're back, Naruto shouted as he and Tazuna entered the house. The job had been tough at first, but once he got used to it, it became a breeze. As they entered the living room, they found Kakashi looking calm. Welcome back, Naruto. In case you were wondering, Sasuke and Sakura are resting, Kakashi said calmly as he read Paradise of Love aloud. I see, Naruto smiled. I suppose you know you shouldn't read a book like that in front of my grandson, Tazuna said, frowning. Yes, but he's not here right now. In the meantime, I'd like to speak with Naruto, Kakashi said calmly. Sure, Tazuna grumbled as he left them alone to talk. How did your training go? Naruto asked, breaking the ice. Everything went well. I'm training with Sasuke to help him awaken the Sharingan, and Sakura mastered tree walking instantly, Kakashi replied with a smile. By the way, Sasuke challenged her to climb up and down the tree for 10 minutes straight, and if she succeeds, he'll reward her. What happened? Naruto asked with a mocking chuckle. She failed, but it must be acknowledged that she lasted about 7 minutes before her resistance overcame her. That's fine, but how about we get to the real reason you wanted to talk to me? Naruto said bluntly. Kakashi rarely read Public Kissing Paradise, and if he did, it meant something was bothering him. Kakashi closed the book and put it in his bag before staring intently at his student and lifelong protege. Naruto, if there were any way you could be with those 3 girls, Would you do it? Naruto didn't hesitate to say, yes, I would, but that's impossible. What makes you say that? Everyone likes you, and they've already done a lot for you. Kakashi replied. I know, but the next step is different. Hinata and Yakumo are heirs, and it's only a matter of time before clan politics take over. And what do you know about clan politics? Kakashi asked with a mocking smile. Genma took care of Naruto's counsel, so he shouldn't have any reason to ask or know anything about it. The incident with Yakumo made me realize that I needed to know more about the clans if I wanted to be able to help my friends, so I asked Sasuke and Hinata if they could help me learn more. I see, Kakashi said with a smile. That was a mature decision on Naruto's part. Yes, and that's why I know things are going to get more complicated as we get older, Naruto said, frowning. Kakashi smiled. He will, but are you still willing to fight for them? Yes, I am. I'll apologize for what happened with Haku, and then we'll see what happens. Naruto frowned. That sounds good to me. Now, why don't you relax for a while? Read a good book. Kakashi smiled as he reached back into his bag. His intention was obvious. Actually, I wanted to train a bit. It's been a while since I practiced with Tenten, so I'm a bit rusty with my sword, Naruto said, shrugging. Okay, but be careful. You never know if someone's going to attack, Kakashi warned. I'll do it, Naruto replied before going up to his room to get his sword. As he did so, he noticed Sasuke and Sakura huddled together on the bed and chuckled, sensing that their sensei had set them up. Leaving them alone, Naruto went out to train. It wasn't until he arrived at the training grounds that he realized he had never figured out the solution, and although he was angry, he understood that he first had to get back to his girls. Scene cut. Naruto, smiling, relaxed in the clearing, drenched in sweat, and with his blue shirt torn from training. Not bad, really. I thought I'd be more rusty, he remarked. For the past hour, he'd been training with his clones. It had been almost a month since he'd practiced, and with so many skills at his disposal, he usually neglected Kenjutsu. However, against an opponent like Zabuza, he would need his sword. So, shall we talk about our spy? Kurama smiled sarcastically. Well, whatever, Naruto said, frowning. Get out of here, Haku. You can't hide your scent from me anymore. Naruto shouted. And I wanted to surprise you. Anyway, Haku said with a chuckle as she entered the clearing. She wore a sleeveless pink kimono that accentuated her ample bust, adorned with pale red trim and plum-colored swirls. A white obi cinched her waist with a bow, and a black necklace completed her outfit. She wore light brown sandals with dark straps. Yes, I'm surprised. I can't believe you were walking around the complex looking like that, Naruto said, his mouth agape. She looked gorgeous in that outfit, and it was almost unfair that she was his enemy. Haku swayed up to Naruto. I used a transformation jutsu to leave without being bothered, since Gado's thugs wouldn't have been able to control themselves. By the way, that's not your problem, Naruto. Haku grinned as she wrapped her arms around his still-stunned Naruto and leaned in to give him another kiss. But Naruto stopped her with a finger, much to her surprise. I'm sorry, but I can't, Naruto said calmly. Part of him certainly wanted to, but if he continued down this path, he wouldn't be able to justify it to his daughters. Haku stepped back before smiling. Okay, but do you mind if I ask why? Haku responded respectfully, reluctantly letting go of him. Naruto felt guilty as he answered, but he had no other choice. Because I have 3 very special girls at home, and I can't betray them again. When I slept with you at Gado's estate, it was a combination of you taking me by surprise and me being very nervous, but now that I can think clearly, I know I can't betray them again, Naruto admitted before looking at Haku, who wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, she was smiling. You are a wonderful person, Haku replied. Huh? Naruto replied incredulously. Haku was almost pleased by his confession, but that didn't make sense. How much do you know about the Hidden Mist Village? Haku wondered. I know some things, but I don't know exactly what you're after, Naruto admitted nervously. Thanks to Yugao and Kakashi, he knew about the Bloody Mist and other unpleasant stories, but he had no idea what Haku was up to. Then you'll appreciate this, Haku replied before making a small gesture with his hand, mimicking a ram. Naruto immediately went on guard, but when a small ice crystal appeared in Haku's hand, his guard and his jaw dropped simultaneously. You have a lineage limit, Naruto gasped. Yes, and is it thanks to this lineage that I'm with Zabuza? Haku sighed. You'll have to explain that, Naruto replied, but seeing her expression, he knew he was in for a difficult story. Years ago, the Kagaya clan of the Hidden Mist village rebelled against the government, and after being stopped, the village swore it would never allow anything like that to happen again. Their solution was to initiate a blood purge, killing anyone with Kagaya blood, Haku explained, struggling to contain his emotion. Haku remained practically expressionless, but even Naruto could see that something was wrong. Who did you lose? Naruto asked with a sad expression on his face. Haku smiled bitterly at Naruto's understanding. My mother and father. My mother hid her lineage from my father, and they lived happily together before I was born. Unfortunately, I made the mistake of boasting about my powers, and my father killed my mother in front of me. He was about to kill me when my powers went out of control, and I killed him, Haku said, barely able to hold his breath. I see, Naruto said, frowning. Knowing that he was the reason his parents had died was very painful for him, given his own circumstances. I was about 6 years old when I killed my father, and I lived from place to place, stealing food to survive for almost 2 years, until Zabuza found me. I don't know why he decided to help me, but I will be eternally grateful to him, Haku said as a smile began to return to her face. Zabuza was her version of Gunma, and Naruto understood that. If you've been through all that, how can you work for such a disgusting guy as Gato? Surely you've seen how awful this is, Naruto asked. Haku nodded before a somber expression returned to his face. Our world is cold, and people will do whatever it takes to survive. There will be times when we have to do unpleasant things. I may not like Gato, and I'm well aware that he would sell me to the highest bidder as easily as he would hire me to kill for him. However, as a kunoichi, I must deal with men like him. Sad but true, Naruto sighed. The atmosphere became tense for a moment before Haku broke it. Since I no longer have a reason to be here, I'll return to Zabuza's side, Haku joked. Huh, Naruto said with a blank expression. He couldn't believe she had just admitted that she had come there to sleep with him again. Haku smiled before using his speed to bypass Naruto's guard and kiss him on the cheek. The next time we meet, Naruto, we'll probably be enemies. I like you a lot, Naruto, but if we have to fight, I won't hold back, Haku said firmly. I see, Naruto replied, understanding the seriousness of her comment. Goodbye, Naruto, and good luck with your training, Haku said once more before leaving with a smile. Naruto was fully aware that she could have easily killed him instead of kissing him. Haku was incredibly fast, and the ice blood limit would make this battle a grueling struggle for both of them. The two look very much alike, Kurama said, reminding him of the other matter. Yes, and that's why this is going to be a very tough battle, Naruto replied. Haku's life mirrored his own, but in more unpleasant ways than he cared to admit. She was hated for something she couldn't control and had been raised by mentors who had shaped her worldview. He and Haku were two sides of a very troublesome coin, a common occurrence in the shinobi world. Facing her in battle was going to be uncomfortable, especially since this time it was kill or be killed, and he wasn't sure if he or anyone on his team could take her down. Cat Mansion. Any good mood Haku might have had vanished when he entered his room and found Zabuza sitting on his bed with a smile on his face. Having fun, Haku? Zabuza grinned. Haku groaned as she reverted from her tracker outfit to her previous appearance. You should be resting, Zabuza, Haku said in an expressionless voice. Yes, I am a water clone, Zabuza said, smiling. So, what's so important that you made a water clone? Haku asked in an expressionless voice as she prepared to put on her tracker suit. Well, I thought it was about time I found out which of those leaf ninjas my dear daughter has fallen in love with, Zabuza said with a smile. Haku froze for a moment before replying. I have no idea what you're talking about. She said it calmly, but the fact that she stopped changing showed that she had been found out. You were limping a bit when you came to see me a few days ago, and lately you've been going to town more than usual. Besides, your spare sheets smell like intimacy, Zabuza said with a chuckle. Haku sighed as she realized she had been discovered. She's the blonde, she admitted. Well, at least you have good taste, Zabuza joked. Zabuza, Haku pouted. If you liked him enough to sleep with him alone, I can't complain, Zabuza joked before his expression changed in an instant. But that means we need to talk about our current situation. I know. Don't worry, I don't think I can fight him, Haku said firmly. That is precisely what worries me, and I have decided that a change of plans is necessary, Zabuza said firmly. What are we going to do? Haku asked nervously. I'm sure Gato will betray us when we face Hitaki and his team, so how about we put some pressure on him? Zabuza chuckled. Haku's eyes widened. What do you want me to do? Haku asked. Gato is worth about 100 million, so tell them that if they agree to give us 20% of their money, we won't fight them, and when Gato shows up, we'll kill him and his pets. Wave will be safe, and they'll walk away with a huge amount of money. I see, Haku smiled. This suits her perfectly. They get the money, and she doesn't have to hurt her first love. Oh, and we'll give them one more thing to sweeten the deal. What is that? Haku wondered. You? Excuse me, Haku said, confused. Zabuza frowned before standing up. Despite my efforts, you still hate killing Haku, and I'll return to the village hidden in the mist when we're finished. You can't stand that atmosphere, and the village hidden in the leaves is peaceful enough for you to be fine. Besides, that boy gives me the impression of being the type who cares about those he cares about, and if he agrees to look after you, he'll protect you well. Zabuza smiled before opening his arms wide. I thought you hated hugs, Haku said with a smile. Yes, but I think if I'm going to say goodbye to my little girl, I can make an exception, Zabuza said happily. Haku turned and approached the man who had raised her. Thank you, Dad, she replied before embracing him. Zabuza had changed her life for the better, and when the Leaf Village ninja accepted, something she was sure they would, she would say goodbye. It was a special moment for them, one she would always cherish. Scene cut. The next morning, Team 7 was in the clearing, ready for more training. So, Sasuke, are you sure you want to spar after how much fun you had with Sakura this morning? Naruto said with a teasing smile. Upon waking, Naruto saw Sakura performing oral sex on him and left the room so they could have some fun. Judging by how loud Sakura was minutes later, it had definitely been worth it. Shut up, Naruto. Sasuke blushed as he saw Sakura's cheeks turn pink too. Sasuke underestimated the voice of his former fan, now girlfriend, and they woke up quite a few people with their shouts. Remind me to make you some silencing seals, for next time, Naruto said, laughing. Now, Naruto, why don't we focus on Sasuke's Sharingan instead of his private life? Kakashi reprimanded, causing a drop of sweat to fall from Sasuke's face at the indirect remark. Seriously? Sasuke broke out in a cold sweat. You're right, Sasuke. You're going to have to give it your all, and this time I'm not holding back. Naruto smiled before assuming his stance. Okay, Naruto, Sasuke replied as he assumed his stance. Okay, Naruto replied before launching himself at Sasuke at high speed. Hurry, Sasuke gasped, and all he could do was cross his arms before Naruto delivered a kick that sent him flying. That's not all, Naruto said with a mocking smile, maintaining the pressure as he began to form hand seals. Wind style, wind bullet, Naruto shouted before launching a high-speed blast of air at his best friend. Damn it, Sasuke cursed as he tried to compose himself. His training with Kakashi had been a good start, but he wasn't used to having to react so quickly, and the attack hit him full force, making him scream in pain. Get up, Sasuke. This is just the beginning, Naruto replied before making the cross-shaped hand seal, Shadow Clone Jutsu. He said, and Sasuke stood up, finding 4 more Narutos appearing in front of him. Damn it, You're not holding back. Sasuke, we won't awaken your Sharingan unless we put you through hell. Besides, it allows me to hone my cruelty, something we'll need tomorrow. You mean you'll have to fight that tracker tomorrow? Sasuke growled. Naruto's lips curled into a malicious smile. Exactly, and he won't hold back. So, try to keep up with him, Sasuke. Naruto continued as his clones charged at Sasuke in a coordinated attack. You're not playing around, are you? Sasuke growled as he tried to block the clone's relentless attack. His body could barely withstand it, and it took him 4 minutes to defeat just one. 10 minutes later, all four had vanished, and the real Naruto watched them with a smile. It's time for the second round. Naruto grinned maliciously before creating 4 more clones that quickly attacked him. Damn you and your resistance. Sasuke cursed as the clones charged again with coordinated attacks. All right, guys, formation A3. Naruto shouted. What are you shit? Sasuke cursed as each of the clones grabbed Naruto's trusty sword. That's right, Sasuke. Now the fun begins. My clones are experts in coordinated attacks because that's how I train them individually. I have them practice formations, and then we'll try one out. The real Naruto smiled maliciously as the clones attacked. Damn it, Naruto, you're going to kill me. Sasuke yelled as he thrashed about, trying to dodge the sword strikes. The worst part was that he had no time to react or counterattack due to the precision of the attacks. Not to kill, to wound a little, but not to kill. The real Naruto smiled as Sasuke dodged the coordinated blows. Shouldn't we do something? Sakura asked nervously. Not at all. This is the best way to help Sasuke obtain his Sharingan. Besides, Naruto is holding back, Kakashi said with a smile. How can you know that? Sakura wondered. Because Naruto's coordinated attacks haven't hit Sasuke even once. He's moving at just the right speed for Sasuke to dodge them with his current pace. Naruto is much faster if he wants to be, Kakashi said with a smile. It was actually a brilliant move by Naruto, as it allowed Sasuke to keep track of everything. This was demonstrated when Sasuke found a small opening and escaped each of them, quickly moving away. You're crazy, Naruto. Sasuke shouted as he concentrated some extra chakra in his legs and stepped back far enough to begin his counterattack, displaying several hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu, Sasuke shouted before launching a huge fireball at the group. Nice try, Sasuke, but it won't work. The real Naruto shouted as one of the clones faced the fireball while the others formed hand seals. The clone who wasn't forming seals smiled as a blue edge appeared on the blade, and it slashed the fireball with a single cut. Impossible, exclaimed Sasuke, surprised that he was defeated so easily. We're not finished yet. Water bullet jutsu. The remaining clones screamed, and when the water bullets collided with the split fireballs, the attack was completely destroyed. Fire style is great, but against someone with a water nature like me, you're finished. The real Naruto smiled at how easily he destroyed his friend's attack. So this is a real fight with you? Sasuke smiled contentedly, indifferent to how easily his attack had been repelled. He always knew Naruto was strong, and now he was proving it. Naruto was about to reply when he frowned. He quickly grabbed a kunai and threw it toward the nearby bushes. What the hell was that, Naruto? Sasuke wondered. He got his answer when a small white rabbit appeared carrying his kunai. That's it, Sakura exclaimed, recognizing the rabbit from before. After taking the kunai from the rabbit, Naruto knew what to do next. Haku, come out of here, Naruto shouted, and sure enough, Haku appeared in his pink kimono. I'm sorry to interrupt your training, but I've come to make you an offer you probably shouldn't refuse, Haku said with a smile. Kakashi had to admit he felt a little jealous that this was the girl Naruto had claimed as his own, since she was very pretty. If Naruto's girls realized she'd been his first, they'd probably understand. However, that was a minor subplot, and he doubted it would ever come to fruition. What do you want? Kakashi asked calmly. Haku looked at Naruto, who nodded. Zabuza will be fully recovered tomorrow, and I doubt you'll be in the mood to fight him and me. Kakashi would admit that wasn't actually the case. The Sharingan had quite a few weaknesses, and Zabuza was well prepared to counter them now that he knew them. In fact, if you've seen him more than once, it's quite easy to figure that out. I suppose you're offering to surrender, Kakashi joked. No, my offer is that Zabuza and I will pretend to come and confront you, and when Gato betrays us, which he will, we can turn on him, get rid of him, and free the land of waves. Kakashi could understand that, especially since Gato's betrayal was a possibility. Let's suppose we accept our alliance. What do we get in return? Kakashi wondered. If you accept, we ask two things of you. The first is approximately 20% of Gato's immense fortune, which I believe is currently valued at around 100 million Rio. Zabuza hopes to amass a fortune to aid the rebel forces of the Hidden Mist Village, and that money would be of great help to them. And the second one? Take me with you when you return to Konoha. Zabuza raised me like his own daughter, but he knows perfectly well that I don't fit into the life he intends to lead when he returns to the Hidden Mist. I've grown very fond of Naruto, and if there's anything I can do to help him, I'm willing to do so. Haku blushed, causing Naruto to shudder. Seriously, Naruto said, putting his hand to his face. It didn't bother him at all, but she could have offered him that when she went to see him the other day. Yes, Naruto, and as for the others, I hope we can come to an agreement once we can talk calmly, Haku said with a smile. Damn lucky bastard, Sasuke growled. Kakashi couldn't have been happier. They had avoided fighting Zabuza, they had been able to help Wave, and his student had a new girlfriend. This was perfect. I don't see any problem. Please tell Zabuza that we accept and that we look forward to tomorrow. Kakashi smiled. This is all very well, but in that case I have a request, said Naruto, surprising the group. What is that? Haku blushed, hoping it was of an intimate nature. I need you to train with Sasuke, Naruto said, to the surprise of his team and Haku. What are you thinking, Naruto? This was going so well. Sakura shouted. Yes, and it can get better. Sasuke is about to awaken his Sharingan, but my methods aren't enough, Naruto explained. The truth was, he was more than capable of doing it, but he was curious to see just how skilled Haku was. Very well, said Haku, bowing. If that's all, see you tomorrow, Miss Haku, Kakashi said with a smile. Of course, Haku replied before leaving the group alone. Scene cut. The next morning, a smiling Kakashi stood just outside Tezuna's house. Now it's time for phase 2, he said. Kakashi grinned as he quickly performed some hand seals, summoning a small brown pug with glowing black eyes, a blue vest on its back, and a ninja headband with a blue ribbon instead of black across its forehead. Kakashi, it's early. What do you need? The pug whined. Pakin, I need you to return to the village and tell Ginma that the second phase has begun. Pakin's eyes widened, clearly aware of what was happening. I've got it, the dog exclaimed happily as he started running toward the leaf. Perfect, Kakashi smiled, as the Hokage's plan was unfolding flawlessly. Sasuke was on the verge of awakening his Sharingan, and Sakura was beginning to adapt to life as a kunoichi. As for the newest member, her training with Zabuza would immediately make her one of the strongest kunoichi in the village. Haku's relationship with Naruto would complicate things somewhat, as it would involve revealing more about Naruto's heritage, but in the long run, it would be worth it to have such a powerful kunoichi. Upon returning inside, he found the blonde asleep on the sofa. He decided to give the room to Sasuke and Sakura so they could explore their new relationship a little more, and from what he'd heard the night before, Tsunami and Sakura had been competing to see who could scream the loudest. Your father would be very proud of you, Naruto, Kakashi said, smiling as he looked at the young man. Thank you, sensei, but I still have a long way to go, Naruto replied as he opened his eyes. How long have you been awake? Kakashi asked. A few minutes ago, I got into the habit of waking up early to train, and that hasn't changed. Naruto shrugged as he stood up. Well, never mind, but there's something that intrigues me. What is that? Naruto asked with a calm expression. You could have easily awakened Sasuke's Sharingan yourself. Why didn't you? Kakashi wondered. If it weren't for Haku's offer, I was planning to do it, but his offer kills two birds with one stone. First, Sasuke's Sharingan, and second, testing his true strength, Naruto replied. So why worry about their strength? Naruto looked at his old friend and sensei with a cold expression. Because I believe Haku will be of great help to us later on. Facing Itachi isn't the only thing I plan to do when we're older. I'm also going to find the bastard who killed my parents, and I'll need every strong ally I can get, Naruto replied. I see, Kakashi replied. I still can't believe everyone on our little team has been intimate. You slept with Tsunami, I slept with Haku, and you manipulated Sasuke into sleeping with Sakura, Naruto said with a chuckle. You were going to do the same thing in the end, Kakashi admitted. Yes, but you beat me to it. It was very clever of you to leave Sakura with Sasuke a few nights ago, so she could listen to his thoughts. Well, you have Hinata Yakumo and Tintin, and the only other options are Ino and Sakura. I had to give him something, or he'd go crazy sooner or later, Kakashi replied. Okay, let's have breakfast. It's going to be a fun day. That sounds good to me, Kakashi replied as they relaxed and prepared for the day ahead. The time had come to face Zabuza, and Team 7 was ready to depart. Naruto wore his black jacket and carried his belt in his hand, while the rest of the team wore their usual outfits. All right, guys, it's time to go. Zabuza is waiting for us. I'm sure of it, Kakashi said with a smile. Tsunami, smiling, looked worriedly at the group. Be careful, guys, she said nervously. She knew how Zabuza had fared after his first fight with Kakashi, and although she didn't know much about the ninja world, she knew the second time would be just as difficult. If you're so worried, Tsunami, why don't you give Kakashi-sensei a kiss for good luck? Naruto joked, causing Tazuna to growl and Tsunami to blush. Only if you all go ahead. I need to keep the mystery of the mask for now, Kakashi said with a smile, clearly pleased with the idea. Tazuna was about to protest, but Naruto firmly grabbed his arm. That's fine with me. Let's go, old man. We don't want to keep your workers waiting. Besides, I doubt you want to see your daughter kissing a ninja you hired. Naruto chuckled. Okay, Tazuna grumbled, since Naruto was right. Don't worry, guys, I'll catch up, Kakashi said, smiling as the group walked away. And speaking of that kiss, Tsunami said with a smile. How about we talk inside? Kakashi smiled, and Tsunami couldn't hide her blush. Back with Naruto and the group, Tazuna was still furious, but he understood that the ninjas in front of him played by their own rules. Two of them were having sex in his guest room, and his master was sleeping with his daughter. I still can't believe your master is sleeping with my daughter, Tazuna grumbled. Look on the bright side. We could have abandoned you after the demon brothers, and not only would you be dead, but your daughter would have been fatherless. Besides, I doubt she's been that happy for a long time, Naruto replied. Damn brat, Tazuna growled, for he was right. Besides, there's no need for any of us to worry, since this battle is already decided, Naruto said with a mocking smile. What are you talking about, brat? Tazuna said angrily. Do you remember that ninja hunter who helped Zabuza? Yes, and him, Tazuna replied. Well, to begin with, he's not a man. His name is Haku, and we've become quite good friends, Naruto said with a shy smile. Tazuna recognized that look. Seriously, brat? You mean all four of you did it? Tazuna said incredulously, causing Sasuke and Sakura to blush. Yes, and the best part is that he made a deal with Zabuza, so this meeting will be a mere formality. All that will happen is that Haku will help Sasuke awaken his Sharingan, and then we can relax, Naruto said with a mischievous grin, for he had his own plan. Then why did you worry my daughter? Tazuna said indignantly. Naruto's expression shifted from jovial to serious in an instant. Look at the trees, Tazuna, Naruto said calmly. Tazuna looked at them, his eyes widening. What are those marks? Tazuna asked, surprised. Sword marks. If I had to bet, I'd say Gato sent some of his thugs to kidnap Tsunami and that the sensei stayed behind. They should be home by now, Naruto said with a grin. What? Tazuna panicked before Naruto smiled. Relax, old man. Sensei's staying back because those guys are no match for him. He'll beat them up and then join us, Naruto said to calm him down. Or he'll just stay and sleep with Tsunami a little longer, Sasuke said with a mocking smile. Or so, Naruto smiled too. They didn't really need Sensei for this, since the battle was over, and it gave Sensei an excuse for one last adventure. You brat, that's my daughter you're talking about. I wonder what would happen if we didn't show up. Maybe Zabuza would withdraw his offer and everyone would be in danger, Naruto said in a sing-song voice, trying to drive Tazuna crazy. Why you? Tazuna growled, and was about to do something when a surprising voice interrupted him. That's enough, Naruto. Drunk or not, he's still our customer, Kakashi said, smiling as he joined the group. That was quick, Sasuke smiled. Shadow clone. My true self sensed that Naruto would do something to provoke him and decided to send someone to watch him. The clone smiled. Whatever, Naruto huffed, and the group set off. Oh my god, Tazuna groaned, aware that this group had caused far more trouble than he had expected. Well, let's go, Sasuke said with a smile, and the group headed toward the bridge. The mere thought of awakening his Sharingan was more than enough for him at that moment. Scene cut. Upon reaching the bridge, the group was pleased to see Zabuza and Haku waiting for them. Zabuza, now recovered, wore his usual attire, while Haku wore her hunter uniform without her mask and with her hair loose. Before you start accusing me of anything, I told your henchmen to leave without harming you, Zabuza said hoarsely. Thank you, Tazuna said with an expressionless face. I was a little worried, Naruto, Haku said with a smile. Naruto was about to answer when Sakura interrupted. Wait a minute, that's the huntress. She's so pretty, Sakura exclaimed in surprise. Thank you very much. The truth is, I don't usually act like a girl, but this was a special occasion, Haku said with a smile. How on earth did a girl as beautiful as you fall in love with Naruto? Sakura asked, causing Naruto to shudder and practically everyone else to burst into laughter. I've been using the ninja hunter trick on Zabuza for about 3 years now, and Naruto was the first to figure it out. Add to that my surprise and the circumstances, and he deserved a reward, Haku praised. Naruto felt a little embarrassed by the praise. My sensei taught me well, but since Gato won't be here for a while, how about we kill some time? Naruto smiled mischievously. Haku grinned broadly before surprising everyone by vanishing at lightning speed and reappearing in front of Naruto. I thought you were against me after last time, but I was clearly wrong, Haku said mockingly as he leaned over Naruto. Damn it, Haku. I wanted you to fight Sasuke, Naruto shouted, his cheeks flushed. I know. I just wanted to see you lose your composure for a moment, Haku said, smiling before stepping back. I don't know whether to feel proud or annoyed after such a spectacle, Zabuza said, laughing. Haku was like a daughter to him, and he couldn't help the paternal instinct that compelled him to look at his daughter's first boyfriend that way. Although, on second thought, the way she provoked him was brilliant. Be proud. Very few people are capable of making Naruto lose his composure like that, Sasuke said, laughing. Laugh, Sasuke, because it's you he's fighting, Naruto said with a mocking smile, making Sasuke shut up. Okay, Sasuke smiled, and everyone gave the two teenagers space to fight. So, Naruto, how will Sasuke fare in this fight? Sakura wondered. Let's put it this way. This is a fight Sasuke would have difficulty winning even with the Sharingan. Without it, he's in serious trouble, Naruto concluded. To say we're in serious trouble is an understatement, kid. As someone who trained Haku and has fought a few Uchiha back in the day, I can tell you this won't be much of a fight. Zabuza smirked. Yes, but since it's a training match, it's exactly what Sasuke needs, Kakashi acknowledged. Get ready, Haku, Sasuke said calmly, though inside he was terrified. Haku's brief display of speed had shown that she was faster than even Naruto at his full power, and that meant this was going to be difficult. Okay, Sasuke, I won't hold back, Haku said calmly before disappearing again in a flash of speed. Quickly, Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment. Before he could even react, Haku delivered a powerful kick to his stomach, sending him flying through the air before he slid onto the hard concrete of the bridge. Sasuke, Sakura shouted nervously. Oof, that hurt. Sasuke smiled with satisfaction. This was a challenge that would undoubtedly push him to the limit necessary to obtain his Sharingan. If that's all you've got, this fight isn't going to be much. I'm starting to understand why Naruto seduced me, Haku said with a mocking smile. Hey, you were the one who came on to me, Naruto said with an expressionless face. Says the man who dressed up as a rabbit and hid in my room. You have to be a pretty peculiar pervert to hide in a girl's room like you did. I bet you were waiting for me to let my guard down so you could take advantage of me, Haku said, making Naruto blush. We already talked about this, Haku. I figured you'd let your guard down and I could take advantage of the opportunity to get information out of you without Zabuza noticing. Besides, I had no idea you were a girl until later, Naruto protested. Can you leave the flirting for later? I need to awaken the Sharingan, Sasuke said in an expressionless voice. I can do both, but whatever. By the way, you should have used that opportunity to attack me. Big mistake. And I would have fallen right into a trap. I don't know your style, and attacking by surprise without knowing what you're capable of is suicide, Sasuke replied. It was something Naruto and Kakashi had told him. The boy is right, Zabuza interjected. So, how about I show you what I can do? Haku smiled as he began to gesture with his hands. This is getting fun, Naruto thought to himself. Water style, water dragon jutsu, Haku shouted as the water dragon formed in front of him. What nonsense, Sasuke thought. When the water dragon lunged at him, he easily dodged it by leaping backward as water exploded around him. He was wet, but nothing more. Well done, but now I have you right where I wanted you. Haku smiled as he began to gesture with his hands. What is he plotting? Sasuke wondered as he began to perceive the signs. Get ready, Sasuke. Ice style, shattering ice lance. What? Sasuke shouted, and quickly gestured for a substitution jutsu. It was a good thing, because otherwise he would have been pierced by a powerful cluster of ice spikes that erupted from the pool. Ice style, exclaimed Kakashi, surprised. Yes, his lineage is particularly cruel, but I'm surprised he used that technique, Zabuza admitted. I rarely get the chance to use my ice style, so I felt the need to show off. Haku smiled. Thank goodness. Hey, Naruto, you were hiding this from us, weren't you? Sasuke growled. He had barely dodged the attack, and now it was clear this fight wasn't going to be fun at all. Yes, if you knew she would use the ice style, you would try to fight her in a different way, Naruto said with a smile, causing Sasuke to shudder. You'll pay for this later, Sasuke growled before turning his attention back to Haku. Hey brat, how long do we have to wait? I'm getting bored, Zabuza growled. Naruto nodded and suggested a fun way to pass the time. How about you, and I have a little spar? How about drawing first blood? Naruto grinned. Naruto, are you crazy? Shouted Kakashi's clone. Absolutely not. Haku shouted after hearing Naruto's words. Sasuke smiled, for Naruto's words had given him an opportunity. Now it's my turn. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Haku cursed inwardly before easily dodging the attack and preparing his own counterattack. Water style, water gun jutsu. Haku shouted before launching a jet of water at Sasuke. This isn't right. Sasuke groaned as the water gun hit him squarely, sending him flying through the air. Sasuke. Zabuza was amused by the idea. What makes you think you can beat me even in a training match? Zabuza wondered. Not me, but I'm the one who takes care of your daughter. That way you'll know she's in good hands, Naruto replied. Seriously, Naruto? Haku blushed. Zabuza couldn't help but laugh at his confidence. Very well, kid. Let's find a place where Haku hasn't messed up yet. I take it you mean sword against sword? Zabuza asked curiously. Yes, simple and relatively painless, Naruto said with a mocking smile as he and Zabuza walked away. Naruto, no? You don't just jump into a simple fight with Zabuza, Haku protested, ignoring Sasuke again. You know a guy might get offended if he's ignored like that, Sasuke said with a slight grunt as he stood up. If you're so worried, just awaken his Sharingan already. Until then, we have plenty of time, Naruto replied, indifferent to Haku's concerns. I don't know whether to be proud or ashamed of you, kid. You're being brutal to both of us. Zabuza smiled as they both prepared to fight. Call it both ways. It's easier that way, Naruto replied. Damn it, Naruto, Haku yelled, causing Sasuke to punch her in the face that sent her flying. That idiot knows what he's doing, Haku. Your fight is with me, Sasuke mocked, hoping to regain Naruto's attention. Naruto had gone to the trouble of planning all this, and he had no choice but to play along, however painful it might be. At least he'd get his Sharingan, or at least that was the hope. Haku frowned at the situation and realized he had to resort to dirty tactics. Since this is just a training match, I didn't want to use this technique, but you've left me no choice. Haku frowned as he began forming hand seals. Secret Jutsu, crystal ice mirrors, Haku shouted, and Sasuke was surrounded by a dome of ice mirrors. Good. Naruto smiled as he prepared to fight Zabuza. It doesn't worry you. Even I find it hard to break out of this technique, Zabuza admitted. Then Sasuke will have to concentrate hard to awaken his Sharingan, Naruto said indifferently as he withdrew his sword from his back with his right hand. Okay, but let me ask you again. Are you sure you want to do this? Zabuza said calmly. Naruto assumed his stance, sword in front of his body, his feet firmly planted. Of course not. I'm facing a member of the Seven Swordsmen in a sword duel. My Kenjutsu sensei would probably kill me if he found out about this. Naruto grunted in annoyance. Your sensei knows the Uzumaki style. What a surprise, Zabuza said calmly, causing Naruto's eyes to widen. How do you know that? Naruto asked, surprised. Zabuza smiled, recalling a fond memory. When the latest version of the Seven Ninja Swords was just starting to make a name for itself, we faced your mother, Kushina. She defeated us all single-handedly with that style and her sword. After that, we all took things seriously, and many of us probably haven't forgotten that day. Zabuza smiled smugly. How do you know Kushina is Naruto's mother? Kakashi asked. It was a closely guarded secret in his village, and for an enemy ninja to know, it was unbelievable. After she gave us a beating, the Hidden Mist used countless spies to find out everything they could about her, including her crush on the man who became the fourth Hokage and even their eventual marriage. When I learned of her death, I admit I shed a tear. As for knowing he's her son, the name gives it away, and that combination of blonde hair and blue eyes is perfect for the fourth Hokage. Zabuza smiled. I see, Kakashi replied, taking notes for future reference. Well, boy, let's see if you can make your family proud and if I can entrust you with mine, Zabuza said with a smile. You asked for it. Naruto smiled as he cocked Zabuza's sword, ready for an upward slash. Sasuke, the last Uchiha, was in trouble. Crystalline ice mirrors surrounded him, and now he was at Haku's mercy. Damn it, what do I do now? Sasuke wondered. Hold on, Haku exclaimed from one of the mirrors, and soon the true horror of her technique was revealed as she pulled out a Senbon before multiple copies of it appeared in the mirrors. Oh, it has to be you, Sasuke cursed as he dodged the Senbon needles. Consider yourself lucky. Normally I'd be showering you with Senbon, but this will just be target practice. How lucky I am, Sasuke grumbled sarcastically. You won't say the same thing when we're done, Haku said with a smile, catching Sasuke's sarcasm. As the clones began throwing Senbon needles at him, it became clear that he would pay a very high price to awaken his Sharingan. Back with Naruto, his sparring with Zabuza was proving to be just as challenging as he'd anticipated. Not bad, kid. The fact that you can keep up with me in a training match like this says a lot. Zabuza grinned as he dodged Naruto's final blow and prepared to counterattack. What Naruto lacked in strength, he made up for in speed, but it was speed Zabuza could easily match. Thanks, but I'm not getting anywhere. By the time Gato and his henchmen arrive, we still won't have solved this. Naruto grumbled as he settled in and prepared for his next attack. How do you know when he'll arrive? Zabuza wondered. This morning, before leaving, we sent a shadow clone to watch the area leading to the bridge. Its instructions are to disappear as soon as it detects anyone. Clever. How much time do you think we have left? Zabuza asked. No idea. The clone will take about 5 minutes. I haven't heard from him yet, Naruto replied. Okay, but I'm curious about one more thing. What's happening? How would you have fought Haku if he had used that ice mirror technique? You seemed unusually calm when he showed it. From the beginning, I realized that my Kenjutsu technique left much to be desired. To compensate, I devised ways to improve. One of them was to fuse wind chakra with my original sword. After placing a special order to change my sword to chakra metal, I developed some techniques to take advantage of that new function. If I faced those mirrors, I would simply use one of those techniques, Naruto admitted. I see, Zabuza smiled. Why don't I like the look in your eyes? Naruto asked nervously. Because I want to see what you're capable of with that sword. You'll need it in the future, Zabuza said with a smile, causing Naruto to frown. What do you mean by that? Naruto wondered. I'll tell you if you impress me enough, Zabuza said, smiling as his sword remained ready for combat. Okay, Naruto replied as he concentrated for a moment, only for a thin layer of wind chakra to appear on the edge of the sword. If all you have is the ability to add the nature of the wind to your paddle, you won't impress me, Zabuza warned. Thank goodness it's not that simple. Naruto smiled as he charged at Zabuza again, preparing for a basic vertical slash. Zabuza grinned before preparing to parry the attack. However, he noticed something odd about the thin cloak and, instead of blocking, stepped back to dodge it. You're a sly little bastard, Zabuza growled. So you figured it out, Naruto grinned, even though his trick was well known. He used a principle similar to the Rasengan's compression to conceal a large amount of wind chakra within the thin layer surrounding the blade. Had Zabuza attempted to block his attack, he could have severely damaged his sword. That's right. I don't want to lose my sword, and if I had blocked your attack, that's exactly what would have happened, Zabuza said, returning her smile. Well, then that leaves us in a pretty. Damn it. Naruto groaned as his clone's memory surfaced. I suppose your clone has news, Zabuza said, frowning. Yes, and that means training's over, Naruto said calmly before turning to face the ice. Hey Haku, the fun's over. We have guests, Naruto shouted. The ice mirrors shattered instantly, revealing Haku and Sasuke. Sasuke, Sakura exclaimed in a whisper as she realized that her crush was a practical pincushion. That looks brutal. I didn't know you had that inside you, Haku. Zabuza praised him. Me neither, Haku admitted as he approached Naruto and hugged him. I did my part. How about my reward? Haku smiled as he leaned in to kiss him, but Naruto put a finger to his lips. Sorry, but Gato's henchmen are coming. After we deal with them and get everyone to safety, we can have some fun, Naruto replied, withdrawing his finger. I'll keep that in mind, Haku said with a smile. Well, Naruto, your new girlfriend is brutal but effective, Sasuke said, laughing, as he walked towards Naruto with his Sharingan active and Itomo appearing. That's fine, but you should probably stay out this time, Naruto said with a smile. You have that look in your eyes, Sasuke said nervously as he stood next to his comrade. Yes, I have some new tricks I wanted to try, and since you interrupted my fun, I think it's time to express my displeasure, Naruto replied, his smile never fading. Sasuke turned to his sensei and said, Code 7. We have a definitive Code 7, Sasuke said nervously. Kakashi's eyes widened. Understood. Then, let Naruto do what he wants. What is a Code 7, and why do you seem more scared than when we fought? Haku asked curiously. To keep it brief, I've been training with Sensei and Sasuke for years, even before we became an official team. Code 7 is a warning that I'm going to use one of the powerful jutsu I developed in my free time, since the academy was a waste of time. I see, Zabuza said with an eager smile as the group waited. A short while later, Gato arrived, followed by a group of thugs. What do we have here? I can't believe the demon of the hidden mist can't kill a bunch of kids. How pathetic, Gato sneered. He was a small man with shaggy brown hair and wore round black glasses that hid his eyes. The large group of thugs behind him chuckled. And the brat thinks he can do anything about it? Zabuza retorted with a sneer. You're all exhausted from the fight, which means my boys can take over, Gato said with a smile. Hey, buddy, I think all this fog has fogged up your glasses, Naruto said, smiling. That's right, because I feel great, Zabuza added with a grunt. Watching him closely, the group's confidence turned to nervousness. Hey, boss, I think he's pretty handsome, one of the thugs said nervously. Fools, he's just a man, Cat scolded. It's actually a funny story, Naruto said, smiling, before approaching the group and making his favorite hand seal, Shadow Clone Jutsu. What the hell? Exclaimed Gato upon seeing 10 more Narutos appear. Yes, and I can create many more, Naruto said, smiling, before most of the clones disappeared, leaving only one by his side. But we only need one more clone to teach you a lesson, the clone said, smiling as the 2 Narutos began performing hand seals at full speed. Catch him, Gato shouted, and the thugs charged at him. Too late, the 2 Narutos smiled. Wind style, breakthrough, Naruto's clone shouted before exhaling a huge current of air that seemed to cover the entire bridge. Water style, water dragon jutsu. The real Naruto, yelled the real Naruto as a water dragon appeared from the water right in the middle of the great advance. But instead of colliding, the 2 attacks merged, causing the already large dragon to double in size with part of the great breakthrough involvendo. Secret art, Wrath of Leviathan. They screamed. The 2 Narutos yelled as the fused dragon roared toward the thugs. The rest of the group watched in astonishment as the beast's jaws opened wide, as if it were about to swallow them whole. Run! One of the thugs yelled in a panic, but it was too late. The fused dragon charged at the thugs, throwing most of them into the water, where they would drown due to their lack of chakra. As for Gato, the attack was approaching at full speed. No, 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 shouted Gato, but it was too late, for the dragon crushed him. That's what I mean, Zabuza roared with jubilation. Oh my god, Haku smiled. Oh wow, Sakura exclaimed, not expecting that. Damn it, Sasuke grinned, wishing he could have seen that with his Sharingan active. With a single attack, Naruto had won the battle, and the fact that he couldn't copy it was a huge disappointment. Great, and I didn't even need the seal I had prepared, Naruto said, smiling as the clone disappeared after having accomplished its mission. There were more, Kakashi said in surprise, unaware that Naruto had placed more seals. Yes, when I was working on the bridge, I installed a shock seal that we could use in the worst-case scenario, Naruto said, smiling, before Haku crashed into him. That was truly amazing, Naruto, Haku shouted as he covered Naruto's cheek with kisses. I'd love to get angry seeing this, but Haku is right. I haven't seen anything this impressive in a long time, Zabuza said, laughing. Since I'm a bit busy, can you guys take care of the rest of these clowns? Naruto said timidly, since some thugs had survived the torrent. Kakashi was ready, but he noticed something else. What if we leave it to them? Kakashi smiled as he pointed to the other side of the bridge, where Inari and a group of villagers were gathering their weapons. You will never take this city from us again, Inari shouted as the city's inhabitants cheered. Hey guys, let's go, one of the thugs shouted. The others quickly followed him, and the fight was over. We did it, shouted the townspeople. I think that concludes everything. Kakashi smiled. Sounds good to me. Now I think I have to melt a nice girl, Naruto said with a smile. That was terrible, Naruto, Haku said in an expressionless voice before turning to his adoptive father. After we've had some fun, we'll take care of Gato's fortune. Okay, but don't take too long, Zabuza said with a smile. No promises, Haku said with a smile before she and Naruto vanished with a shunshin. It was a complete victory for the group, and Naruto, among others, planned to celebrate well into the night. Scene cut. A week had passed since the Battle of the Bridge, and things were going quite well for the group. After having some fun, Haku and Naruto claimed the rest of Gato's immense fortune, which included the properties he had stolen from the people of the village hidden in the waves during his rampage. Tazuna was stunned to learn that the village hidden in the waves was keeping $80 million and that Zabuza would only receive $20 million. He burst into tears. With Gato dead and the bandits defeated, the only thing left for the large group to do was finish the bridge. With Naruto's shadow clones and a little help from Haku and Zabuza, it was a simple task. When they weren't working on the bridge, they trained to become stronger. Naruto spent most of his time training with Sasuke to get him used to the Sharingan, but Haku and Zabuza would join in from time to time to give him something else to deal with, though mostly Haku, since Zabuza was far superior to them. Sakura was getting a little stronger, though she was still far from the level of her two companions. Overall, the group was doing well, but as is often the case, this came to an end, and it was time to leave. I can never thank you enough for everything you've done, Tazuna said, smiling as the group stopped in front of the bridge. Tazuna, Inari, and Tsunami were there. Zabuza and Haku had said their goodbyes the day before, which meant the young woman was free to join her new love and his team, who were waiting near the forest, ready to leave. I'm pretty sure Tsunami thanked Sensei a bunch of times. Naruto chuckled, causing Kakashi and Tsunami to blush, while Sasuke, Sakura, and Haku grinned. We simply did what our mission dictated, and that's all, Kakashi replied, trying to appear humble. Yes, and thanks to that you have gained some new comrades, Haku reminded them. Well, with the bridge and the money they got from Gato, Wave will be up and running in no time, Naruto said with a smile. Yes, that's how it will be, and when that happens, we'll pay you back every last cent we owe you, and even more, Tazuna said happily. When he asked them for help, he never imagined he'd be so lucky. Well, it's time for us to go, Naruto said, smiling as the group prepared to leave. One more thing, Kakashi said, smiling, before approaching Inari, much to the group's surprise. Are you leaving already? Inari asked solemnly. After training, Kakashi spent a lot of time with Inari because of his relationship with Tsunami. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Kakashi had become a father figure to the boy. Yes, but the Hidden Leaf Village is only a few hours away for a ninja like me. I'll visit you and your mother as often as I can, Kakashi said, smiling as he ruffled the young man's hair. Don't worry, I'll make sure he does, Naruto said with a smile. Thank you, Inari said cheerfully before Kakashi prepared to leave. Once the group had departed, Tsunami, smiling, remembered something important. You know we never named the bridge, right? Tsunami asked. No, we didn't, and I have the perfect name, Tazuna smiled. What is that, Grandpa? Inari wondered. The Bridge of New Beginnings. Arriving in the land of waves changed everything for so many people, and if people see our bridge, I want them to smile and know that the future is bright. Tazuna smiled. That sounds good to me, Tsunami said with a smile. Yes, Inari smiled. The future of the wave was secure, and now everyone could look forward with excitement to the next chapter of their lives. Scene cut. The group stood before a composed Hokage as Kakashi finished explaining what had happened. The Hokage was trying hard to remain calm, but Naruto sensed his conflicting emotions. Well done, Team 7. You will receive the pay corresponding to an A-rank mission. In addition, you will have a week off to recover from these extraordinary circumstances, the Hokage said calmly. Thank you, Lord Hokage, Kakashi said with a smile. Hey, Grandpa, what about Haku? Naruto asked, focusing more on his new lover. The Hokage focused on Haku before taking a deep breath. Due to your history with Zabuza, We must keep you for a while before we can properly integrate you into our forces. You will be assigned an Yinbu to watch over you until then." "Of course," Haku replied calmly. She knew that joining the Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't be easy, but she was willing to do whatever it took to be with Naruto. "Nico, please come here," shouted the Hokage, and Nico appeared, much to Naruto's surprise. "What's wrong, Lord Hokage?" Nico asked calmly. "I would like you to keep an eye on Miss Momochi. We'll keep her in a cell for a few days, and Anko and Ibiki will speak with her afterward," the Hokage said calmly. "Of course," Nico replied before accompanying Haku out of the room. Naruto would have been more worried if someone other than Nico had been looking after her, but he knew Nico would be fair. Once Haku had left, the Hokage turned to Team 7 and smiled. "For now, you may retire." Sasuke narrowed his eyes before nodding. "See you later, Naruto. Get some rest, buddy, because you're going to need it." "Tell me something I don't know, Sasuke," Naruto retorted as the last Uchiha left the room, with Sakura following closely behind. Once they were gone, the Hokage smiled. "Leave us alone," shouted the Hokage, and the remaining ANBU who were hiding around him left, leaving the group for a private conversation. "Naruto, don't worry about creating a privacy barrier," Kakashi said calmly. Naruto was already doing hand seals, and when he finished he dropped to the ground, striking with the palm of his hand to activate the barrier in question. "You knew that Tazuna was lying all this time, right?" said Naruto in an expressionless voice. "Give me some credit, Naruto. I'm not stupid, and besides, the Leaf Village has been keeping an eye on the Land of Waves for a long time." Naruto smiled, understanding the truth. "So you killed two birds with one stone. You needed me to calm down, and sending me against enemy ninjas was a good way to do that," Naruto said sympathetically. It was hard to stay angry, since everything had gone so well. "That's right. But before I let you go, there's one more thing I want to discuss with you, and that's the real reason I've kept you here." "And what is that?" Naruto wondered. "Tell me, Naruto, have you ever heard of the CRA?" the Hokage asked with a smile on his face. Naruto looked at the old Hokage with a strange expression. "No, I haven't. It's one of the few things I haven't learned," Naruto replied. The Hokage smiled. "In short, the CRA is known as the Clan Restoration Law. A person covered by the CRA can legally have up to 3 wives at once, and there are 2 requirements. The first is to be the last male member of a major clan, and the second is to obtain the rank of Chunin." Naruto was delighted, but then he realized something sad. "That's great, but 3 aren't enough anymore." Haku complicated things a bit. "Well, then it's good that you're not limited to 3, the Hokage said with a smile. "Huh?" Naruto said, confused. The third Hokage simply smiled before replying. "You have access not only to your mother's clan, but also to your father's, which means you have room for 6. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized everything was now in order. With the CRA, he could be with Hinata, Yakumo, and Tenten without any problems, and even include Haku once his probation was over. "What do I need to do to enroll?" Naruto asked happily. The third one smiled before reaching under his desk. "Just sign here, Naruto. The rest of the forms have already been filled out for you." "How is this possible?" Naruto exclaimed, breathless. Kakashi looked at him with a forced smile. "Because Genmai Yugao and I have been preparing you to join the CRA ever since you saved Yakumo," and she expressed interest. "We would have waited until you became a Chunin, but thanks to my tantrum, you realized you needed to find a faster solution," Naruto interrupted. "That's right. You just need to sign a few forms, and then we'll submit the motion to the council. Even though you're not an official member yet, we can start making preparations for when you become a Chunin," the Hokage said with a smile. Naruto willingly signed the forms to join the CRA. Now all that remained was to tell his daughters the truth about Haku, a task that wasn't going to be so fun. Naruto entered his home a whirlwind of emotions after his meeting with the Hokage. On one hand, he was happy to be with his 3 girls. However, His romance with Haku was something he needed to discuss with them before mentioning the CRA. Luckily, he had made sure not to tell anyone about his return, so he had time to collect his thoughts. After checking the living room for any messages from Gunma and finding nothing, he went up to his room, sat on his bed, and reflected. Is ironic, isn't it? You were worried about how to deal with your desires for the girls you already had, and your method got you a fourth one. Kurama chuckled. Yeah, it wasn't exactly my best plan, Naruto said, frowning. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door, which surprised him, since he hadn't heard anyone approaching. Can I come in, Naruto? Yugao announced. Yes, Naruto replied, suppressing a string of curses. Yugao was the girl's advisor when it came to their relationships, and the last person he wanted to talk to. Yugao entered calmly, but Naruto knew from her expression that she was serious. While you were out, I had a very interesting conversation with your daughters. Yugao smiled. About what? Naruto replied, trying to remain calm. Let's just say you're not the only one trying to find a way to keep your relationship alive, Yugao said with a smile that made Naruto's eyes widen. And I suppose you told them about the CRA. Yes, I did. Believe it or not, they were trying to convince you to join and even asked me for help, Yugao said with a smile. The news that should have made Naruto extremely happy actually made him feel worse. I see, Naruto replied, unsure how to feel. If you're worried about how they'll react to Haku, don't worry, Yugao said with a smile that made Naruto's eyes widen. How do you know about her? Naruto asked, his mouth agape. Kakashi told us about her beforehand. Didn't you find it strange that the Hokage was so lenient with her situation? Yugao smiled. You guys are amazing, Naruto exclaimed happily. It didn't matter when Kakashi had told them. What mattered was that Haku was safe. Now it was time to convince his girls. Scene cut. A much calmer Naruto headed to Training Ground 5, where Team Guy trained, to speak with the first of his girls. Upon reaching the center of the field, he expected to hear Rock Lee's voice, but heard nothing. Though surprised, he continued walking and eventually found the 3 members of Team Guy waiting for him in the clearing. Wow, what a surprise. I didn't expect you all to be here waiting for me, Naruto said with a smile. You've forgotten about my Byakugan, haven't you, Naruto? Neji explained. All right. Naruto broke out in a cold sweat as he approached the intriguing team. Neji's Byakugan allowed him to see quite far, and if he had seen him coming, they had probably stopped when they realized he was there for Tenten. Speaking of her, Tenten was very eager to see him, judging by her expression. I suppose you've just returned from your mission, Neji said calmly. Actually, I came back yesterday, but it was late, so I just went home and rested, Naruto admitted. I see. It must have been a very youthful mission, Lee said calmly. Lee, not now, Guy said calmly, displaying a surprising amount of self-control, but before Naruto could wonder why, Tenten practically jumped into his arms, and only thanks to her strength was he not knocked down. I'm glad to have you back, Naruto. I'm sorry, Tenten. Things got a little out of hand, Naruto replied shyly before hugging her as she snuggled against him. He held her for a couple of minutes, simply enjoying her warmth. Welcome to the life of a ninja, Tenten said with a giggle. She resisted the urge to kiss him because her team was there. Luckily for her, she didn't have to worry about that. Give him a kiss, Tenten. We know you want to, Neji said with a smile. Guy nodded slightly, and Tenten didn't hesitate, pressing her lips to Naruto's. When their tongues met, their teammates' reactions were completely different. How youthful, Lee exclaimed, his mouth agape at the sight of the kiss. The team already knew about their relationship, but this was the first time they had witnessed it in person. That's nothing compared to what Naruto and Hinata will do next. Neji smiled to himself. Both his cousin and his teammate looked noticeably different when Naruto didn't return after a few days, and he was sure she would be overjoyed to see him. After a minute, they separated and Tenten smiled. That was great, but I have a feeling you didn't come here so we could exchange saliva. That's right. We need to talk, Tenten, Naruto said with a stern expression. Tintin saw Naruto's expression and frowned. Do you mean us? That's right, Naruto confirmed. That sounds good to me, Tintin replied. Since Naruto hadn't notified them of his return immediately, something important had happened during the mission. Having finished their business, it was time to leave. Well, it's good to see you all, but I need to talk to someone else, Naruto said calmly before leaving the bay. Hinata and Yakumo then approached, and things got interesting with Kurenai's presence. Scene cut. Upon arriving at Training Ground 10, Naruto eagerly prepared his Jinjutsu blocker. Kurenai intended to form an ambush team, and Hinata's Byakugan was crucial to that. What will she do now? Naruto wondered as he approached. Hinata should have spotted him by now, so it was only a matter of time before someone acted. He got his answer when a bolt of lightning struck in front of him, and a figure appeared. It resembled Yakumo, but with slightly tanned skin. His attire was virtually identical, except the kimono had been replaced by a light pink, long-sleeved jacket. Without the kimono, Yakumo's baggy jeans were now visible, instead of being concealed as before. Hello, Naruto, purred the new figure. New fashion statement, Yakumo. Naruto chuckled, though he wasn't complaining. Actually, I'm not Yakumo, but you already knew that. My name is Ito, and you can consider me the outward manifestation of inner Yakumo. As for the outfit, Yakumo wanted to change things up a bit, Ito replied, giving a slight bow. Naruto would admit that this manifestation was a surprise, but he remained calm. I guess you decided to greet me while Shino Yakumo and Hinata prepared to ambush me. And actually, no. Yakumo and Hinata were training when you showed up, and I wanted to meet you in person. So Yakumo let me go out to see you while she continued training. In case you were curious about the jacket, Ito explained. Yakumo feared Kurenai would cast a brutal Jinjutsu on Naruto, since she had discovered their true relationship, which was why she was there. Although, if she wanted, she could see him alone, but if she told Naruto, he might alter the seal. Okay, tell Yakumo I want her and Hinata to come over tonight. I need to talk to them and Tintin about something. Yes, I see, Ito replied with a curious expression. Well, if you're going to deliver the message, I'll let you go, Naruto said calmly. Bye, Naruto. It was a pleasure meeting you, Ito said with a smile. Likewise, Naruto replied before disappearing using a shunshin. Scene cut. Naruto was relaxing in his room at midday when he heard a knock at the door. Who is it? Naruto asked calmly. It's me, Gunma replied. Come in, Naruto said calmly, and his adoptive uncle opened the door and entered the room. I have good news and bad news, Naruto, Gunma said calmly. First, the bad news, Naruto requested. The bad news is that Sum Inuzuka is requesting an audience with you during your free time. I see, and why is that bad news? That's bad news because it means you might have to deal with Kiba. Okay, Naruto said, shrugging. He might not have liked Kiba, but if his mother wanted to talk, he couldn't refuse. The good news is that you've been approved, and if you had any doubts about requesting an audience, Sum was one of the people who gave you her approval. That means you can have a relationship with all three girls without any major problems, Gunma revealed with a smile. The only issues would come from those who didn't like Naruto. And what about Haku? Naruto wondered. Gunma frowned, as Naruto was predictable in that regard. Once his probationary period is over, everything will be fine. It's a good thing you have two clans, Gunma admitted. Yes, and speaking of clans, could you arrange my meeting with Sum for tomorrow afternoon? Are you sure? Gunma asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, delaying it would be foolish, since she's an ally of the clan, Naruto said with a smile. One day you will be an excellent clan leader, said Gunma, beaming with pride. Yes, but for now I want you to keep dealing with the council, Naruto said, laughing. That sounds good to me. I'll go talk to Sum for you, Gunma said, smiling as he left with a body shard. Things were looking good for Naruto, and this was just one more step on his path. Scene cut. Night fell, and Naruto sat in the living room, on one of the sofas, waiting for the girls to arrive. He usually wore casual clothes at home, but since this was a more professional matter, he opted for his shinobi outfit. Relax, Naruto. You're just talking to your friends. Nothing more, nothing less, Yugao said, smiling. You say that as if you don't realize how chaotic things have been. I'm very aware of how chaotic everything has been. I also know that these girls appreciate you very much. Yugao smiled. Naruto didn't know what to say, so he simply nodded. The group waited a few more minutes until Naruto sensed a pulse in the room. They're here, Naruto said knowingly. Thanks to the improvements he'd made to the security system upon his return, Naruto could sense a pulse whenever someone arrived at the compound. Now he would know when someone entered through the main gate, though he couldn't tell if they arrived via body flicker technique. Please, let me show you in, Yugao suggested before leaving. Naruto nodded and took a moment to compose himself. A short while later, the door opened and Yugao entered with the girls right behind her. Naruto had to admit he hadn't expected what he saw. How do we look? Tintin asked shyly as she introduced herself to Naruto. Her hair was tied up in a single bun, instead of the two she usually wore, and she was dressed in a dark red cheongsam with yellow trim that accentuated her figure with a small slit on the left side, along with high heels. Yakumo had put her pink kimono back on, but the red mesh was gone. Naruto would be lying if he said he wasn't a little curious about what Yakumo was wearing under her kimono, but he'd worry about that later. Hinata wore a long lilac kimono that accentuated her bust, instead of hiding it like her usual outfit did. Girls, you look amazing, but I didn't think you'd come dressed like this, Naruto admitted. You know that Hinata and I are heirs. When Uncle Unkai returned from the last clan meeting, he told me that you had joined the CRA and gave his approval for me to be one of your wives, Yakumo revealed with a smile. The same thing happened to me, and my father was fine with it too, Hinata said with a smile. She was still surprised that her father approved of everything, but she wasn't going to complain. Yugao told me, and I asked her to find out if Hinata and Yakumo had also found out. When I learned that they had, we quickly met and decided to treat this like a marriage interview. Tintin smiled. So what do you think of your new wives, Naruto? Yakumo asked cheerfully. I think you all look beautiful, and I'm so glad you want to be with me, but I have something to confess, Naruto said shyly. He wished the girls hadn't been so enthusiastic, because it made it much harder to admit what he was about to confess. It was impossible not to notice the guilty and nervous expression on Naruto's face, and all the girls frowned. After exchanging a quick glance, they chose Tintin to speak. What happened? Tintin asked nervously. Please, come and sit down, girls, Naruto said calmly as he showed them the sofa so they could look at each other together. Okay, Tintin said nervously, and the girls sat down with Tintin in the middle, flanked by Yakumo and Hinata. Once seated, Naruto took another deep breath. As you all know, I just returned from a C-rank mission with my team. It was supposed to be a simple escort mission, Naruto said calmly. What happened? Hinata wondered. The bridge builder we were supposed to escort was actually being pursued by the businessman Gato, who had seized Wave and sent ninjas to fight him. Tintin grunted in annoyance. That explains why it took you so long to get back. You must have faced some really tough ninjas. Yes, one of them was Zabuza Momochi, Naruto replied. He was... Wait, you fought one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist? Tintin interrupted. Yes, but that doesn't matter now, Naruto said in an expressionless voice, aware of Tintin's fascination with the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Anyway, during our first encounter, we fought Zabuza and almost defeated him, but he had the help of a young companion who disguised herself as a mist tracker ninja and took him away. Naruto explained somewhat nervously, which made the girls focus on an important detail. How did you know that her partner was a girl? Yakumo asked, and both Tintin and Hinata felt the same curiosity. Before encountering Zabuza, we ran into a pair of rogue ninja known as the Demon Brothers. I easily defeated them using one of my trap seals, and when the sensei interrogated them, we discovered Zabuza's involvement. Due to his dangerous nature, we remained on high alert, and upon hearing a rustling in the bushes, I threw my kunai and found a white rabbit. It's an unusual thing to discover, Yakumo commented. Yes, that's when I realized Zabuza was watching us, and after I finished off the rabbit, I challenged him and the battle began. That doesn't explain how you knew your partner was a girl, Tintin reminded him. The rabbit, Hinata interjected. Something like that, Naruto said calmly. I'm confused, Tintin said shyly. It was Yugao who clarified the situation. Naruto realized that the rabbit was part of a substitution jutsu, and since someone like Zabuza wouldn't have to worry about a kunai, he deduced that it belonged to some kind of partner. Since using a live animal isn't something most people do, Naruto decided to follow the rabbit to see if it led him to the partner in question. That's right. I left a clone to help the sensei and followed him myself. We finally arrived at Gato's compound and entered the partner's room. Knowing you, I'm sure you did something to the rabbit before you transformed to set a trap for your partner when he returned and let his guard down, Tintin said with an expressionless face. Naruto broke out in a cold sweat because she'd hit the nail on the head. That's right. Unfortunately, I was discovered, but after a tense moment, I found out she was a very attractive girl. A short conversation later, and we were getting intimate, Naruto replied, lowering his head in embarrassment. It might have ended well, but Naruto had really messed up. He should have sent a clone to deal with his partner, knowing that if he was caught, he could use the information he'd obtained later. It worked, but he took too many risks. Well, at least it wasn't Sakura, Yakumo said with a smile. Yes, that would have been annoying, Hinata admitted. Huh? Naruto asked, confused. He couldn't believe the indifference the girls were showing. He had just confessed that he had cheated on them with another girl. The girls exchanged glances and smiled again before Tintin spoke. Thanks to what we talked about with Yugao, we knew you wanted a break, so you didn't force us to do things we weren't ready for, which means you were okay with it too. Considering you're not the type of person to rape someone, what happened was definitely mutual, which means you were seduced. Naruto sighed in relief, but he wasn't out of the woods yet. The story doesn't end there. Haku fell in love with me and convinced Zabuza to make a deal with us to spare me from being killed. As part of the deal, Haku returned to us and is currently in prison, on parole until further notice, Naruto explained. Knowing your luck, Yugao is taking care of her, Yakumo said, laughing. Yes, actually yes. I can introduce you to her another day, Yugao said, smiling. That seems right, Tintin said with a smile. I can't wait to meet our harem sister, Hinata said with a smile. Naruto was astonished that this was working so well. Let me see if I understand. Not only are you not angry with me for sleeping with Haku, but you're also okay with him joining us. The girls exchanged glances before Tintin spoke again. Naruto, we've been sharing you for a while now, so adding another girl isn't a big deal. We're glad she was a real kunoichi and not Sakura, Tintin said with a serious expression. Yes, and now all that's left is for you to sleep with us, Yakumo said with a smile that then turned into a slight frown. However, as punishment for cheating on us with that Haku woman, you'll have to settle for doing it one at a time. I don't see how that can be a punishment. I prefer your first times to be special, and that includes a one-of-a-kind date, Naruto said frankly. Damn it, Naruto. You're supposed to be angry because you're not going to have a quartet. I wasn't even sure I could be intimate with any of you. A foursome was the last thing on my mind, Naruto said frankly. Besides, you could have that foursome later. The girls couldn't help but laugh, as that response was so typical of Naruto. It's hard to believe there are guys like you, Naruto, but that's why we love you and don't mind sharing you. Tintin smiled. Yugao, who was observing the scene, could barely conceal her amusement at the situation. Since it seems we're all in agreement, the only thing left is for Naruto to become a chunin and make it official. Yugao smiled. That sounds good to us, Yakumo said with a smile. See you tomorrow at our date, Naruto, and make it great, Tintin said cheerfully. Of course, Naruto said confidently. As the girls left, Naruto couldn't help but admire the sway of their hips and, at the same time, be grateful for his good fortune that everything had turned out all right. That went pretty well, Gunma said, smiling before entering the room. Yeah, that's how it was, and now I have to figure out what to do about dates. That fox is really complicating things, Naruto complained. Because of the fox, almost the entire village treated him terribly, and honestly, he was nervous about going out with girls in public, especially Tenten. He had to be very clever to handle the situation. You'll be fine, Naruto. You're very creative when you want to be, Gunma smiled. Thank you, Uncle Gemma. Could I also suggest that you speak with Tsum? I'm sure she'll be able to help you in some way, Gina suggested. Sounds good. Naruto smiled as he sat in the living room reflecting on what had happened. Scene cut. The following afternoon, Naruto calmly approached the Inuzuka compound, aware that this was his first foray into the world of politics. It was ironic, since it was the home of one of the few classmates he disliked. I wonder what she wants, Naruto thought serenely as he approached. The large metal gate was surrounded by a chain-link fence with a layer of brick on the inside. Before he could decide what to do, the gate opened, and he was met by an older woman with fair skin, long brown hair tied back in a ponytail with 2 strands framing her face, and large black eyes. She sported the famous Inuzuka Fong tattoos on her cheek and wore a touch of red lipstick. She wore a light brown hooded jacket, slightly open, revealing some skin and a generous bust, along with brown pants. So you're Naruto Uzumaki. I've heard quite a bit about you from my idiot brother, Kurenai, and Yugao, the young woman said, smiling. Who are you? Naruto asked calmly. My name is Hana Inuzuka, and I was supposed to bring you to my mother, Tsum, said the now-named Hana with a smile. Okay, Naruto replied, and they walked through the complex. Naruto couldn't help but notice all the ninja dogs, but he was surprised not to see any other than Hana. In case you were wondering, I'm currently on vacation, so my dogs are resting, Hana revealed in response to that question. Dogs? I figured everyone had one, Naruto replied. Normally, yes, but as a child I grew very fond of a set of triplets. If it weren't for my personality, I'd probably be competing with my mother for the position of clan leader, Hana said with a smile. What do you mean by fighting her for the position? Naruto wondered. The Inuzuka clan believes in pack mentality and alpha mentality. That's why our leader is chosen in combat. I'm more of a medic than a fighter, so I wouldn't be suited to lead, Hana admitted. That sounds. Naruto began before being interrupted. What the hell are you doing here, Naruto? Kiba shouted as he walked angrily towards him. Naruto was about to reply, but Hana spoke first. She's come to talk to Mom. I thought I'd cured all that impulsiveness of yours with a few punches, but I see that's not the case. Maybe you need more training, Hana grumbled. Kiba paled quickly. I'll behave, I promise. Fine. Now get lost, Hana growled again. Naruto appreciated how quickly he had been rejected and smiled. So much for not having an alpha mentality. That's my brother. After what he did at the end of his time at the academy, Mom punished him severely with my help. She couldn't do this to just anyone, Hana said, huffing dismissively. That sounds good to me, Naruto replied, and they continued on their way. They finally arrived at what he assumed was the clan chief's room, and Hana knocked on the door. Hey Mom, Naruto's here. Very well, bring him here. Hana, you can relax later, Tsum ordered. Come in. Hana smiled, and Naruto interpreted it as a sign to open the door. Here we go, Naruto thought as he walked in. The office was fairly simple. A dark brown desk covered in papers, a small dresser on the left wall, and a large, dark red sofa on the right. But Naruto's attention was quickly drawn to the person standing in front of him. Welcome to my little office, Mr. Uzumaki. I'm glad I finally convinced Genma to let me speak with you, Tsum said with a grin. Tsum was as wild as Kiba, with spiky brown hair, slit-like vertical pupils with markings around his eyes, and a grin that revealed his long fangs and purple-painted lips. He wore the standard Jonin uniform, a bulletproof vest, a black undershirt beneath gray ninja pants that reached just above his ankles, and ninja sandals. He had bandages under his pants and on his left knee. Naruto was equally impressed by the dog standing next to Tsum. It looked like a large wolf, with black fur and a white belly, but Naruto could see from its missing ear and eye patch that it had seen action in many battles. However, Naruto's attention quickly shifted to Tsum's words, leaving its appearance behind. Finally, huh? I don't know whether to feel nervous or happy, Naruto replied frankly. From what Hana had told him, he was the straightforward type. I don't see why you should be nervous, Tsum said frankly. You mean, besides the fact that your son absolutely hates me and I'm the host of the Nine-Tailed Fox? Naruto said with an expressionless face. To Naruto's surprise, Tsum simply laughed. For starters, none of the ninja council members care that you're the fox, because we were all here during your father's Hokage days and trusted his abilities. Besides, I was your mother's best friend and one of the few who knew she had that gift when she was alive. To be honest, I was tempted to adopt you when I learned you were in an orphanage. Discovering that Yugao had a plan for you was the main reason I didn't. Well, that and the fact that I'm sure some of my clan would try to make the fox a companion, like one of our dogs. Now, Kurama thought to himself. You know, the fox is intrigued by that, and I don't blame him. As for the other problem. You mean Kiba? Bah, that's nothing. The kid was raised to be stubborn and headstrong. Anyone he felt he could threaten, he would, and that's fine. That's just how we are. His betrayal of the village and the other things he's done is another story. Luckily for him, we were able to convince the council that he was more stupid than a traitor. I see, Naruto replied, not knowing what else to say. The funny thing is, Kiba is one of the reasons I wanted to bring you here. Really? Naruto wondered. Yes, I wanted to thank you for saving my son the night Mizuki betrayed everyone. From what I've heard about your relationship with him, it would have been very easy for you to let him die, but you didn't. You won't see me bowing down to you, but I thought helping you join the CRA and being your ally was the least I could do. Tsum admitted with a smile. She was going to do it anyway, because of her friendship with his mother. However, as close as she was to Kushina, if he had let her son die, she would have found it difficult to support him. As much as Kiba irritates me, nobody deserves to die, and that includes him, Naruto admitted. Yes, and thanks to that I still have my son. He may be a little rascal, but he's a member of my pack, and for the Inuzuka, the pack is everything. I'm glad to hear that. And what's the other reason? Naruto wondered before being surprised to see Tsum approach and hug him tightly. As I said, the pack is everything, and your mother, Kushina, was a very important member of mine when she was alive. She was a wonderful woman, and although she had a strong personality like mine, she was a good person. We always talked about what it would be like for her to be a mother, and I'm sure that if she saw you now, she would be very proud. I see, Naruto replied simply, returning the hug. The only person who had ever told him about his mother was Yugao, and most of those stories described her as his teacher. This was the first person who could tell him about his mother as a person. Tsum enjoyed the hug for a moment before stepping back. If you'll allow me, I'd really like to tell you some stories about your mother when you have some free time. I don't know how much free time I'll have, but I'm sure I can send a clone to chat from time to time, Naruto said without hesitation. Okay, when you get to the door, wait a few minutes and someone will come out to meet you. That is a surprise, Naruto admitted. Considering our clan are the best trackers in the village, I'd say it's normal that they can smell someone approaching our compound. That's why we don't have anyone guarding it. Tsum smiled. That sounds good to me, Naruto said happily. Oh, and if my son ever misbehaves with you, don't hesitate to give him another good kick in the bottom. I'll do it, Naruto smiled, but then he remembered something else. I know we just met, but I need a favor, Naruto said shyly. What's happening? I'm going to have dates with the girls I'm bringing to the CRA in the next few days, but I'm not sure what I want to do, and given my situation, I need some advice, Naruto admitted. He was a little worried because he didn't know if he'd be overcharged at restaurants, which made him even more annoyed. Tsum laughed again. Then how about Aunt Sum helps you with your appointments? After all, you have some very important ladies to please, Sum said cheerfully. Thanks, Naruto replied. His first date was in a few hours, and he still had no idea. Leaf Village Department of Transportation and Infrastructure. While Naruto was talking to Sum, Yugao took the girls to visit Haku. Girls, I want you to know that what we're doing is completely unusual, but since you wanted to meet Haku, I'll let you. Yugao smiled. She had already made the arrangements, and all that remained was to take the girls. We know Yugao, and we thank her, Hinata said with a smile. She, Yakumo, and Tintin, dressed in their usual outfits, walked through the information technology building to where Haku was. You're welcome, but don't thank me yet, Yugao replied, unsure of how things would turn out. Finally, they arrived at a small waiting room where they were greeted by one of the most interesting characters in the Leaf Village. I still can't believe it. I'm supervising a tea party. What I do for you, Yugao? Anko Mitarashi said with a smile. Anko was a woman of average height and slender build. Her violet hair was tied back in a short, spiky, open ponytail, and she wore her usual outfit, a tan coat, an orange skirt, a dark blue belt, light gray shin guards, and ninja sandals. Underneath the coat, she wore a mesh bodysuit that concealed an incredible figure, but the girls didn't know that at the time. And I promised to buy you a bunch of dango later, Anko, Yugao said with a mocking smile. Anko smiled back at them before turning to the girls. Let me be clear, I'm only doing this for Yugao. This girl is one of our prisoners, and we'll be watching her closely. If she does anything suspicious, I'll take action. Understood, Tintin said firmly, and the others nodded in approval. Good. Anko agreed as they continued on their way. The group arrived at the interrogation room, which would serve as the venue for their tea party, and they finally got a glimpse of their harem companion through the one-way glass. Haku was wearing a gray robe with matching pants, her prison uniform. You know what? She even looks great as a prisoner, Tintin admitted. Yes, Hinata agreed. Naruto sure knows how to choose them, Yakumo said nervously. Well, that's Haku. For now she's a prisoner, but she'll join your little harem as soon as she gets out, Yugao said with a smile. Where will she be staying? Hinata wondered, because that was important. If she was at Naruto's compound, things would get much more complicated for everyone else. He's staying in an apartment complex that's not far from Naruto's compound, Yugao replied. Okay, Hinata smiled. Well, I'll go tell Haku you're coming to see her first, Yugao said with a smile before going inside. A few moments passed while Hinata and the other girls watched them talk. Suddenly, Haku turned to face them and smiled, causing the three of them to freeze. Oh my god, Tintin exclaimed, surprised by that reaction. It wasn't exactly murderous intent, but Haku was definitely making himself known among the other girls. Just as Yugao left the room, they felt the aura dissipate. All right, girls, it's your turn, Yugao said, seemingly unaware of what had happened. The three girls nodded before entering. First Hinata, then Tintin, and finally Yakumo. So you're the girls Naruto likes. He has good taste, Haku said with a smile. The girls were a little surprised, but finally Hinata spoke. Thank you, Haku, and nice to meet you. I'm Hinata, and these are Yakumo and Tintin. Hinata smiled before introducing the others. EY. Hello, Yakumo and Tintin replied. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you too, replied Haku. The girls looked at each other before Hinata spoke again, asking the first question that came to mind. So, Haku, what made you fall in love with Naruto? Hinata wondered. Haku looked away for a moment, as if pondering the question, before turning back to the girls. Honestly, I don't know. Maybe it was the way he so confidently called out to Zabuza, or the calm he maintained when I discovered he'd transformed into my rabbit Chappie. Something about him drew me in. What about you? Haku said with a smile. The three girls looked at each other, each barely able to contain the warm smile that spread across her face. I met him at the orphanage and saw him deal with things that would have broken most people, but he persevered. I quickly became his friend, and very soon I'll be his lover, Tintin replied. He saved me from bullies without knowing anything about me, and even while struggling in life, he always persevered. It was only a matter of time before I fell in love with him, Hinata said tenderly. When I thought my shinobi career was over, Naruto gave me a second chance. Before that, I was just Hinata's friend and a nice guy. I still don't quite know how to describe what I feel, but I know I feel something, Yakumo admitted. It seems I chose well, Haku said happily. Us too, Hinata replied before looking at Tintin and Yakumo with a smile. For girls with very different lives, but with something in common, they all loved Naruto. Soon, all four could say they had made love to him. Hokage's office. Naruto was determined to make every date special, and his first was with Tintin. While he knew very little about Tintin's life between her adoption and their fateful reunion when he wielded his first sword, he did know the perfect place to start the date. To that end, he headed to the Hokage's office to gather some information. Luckily, it was afternoon, so all the teams should have already finished their missions. Seeing the smile of the older woman who served as his secretary, Naruto simply asked, "Is the Hokage here?" "Yes, it is, and it seems I was right to wait for you," replied the secretary. "Were you expecting me?" Naruto asked curiously. Why would the Hokage be expecting him? "Yes. He said that if you happen to be passing by in the afternoon, you should open the door for him, but to knock first." Understood, Naruto replied before entering. He knocked calmly on the door and waited for his leader's words. "Come in," the Hokage said calmly, and Naruto entered. As he did, the old Kage smiled. "So what brings you to my office, Naruto?" "After I left, what happened to the orphanage where I was staying? I know that Uncle Genma, the sensei, and Itachi were pretty angry with the old woman who ran it, but I don't know anything else," Naruto wondered. "It's been under new management since about a month after you left. The old woman was running errands late at night when someone attacked and killed her on the spot. There were no witnesses, and to this day, no one knows what happened to her," the Hokage replied calmly. The truth was that Itachi had killed her, furious at how she had treated Naruto. The Hokage, of course, knew this, but admitted he saw nothing wrong with it, considering he was planning to execute her anyway. "I see," Naruto said calmly. He'd bet that Itachi or his sensei had done something about it, and they'd never told him. Oh well, there was nothing he could do now. Taking Miss Tintin back to the orphanage isn't exactly the best place for a first date, the Hokage said with a smile that made Naruto shudder. "I don't even want to know how you figured it out, but the truth is, it's the perfect place, since aside from training there isn't much else we can do together," Naruto said, shrugging. Tintin wasn't very girly, and although he suspected she wouldn't mind training, he wanted something more interesting. "Well, I'm pretty sure you can visit the place and play with the children there. The person in charge shouldn't have any problem with you." "Considering my status, it's a surprise," Naruto replied dryly. "Let's just say it's someone who knows how amazing you really are," the Hokage said with a smile. "Well, in that case, I need to get ready," Naruto said with a smile, his plan for the day already in place. "Okay," replied the Hokage before Naruto disappeared using a shunshin. Scene cut. Naruto was anything but conventional, but he was pretty sure Tintin would be stunned by what he had planned as he approached the armory that served as Tintin's home. Naruto was wearing the orange jumpsuit he wore at the orphanage, his official uniform. Knocking on the door, he waited patiently, wondering what Tintin's reaction would be. "Here we go," Naruto thought, but when the door opened, he was the one who got a big surprise. "Looks like we had the same idea, Naruto," Tintin said with a smile. Her outfit consisted of a pink blouse with gold trim, tied in the center with gold ribbons instead of the typical buttons. Dark blue pants and ninja sandals completed the ensemble. It was a surprising choice, since, like Naruto, Tintin had opted for the clothes she wore when they were children at the orphanage. "I suppose so," Naruto replied with a smile. This would make his trip to the past much better. "So, where are we going on our date?" Tintin asked as they walked together, Tintin's left arm intertwined with Naruto's right. Ironically, the orphanage. I thought we'd go back to our roots, since all you like are weapons and me, Naruto said with a mocking smile. Tintin let out a soft giggle because it was true, but there was a problem with her plan. What about the old woman? Won't she be angry when she sees you? Tintin wondered with intrigue. Apparently, they have a new administration, Naruto explained. What happened? Tintin wondered. Someone attacked her a month after I left, Naruto replied. I see, Tintin said dreamily. She would have to talk to Yugugo about it later, since she was pretty sure it wasn't a coincidence. For now, she was going to enjoy her date. Okay, let's go, Naruto said calmly. Scene cut. Naruto would be lying if he said he missed the orphanage. The treatment he received there was cruel and inhumane, and his only solace was the time he spent with Tintin. What are you thinking about, Naruto? Tintin asked curiously as they approached the orphanage for the first time in years. This place was awful for me, and the only good thing about it was our relationship. When you left, everything was hell until I was adopted, Naruto recalled with great disgust. The terrible food and the bullying drove him crazy. Yes, and that old woman was a witch, that's for sure. I'm curious to know who the new caretaker is, Tintin replied. Hearing the children's voices playing, Tintin and Naruto followed the sound to the playground and found the children running around, intently watching the caretaker, someone they both knew very well. Come on, brats, calm down already, shouted a female voice. Naruto grinned before exclaiming, Leave them alone, Nozomi, they're just kids. The female voice turned toward them, revealing a fair-skinned person with dark red eyes and spiky orange hair, wearing sunglasses perched on top of it. She wore a burgundy long-sleeved shirt under an orange vest, blue jeans, and sneakers. The now-called Nozomi turned to Naruto and smiled. Hello, Naru. It's been a long time. And is that little Tintin? Yes, that's right. And I can't believe you're running the place, Tintin said with a smile. Nozomi was the niece of the old woman who used to run the shop, but unlike her aunt, Nozomi liked Naruto and helped him out. Yes, and I can't believe Naru decided to come back peacefully. Considering how Annie treated him, I thought the next time you came, it would be to burn everything down with some fire jutsu, Nozomi said, laughing. Well, no. It's like my first date with Tintin, and I thought I'd remind her of the good times, Naruto admitted shyly. He'd be lying if he said he hadn't thought about burning the orphanage down a couple of times. Nozomi smiled. How sweet. If you like, I can take you to your old room. My aunt didn't want anyone else to get infected by the demon and left it as it was. Stupid old hag. Nozomi's frown was evident as she thought of her mother. Naruto's expression darkened. All right, I think I've had enough nostalgia for today, Naruto said calmly. Are you sure? Nozomi asked. Yes, let's go, Tintin. Naruto frowned before taking her hand. Naruto, wait, Tintin began to say before he used a shunshin to take them back to his room. Upon returning, Naruto let go of Tintin's hand and headed to his closet, tossing his shoes aside with the intention of taking off his tracksuit next. Naruto, what's going on? Tintin asked nervously as she took off her shoes. As they walked toward the orphanage, it was impossible not to notice the anger and hatred on the villagers' faces, and several were whispering demon, which Tintin found strange. I guess it's time to tell you the truth, Naruto said, frowning before unzipping his jumpsuit, much to Tintin's surprise, revealing that his stomach had no marks. Naruto, I've seen your stomach before, remember? This isn't. Tintin began, before the array of seals appeared on her stomach. What the hell? Tintin exclaimed, at a loss for words. This is the reason why I'm in the orphanage and why most of the village, including the former director of this orphanage, hated me, Naruto said calmly. Tintin had a good understanding of seals thanks to her fighting style and knew that this seal was used to store something. As she racked her brain trying to figure out what it could be, her eyes widened. It can't be. The fourth Hokage sealed the fox inside his own son. Tintin gasped. The village was relatively peaceful, and she didn't recall any significant events other than the fox attack. And considering the type of seal on Naruto's stomach, it was the only thing that made sense. Besides, there was the fact that people constantly referred to Naruto as a demon. That's right, and that's why I've kept my distance from you outside the training grounds and, of course, when you come around, Naruto concluded. My father's shop, Tenten exclaimed in a whisper. Unlike Hinata and Yakumo, who had the backing of their clans, she only had her father's business. If a mob saw her with him, it wouldn't be difficult to attack him. Yes, I know how important that store is to you and your father, and I didn't want the people who hate me to attack it, Naruto admitted shyly. Tenten could barely hide the smile on her face, for it showed the deep affection Naruto felt for her. However, given the circumstances, there was only one thing left to do. Tenten approached Naruto with a smile. Naruto, I don't care that the fox is sealed inside you. The only thing that matters to me is you, and I think it's time to show you that. Tenten smiled before kissing Naruto on the lips. She had been his first friend, and despite everything, they had stayed together. Now, he was about to become her first man. The kiss between Naruto and Tenten lasted no more than 5 seconds before Tenten slightly parted her lips to allow Naruto's tongue to enter, and enter it did. Tenten kissed with passion, and it showed in the way their tongues locked in a battle for dominance for almost 2 minutes before Tenten finally broke away. You're too good at this, Naruto, Tenten said, frowning, wishing she could beat him. I have to take care of 4 girls. I hope I'm getting better at this kissing thing, Naruto said, smiling as he took Tenten's blouse and began to unbutton it, kissing the exposed skin at the same time. Naruto, Tenten sighed, not expecting him to do that at all. Naruto smiled as his kisses reached her breasts, and he discovered she was wearing a crimson bra. Accepting your new role as one of mine, he said. Naruto grinned as he unhooked the bra, revealing her nipples, and immediately latched onto the right one. Ow, I've always been yours, and now you're finally going to claim me. Tenten sighed as Naruto finished unbuttoning her blouse. That's right. Naruto smiled as he easily pulled down Tenten's clothes, revealing simple blue pieces. Naruto couldn't help the lascivious look he felt when he saw her. Beautiful, Naruto smiled. Stop lying, Naruto, Tenten said shyly. She knew her body wasn't as good as Hinata's, and she also knew Haku had an incredible body. Naruto smiled as he wrapped his arms around Tenten's waist and pulled her close. I would never lie, Tenten. You're beautiful, Naruto said, smiling as his hands slid up and down her body, affectionately caressing her. Naruto, Tenten sighed as she enjoyed his soft touch and sobbed slightly when he pulled away. It's your turn, Tenten, Naruto said with a smile. Yes, Tenten said, dazed, as she reached for Naruto's pants and pulled them down, revealing his member. She could barely contain her smile when she noticed it was hard as a rock and ready for action. Without hesitation, Tenten began kissing his tongue. Damn, you've got a great tongue, Naruto growled approvingly. His girls had been experimenting with all sorts of things right before the break, and each one was extremely skilled at something in particular. Tenten was the best at fellatio, Yakumo at masturbation, and, unsurprisingly, Hinata was the best at using her enormous assets. I have to use the weapons I have, Tenten said with a mocking smile before continuing with what she was doing. Tenten knew she didn't have as much of a bust as Hinata and that Yakumo possessed an aura she sorely lacked. Besides, there was the stunning Haku, and she knew that sooner or later she would be compared to her. She had to find a way to differentiate herself, and her tongue was the key. Realizing that her work had only just begun, she said, Naruto, you have to stop holding back. I've been yours since we reunited, and now I want it to be official. Don't hold back and show me what you feel, Tenten pleaded, her gaze making her intentions perfectly clear. Naruto took a deep breath and composed himself. Be careful what you wish for, Tenten. Naruto smiled as he began forming hand seals to create a privacy barrier. I didn't think you needed hand signals for your barriers, Tenten said curiously. I don't know if I want a standard one. But to make one that hides your screams, I need something more powerful, Naruto said with a fierce smile on his face. Realizing this, Tintin climbed onto the bed and smiled before opening her legs for Naruto. Then come and get me, Naruto, Tintin said, smiling. After a lot of lemon. The next morning, Naruto woke up surprised to find Tintin gone. Looking around, he found her sitting at her desk, reading something. What are you reading, Tintin? Naruto asked. Nothing, Naruto, Tintin said, panicking. Naruto smiled before slowly getting up. Really? Naruto wondered as he approached the desk and discovered that she was reading her book, Paradise of Love, and wearing a dark red nightgown that covered her body. I was curious to know if there was any behind-the-scenes footage that could help us with our problem, Tintin revealed, blushing. She didn't have much of an advantage over Hinata and Yakumo, but if Naruto liked her, she was going to use it. Well, there's a scene in the background that starts on page 220, Naruto replied, having a good idea of what she wanted. How did you respond so quickly? Tintin frowned. I've read that book so many times I know all the scenes. I should see if Kakashi has another one, Naruto mused. What am I going to do with you? Tintin sighed. Well, you can start preparing for training, since it's 6 o'clock. Can't I stay here and spend the morning being intimate with you until you leave for your training? Tintin asked, pouting. We could, but it wouldn't be fair to Hinata, Naruto said reluctantly. Good point. Tintin sighed before a funny idea occurred to her. Can I at least convince you to take a shower with me? Tintin smiled as she stood up to leave. I don't know, Naruto said reluctantly. How about now? Tintin replied as she lifted her nightgown and let it fall to the floor, allowing Naruto to see her bottom and realize that she was a little wet. How provocative, Naruto grinned. You win, Tintin. We can have some fun in the shower. I knew it, Tintin said with a smile as she and Naruto headed to the shower, ready to start the new day as they had finished the last. They had faced some difficulties, but they were united by them. And considering that soon the entire village would know about her relationship with Naruto, it was certain that the difficulties would continue. Training Camp 10. As she walked toward the center of Training Ground 10, Hinata Hyuga was incredibly nervous, something she hadn't felt in a long time. Tonight's the night, Hinata, she thought. Tonight she would give in to her crush and consummate their relationship. Upon reaching the center of the field, her eyes met those of another of her crushes, her teammate Yakumo Kurama, who, luckily, was alone. Are you ready for your date, Hinata? Yakumo asked. Yes, but I'm still not sure if I'm good enough, Hinata admitted. Yakumo smiled and shook his head before approaching Hinata and grabbing her breasts. You'll be fine, Hinata. With these, he'll be eating out of your hand. You just need to be confident, Yakumo said, smiling and taking the opportunity to caress her. Hinata said shyly, ignoring the caresses. Foreplay had become commonplace in the group lately, so it didn't bother her too much. Besides, it was nothing compared to what Naruto could do. Yakumo noticed the lack of confidence and decided to be a little more serious. You'll be fine, Hinata. If anything, I'm glad I don't have to choose between us. Because if I did, I know I'd lose. Yakumo said gently before removing Hinata's hands and hugging her. For Yakumo, the idea of Hinata being nervous was frightening given their situation. Oh well, she'd worry about that later, since their sensei would be arriving soon. Scene cut. Upon arriving at the Hyuga compound, Hinata was still nervous about her appointment, but that would soon be the least of her worries. Miss Hinata, your father wishes to see you in his office, the guard at the entrance said sternly. She thanked him before entering and heading directly to her father's office. As far as she knew, her father had no problem with Naruto, but something must have changed for her to be summoned. Upon reaching the office, she gently knocked on the door. Come in, Hinata, Hayashi said sternly. She opened the door and entered. The office was a room about the size of 6 tatami mats, with a bookcase on the left and a small brown oak desk that allowed her to sit close to her books. There was a small window to the right. Finished documents were also scattered in the left corner. Is everything all right, Dad? Hinata asked. She had to start getting ready for her appointment soon, and her father knew it. His summons to his office was a surprise. I wanted to talk to you about your relationship with young Uzumaki. Hinata was not happy at all. You know how I feel about him, father, Hinata said firmly, showing her confidence for once. Yes, and despite the wishes of the elders, I have supported you until now. However, I think there are things you should understand about the young man. I already know who her father is, if that's what you want to tell me, Hinata said calmly, assuming the topic was her origins. That's not true, but I'm curious how you know that, Hayashi replied. He told Yakumo and Sasuke about it a week after he found out. I see, Hayashi said hesitantly. Part of him wanted to reveal the truth about the fox, but he also knew that Naruto would say something in due time. If that's all, Dad, I have to go get ready for my date, Hinata said firmly as she prepared to leave. Have a good date, Hinata, Hayashi said with a smile. Hinata's expression softened for a moment. Thank you, father, she said, and left without another word. Soon she would have her man, and the future looked promising. Scene cut. Naruto, smiling, approached the Hyuga house, ready for his date with Hinata. He had chosen the gray tracksuit, the same one he had worn when they met in the park. Here we go, Naruto thought as he approached the compound and the two guards who stood watch. They both saw him and gave him a quick glance before opening the gate. As he passed one of the guards, the man said something that took him by surprise. If you have hurt our princess and Kyuubi is gone to the devil, we will make you suffer, the guard said coldly. Naruto smiled before saying, I wouldn't have it any other way, and entered the compound, escorted by one of the guards. As he did so, he couldn't help but smile, remembering how things had been for Hinata when they first met. Her clan hadn't thought much of her, and her shyness had made things difficult for her, but not anymore. Now she was the strongest girl in her class, though she still occasionally suffered from nervousness, and she was very beautiful for her young age. During their date night, Naruto had to make a great mental effort not to take her there right away. His thoughts were interrupted when they reached the living room, where he was to wait for Hinata. Remember, Brad, that's how you'll get to go with our princess, the man said coldly before leaving Naruto alone. I don't know whether to feel uneasy or happy for Hinata, Naruto mused. The fact that the clan held Hinata in such high regard, even threatening him with the nine tails, demonstrated the importance she had acquired. It showed how crucial it was for him to behave well around girls, or the consequences for his own clan would be dire. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the door opening, and he stood up to greet his date. Hello, Naruto, Hinata said nervously as she stood in front of him. Ironically, she was wearing an orange kimono with a light blue obi, very similar to the one she wore during their first encounter, and blue open-toed sandals. You look beautiful, Hinata, Naruto said, smiling as he stood up and walked toward her. For the moment, he suppressed the urge to kiss her, but they both knew they would do much more later. Thank you, Hinata murmured, and Naruto simply extended his arm. Are we going? Of course, Hinata replied with a smile before linking her arm with his. Great, because I have a special place in mind for our date, Naruto said happily. This was going to be fun, and just like with Tenten, a trip down memory lane. Scene cut. After a long walk through the village, Naruto and Hinata arrived at their meeting place. This is it, exclaimed Hinata, realizing what Naruto was up to. Yes, this is the park where we met years ago. I wanted us to remember how our relationship began to welcome the new one, Naruto said with a smile. I see. Hinata smiled as Naruto led her through the park to the place where he first saved her, and she saw a clone of Naruto sitting on the ground on a large ocean blue blanket with Uzumaki swirls all over it. It's about time you arrived. I didn't know how long it would take. The clone smiled before handing him a seal. What is that? Hinata asked curiously. Naruto placed the seal on the blanket and made a quick gesture with his hand. Hinata was absolutely impressed to see a picnic lunch with rice balls, a large plate with about 20 cinnamon buns, and a huge jug of water. I thought we could have a nice picnic and enjoy the sunset before heading home for a drink, Naruto said with a laugh. He told the baker it was for his date with Hinata, and the man went above and beyond. Apparently, Hinata was to that bakery what he and his family were to Ichiraku, so the gesture wasn't a problem at all. So can I? Hinata asked eagerly, wanting to enjoy the delicious treat. Go ahead, Hinata. The cinnamon buns are all for you, Naruto said with a smile, knowing she wanted them. Hinata readily took the sweet treat, and Naruto contented himself to sit and enjoy some rice balls while his clone left them to enjoy their date. After the fifth bun, Hinata paused for a moment to take off her sandals, something Naruto had already done some time ago. Since they were alone, it was the perfect time to plan something. Can I ask you something? Hinata asked, deciding that now was as good a time as any. Of course, Naruto replied. When we first met, my father agreed to let us see each other on the condition that I never look at your chakra network with my Byakugan, something he forbade when we became Jinin, since he knew it would be unavoidable if we spent time training together. Besides, there was the way the villagers looked at you as we walked through the village, Hinata explained. She also felt like her father was trying to tell her a secret. At least, that was the impression she got. I don't see any questions, Hinata, Naruto said, frowning. Hinata looked at Naruto, feeling her nerves again, but she composed herself. My question is, why? You told me your father was the fourth Hokage, but I feel like there's something else you're not telling me. Or rather, that you're not telling us about yourself, Hinata said solemnly. I'll tell you, Hinata, but first let's finish eating, Naruto said firmly. Okay, Hinata replied as she resumed eating. They ate in silence for almost 20 minutes until they finished. Now it was time for Hinata to get her answers. Naruto sighed before looking at his girlfriend and future lover. Hinata, what I'm about to tell you is a big secret, and the only people our age who know it are Sasuke and Tintin. Tintin found out yesterday, and Sasuke during the wave mission, because something happened that forced me to explain it to him, Naruto said calmly. Hinata was surprised that Sakura didn't know, but she dismissed it. It's okay, Hinata said calmly. Good, Naruto replied before lifting his tracksuit jacket. Hinata closed her eyes for a moment, but opened them when she saw that Naruto had a reason. Naruto, now shirtless, clasped his hands at his sides and concentrated. What the hell? Hinata exclaimed in a whisper as she saw the black seal appear on her stomach. This is my secret, Hinata. This seal is the reason so many people in the village hate me, Naruto said calmly. Hinata's eyes widened. What? What's sealed inside you, Naruto? She asked fearfully. Because of her desire to break free from her family's caged bird seal, she knew a thing or two about seals. Nothing compared to Naruto, but enough to know that a seal like that was there for a reason. The nine-tailed fox. My father sealed it inside me when I was barely an hour old, Naruto explained, and Hinata froze. The nine-tailed fox. I can't believe it, Hinata thought, wondering what else she could say. She hadn't been born when the fox attacked, but she'd heard many stories about that day and the terror that gripped the village. To think that monstrous fox was sealed inside Naruto. Of course, that explained why, apart from today, they never spent time together, except at one of the compound or the training grounds. Hinata, Naruto asked nervously, wondering how she would feel about the news. Hinata took a deep breath and smiled, for she knew exactly what he felt. Activating her Byakugan, she stared intently at Naruto and smiled. People call the Byakugan the all-seeing eye. Do you know what I see when I look at you with these eyes? An intense blue light due to the enormous amount of chakra I emitted, Naruto deduced. Hinata smiled before approaching Naruto. That's right. I see a blue chakra as radiant as any I've ever known. A radiance that has guided me every step of the way, helping me become a shinobi I can be proud of and an heir who can lead the Hyuga clan into a new era. You're not a monstrous fox, and anyone who thinks otherwise is a fool. Hinata smiled before giving Naruto a brief kiss. She wanted Naruto to know exactly how she felt. And I see a princess whom I'm proud to call my fiancée, Naruto said with a smile before stepping back for a moment. Hinata, Shall we go back to my house, or should I meet you at the same park where we met? Naruto asked. Hinata got rid of her Byakugan before pressing her lips against Naruto's to give him another short kiss before separating. Does that answer your question? Hinata smiled. Yes, that's right. Naruto smiled as he leaned in to kiss Hinata again. It was his moment, and he wasn't going to waste it by going back home. For the third time in a short while, the two teenagers kissed, but unlike the first two times, Naruto took the initiative and wasn't going to waste any time. Pressing his tongue against her lips, Naruto planned to enjoy Hinata for a good while, and Hinata's lips parted immediately, showing that she desired the same. The meeting of their tongues was surprisingly intense, with Hinata responding with equal intensity before finally separating after 2 minutes. Wow, Hinata said in a vague voice. I agree, but we'll soon do even more incredible things, Naruto said with a smile as he took the blue obi. He quickly untied the sash and slid the kimono down, revealing Hinata's body. Her ample assets, supported by a lilac bra and ice blue panties, offered an exotic sight. You do it too, Naruto, Hinata murmured, somewhat embarrassed at being the first to be left in her underwear. Okay. Naruto smiled as he reached for his pants and unbuttoned them, letting them fall to the floor and revealing a pair of black boxers that contained his bulge. It seems I still have one more treat to enjoy, said Hinata with a sensual smile, knowing what lay behind it. And his switch has flipped, Naruto thought, knowing things were about to get interesting. The old saying about being wary of the shy applied to Hinata, and when she saw his monstrosity that first night, she thoroughly enjoyed it. You certainly do, Hinata, Naruto replied as he pulled down his clothes, revealing his enormous virility. Hinata approached Naruto with a smile as she bent down. How about I welcome little Naruto? Hinata smiled as she bent down and began to caress Naruto with small kisses that proved more effective than he expected. After a lot of lemon. That was incredible. Naruto grinned as he fell onto a part of his blanket that hadn't been stained with luxuria and which would have been torn to shreds if not for the reinforcing seals he had used. Yes, it was, Hinata replied as she flopped down on top of Naruto, snuggling up to him before falling asleep. You can dispel it now, Naruto shouted, and soon his clone's memories surfaced. He was glad his clone had the foresight to stay, and when Hinata tried to continue, he created a barrier. Otherwise, he was fairly certain the ENBU would have surrounded the forest because of the noise. Village of the Leaves. The moment had finally arrived for Naruto's last date and his chance to definitively claim the last of his girls, Yakumo Kurama. In many ways, Yakumo was very similar to Naruto, as both were cursed with a unique power, though in Yakumo's case it was much easier to control. He never regretted saving her, and although their bond wasn't as strong as the ones he'd had with his other two lovers, he had come to love her all the same. Upon arriving at the entrance to the Kurama compound, he was greeted by Unkai, as calm as ever. Hello, Naruto. Yakumo is waiting for you in her room. I assume you already know how to get there, Unkai said kindly. Unkai knew perfectly well why Naruto was there and didn't mind, just like Yakumo's parents, who allowed him to mediate the situation between their clan's heiress and Naruto. Considering what could have been, it was a small price to pay, and thanks to their conversations with Gunma, they knew there was little to no chance of her promising career being cut short by a pregnancy. Of course, he wasn't going to bring it up just yet. Yes, Naruto replied as he entered. The last time he'd been in the room was when he'd had to seal Ito, or rather, the excess power that would later become Ito. It was also the first time he'd used his seals on others, and, as he would later discover, he'd accidentally infused some of the fox's chakra into her. Luckily for him, Ito seemed to get along well with Yakumo, and thanks to that, they'd grown stronger together. Finally, Naruto reached Yakumo's door and knocked. Yakumo, I'm here for our date. The door opened a little and Ito poked his head in. Naruto, listen, can we cancel the date? Ito said timidly. Is everything all right? Naruto asked nervously. Ito stammered, not knowing what to do. All right, Ito. Naruto can come in, Yakumo said calmly, giving him permission to enter. Agreed, Ito said, shrugging, and she and Naruto went inside. That Yakumo's room was quite large, but it was almost empty except for her single bed, dresser, and wardrobe. A new addition to the room was a small easel, which made sense given that she channeled her illusions through paintings. At least, that was the theory behind her new fighting style. Yakumo was sitting on the bed in her usual attire and, from the looks of it, she was exhausted. Is everything all right? Naruto asked nervously. Yakumo looked too tired for a date. Yes, Yakumo replied, but Naruto didn't believe him. Yakumo, Naruto said sternly. Oh, this is getting ridiculous. Do you want to tell him, or do I have to? Ito shouted. Go, Yakumo shouted, finally showing some strength. What's going on? Naruto frowned. Ito and Yakumo stared at each other for a while before Yakumo took a deep breath and sighed. I've been having doubts lately. Doubts, Naruto said curiously. When you saved me, I was so happy I didn't know how to express what I felt. So I kissed you. I discovered I liked it, and we kept kissing. Even when things got tense, I didn't mind, but now. Now you're not sure if you want to take that next step, Naruto guessed. He knew things would be difficult for the girls, so this didn't surprise him. Yes, I don't know if I let myself be carried away by lust, or if I really want to be with you. I know it sounds bad, but I don't know, Yakumo said shyly. She didn't want to tell Naruto, since it would ruin his plans, but she felt she had to. Naruto couldn't deny his disappointment, but he understood the situation. Okay, do you want to hang out as friends, or would you prefer I leave? Naruto wondered. Would you mind coming back? I'm not in the mood for what we had planned, and it would be unfair to you if I tried to meet up with friends, Yakumo sighed. He hated being like this, but he was in a position to do anything. No problem, Naruto said with a smile, stood up, and left. He was disappointed, but he wasn't going to pressure Yakumo. As Naruto left, Yakumo's expression darkened. Why did you lie to him like that? You know perfectly well how you feel. Yakumo, you confirmed it during your week off, Ito growled. You know the truth, Ito. I can't compare myself to his other girls, and it's awful. I love him, but I feel like he's better off with the others, Yakumo complained. She knew her bond with him was the weakest, and with Haku in the group, it was only a matter of time before they sidelined her. That's nonsense, Naruto said, smiling as he appeared out of nowhere and wrapped his arms around Yakumo's back. What the hell? What are you still doing here, Naruto? Yakumo exclaimed, breathless. He never left, Yakumo. While you were asking him to leave, I cast a jinjutsu on you to make you believe he was gone. Oh, the things I do for love. Ito sighed. You cast a jinjutsu on me. Why? Yakumo exclaimed breathlessly. That shouldn't have been possible, but the real question was whether Naruto knew about it, and when they had discussed it. Naruto noticed the worry on her face and turned her around so they were facing each other. This morning, Ito came by because she was worried about you and mentioned that you were going to try to cancel our date. When I asked her why, she said it was because you were worried about how I was feeling. So we came up with a plan to put you under a jinjutsu after you said goodbye to me. She would confront you again, and of course, I would reassure you, Naruto replied, giving her a warm smile to reassure her that everything would be all right. I see, Yakumo replied through tears. She had been nervous the whole time, and Ito must have noticed and done something about it. Should we ditch the Sakuran date and just do it already? Yakumo wants to, and we both know the date is just the prelude to real intimacy, Ito said, frowning. Naruto stared at his inner Yakumo, mouth agape, as Yakumo simply smiled. We can do that, but first I need to do something. Yakumo smiled. That is that dash. Ito began to answer, but Yakumo sealed his lips against hers. Wow. Naruto grinned as he watched the two begin to kiss passionately right in front of him. It was as if Yakumo had a sexy twin sister as their tongues intertwined. Yakumo pulled away after a minute, while Ito stared at her in disbelief. What the hell was that, Yakumo? Exclaimed Ito, blushing. Well, You're as much a part of me as anything else, and I need to thank you for helping me," Yakumo said with a smile. Ito blushed at the words, but glanced at Naruto and noticed a bulge slowly forming. "Yes, you do, and I have the perfect idea of how you and Naruto can pay me," Ito said with a lustful smile. Naruto and Yakumo knew what was coming, and neither seemed to complain. "I'm ready if you are too, Yakumo." Yakumo simply smiled before turning to Ito. "Shall we go to Ito?" "Yeah." Ito, smiling, approached Naruto with a sensual expression on his face. "I hope you know this isn't an illusion, Naruto." Ito smiled as he leaned in to kiss Naruto. "I know." Naruto smiled as their lips met in a soft kiss that quickly intensified when Ito tried to slip his tongue between Naruto's lips, which Naruto gladly accepted. While Ito and Naruto kissed passionately, Yakumo removed his kimono, revealing orange clothes with a ramen noodle print. This caused Naruto to break the kiss. "Are those ramen noodle panties?" Naruto smirked. "Yes," Yakumo blushed. "Of you really wore those, huh?" "I bought them for us as a joke." Ito blushed. "Wait, said Naruto, confused. "We'll talk, then it's her turn." "Now it's my turn," Ito said, smiling as he walked away from Naruto, just as Yakumo moved to take his place. "Let's make this one worthwhile, Naruto," Yakumo said, smiling as she leaned in to kiss Naruto, while Ito undressed. As expected, Ito's striptease was far more seductive, and as they exchanged passionate kisses, Ito revealed black lace panties with a matching garter belt. Like Yakumo, she wasn't wearing a bra, which was quite a shock to Naruto. "What do you think?" Ito joked, twirling around and wiggling his butt for him. Naruto stepped aside and smiled. "I think you have very good taste." Naruto smiled. "You know that means she's to my liking, since she's my inner self," Yakumo said, pouting. "Yeah, but instead of wearing something like that, you were wearing ramen panties. Let's get Naruto undressed and ready to make us vibrate." Ito smiled as he stood behind Naruto. "Fine, but I'll keep your pants," Yakumo said with a mocking smile as he resumed kissing Naruto, while Ito slowly took off his jacket, revealing his toned body. "It's my turn." Ito smiled as he pulled Naruto towards him for a passionate kiss, while Yakumo bent down to pull down his pants, which he slid effortlessly, revealing his ocean blue boxers and a very large bulge. "Is that for us, Naruto?" Yakumo joked. Naruto interrupted their kiss. "Yes, it is, Yakumo, but remember what happened the first time you took my clothes off," Naruto warned. "I thought it was hilarious." Ito frowned. "After a lot of lemon." "This is just the beginning, Yakumo, Ito. I want you both to experience the full Naruto experience," Naruto said, smiling as he made his favorite sign, the cross, and 3 more Narutos appeared. Yakumo: "Yes, I do. I'm pretty sure we won't be able to go to training tomorrow." "Oh, you'll be able to make it to training," Naruto said with a smile. "You're going to have a very hard time moving." The clones smiled as they approached, ready to do whatever they wanted with the 2 Kurama girls. Scene cut. Naruto entered the main house with a smile on his face, now that he could officially say he had won over the last of his girls. "Looks like you had a good date," Kakashi smiled. "Yes, but I wonder what you did all week, Sensei," Naruto replied mischievously. "Oh, read, make out paradise, and relax," Kakashi said with a smile. "It seems so," Naruto said in an expressionless voice. Kakashi was extraordinarily lazy when he had the chance, and Naruto knew it. "By the way, even though you're in the CRA, it won't be official until you become a Chunin. There's an exam in a few months, but if you want me to recommend you, I need a good reason." "Understood," Naruto smiled. He knew perfectly well that Kakashi would probably recommend it anyway, but he wanted to warn him about it. "Well, I've said what I had to say, Naruto. Since we have time until dinner, why don't you relax?" "That's the plan," Naruto replied as he went up to his room with a smile on his face after another successful day. He finally had his girls, and now things could move forward the way he wanted. Uzumaki Complex. Naruto, smiling, headed to the showers, ready to start a new day. He had his appointments confirmed and still had a few days off after the mission in the Village of Waves, which meant he could relax. Well, I guess it's time to enjoy my vacation properly, Naruto thought with a grin as he opened the bathroom door. He had no idea it was occupied. "Gunma, is that you? I thought you'd had enough after last night," said a very familiar voice, making Naruto refocus. "What the heck? Kurenai-sensei," Naruto exclaimed, regaining his composure. Apparently, Kurenai was in the shower and sleeping with her uncle, according to what he'd said. "Naruto," Kurenai exclaimed, realizing she'd really messed things up. Luckily for her, Naruto couldn't see her completely, since he was still behind the curtain. "Goodbye," Naruto said quickly as he left the room before Kurenai could say anything else. He knew that staying wouldn't end well. Scene cut. Upon reaching his room, Naruto took the opportunity to calm down before reflecting on the hectic start to his day. I wonder when she started dating Uncle Genma, he thought. He admitted that he found Hinata and Yakumo's teacher attractive, and he'd be lying if he said he hadn't masturbated to her image at some point over the years. They may not be dating, but they definitely sleep together if their words are any indication, Kurama reminded her with a chuckle. "That's right," Naruto replied, recalling Kurenai's reaction before he realized he was talking to the wrong person. What a surprise. A knock on the door pulled him from his thoughts, and he immediately had an idea of who it was. "Naruto, can we talk?" Kurenai asked nervously from outside the room. She imagined that Naruto was quite embarrassed about having been caught in Naruto's shower and about having confessed her relationship with his uncle. "Sure," Naruto replied, and Kurenai entered dressed in her usual clothes and, to his surprise, showing no sign that she had showered a few minutes earlier. From her expression, she looked quite nervous. After taking a deep breath, Kurenai decided to be honest. "When I found out how far they'd gone with Hinata and Yakumo, I was furious. I felt like a young boy was sleeping with girls I considered my daughters. Genma helped me understand that they were being responsible despite having read that book series," Kurenai admitted with a hint of resentment. She'd be lying if she said she was uncomfortable knowing how far Hinata and Yakumo wanted to go with Naruto, but they were adults, and reluctantly, she had to accept it. "Yes, we waited so long because I didn't want to rush things due to the delicate nature of the situation. Honestly, I suspect the girls would have done something to me a long time ago if I hadn't stopped them," Naruto admitted. "I see." Kurenai frowned, unsure what else to say. "Speaking of which, Yakumo and I had way too much fun last night, so don't be surprised if he limps during training," Naruto said mischievously. "Understood. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to leave because, unlike certain genin, I have work to do," Kurenai replied with a touch of sarcasm. "In my defense, they gave me a week off," Naruto said, shrugging. Kurenai smiled at the response. "Don't relax too much. I doubt Genma or my girls would be very happy if something happened because of you, because you weren't paying attention to your surroundings." Naruto appreciated the provocation and decided to respond in kind. "At least I know I shouldn't call someone without first making sure they're who I think they are. Although, come to think of it, I probably would have showered with you if you hadn't." Naruto smiled sarcastically. Kurenai blushed deeply because he was right. She had completely forgotten that Naruto was home and that this would have led to a very awkward conversation. "Just promise me you won't tell my daughters about me and Gunma," Kurenai pleaded. "Done," Naruto replied, and the two parted ways. Scene cut. As he strolled through the village, Naruto felt both excitement and trepidation about what he had decided to do on his day off. He was happy because he was finally going to visit Haku, something he should have done sooner, but he thought he should settle things with everyone else first. Naruto was going to give Haku flowers as an apology for not having seen her before, which meant he had to do something he didn't want to do: go to the Yamanaka flower shop. With a bit of luck, he'll continue training or go on a mission, Kurama wondered. Yeah, Naruto grumbled. He got along with most of his classmates, but Ino was an exception. Her awful attitude toward anyone who wasn't Sasuke drove him crazy, But what made her worse than Sakura was her ineptitude as a ninja, despite having her clan's backing. As he opened the door, he heard someone running quickly, but he was more concerned with finding what he was looking for. Most people didn't know it, but Naruto liked flowers, and they had a small garden at the compound that he tended. Gunma or Yugao usually bought him what he needed because of Naruto's relationship with Ino, but this was personal, so he had to do it himself. As he headed to the register, he flinched violently when he saw Ino at the counter. He sensed something was wrong, but dismissed it, remembering that someone had run quickly earlier and assuming it was Ino. "What the hell are you doing here, Naruto?" Ino complained. "I was wondering if you have any blue amaryllis flowers here," Naruto replied, ignoring her attitude. The amaryllis flowers symbolized strength and determination, qualities that perfectly suited Haku. Ino was a little surprised by that. "Who would you buy this for?" Ino said with a mischievous smile on her face. "A friend," Naruto replied, not wanting to bother giving Ino any explanations. "Which one, Hinata Yakumo or Tenten?" Ino asked. "I'm not going to say it." "Then I'm not going to bring you flowers," Ino huffed. Naruto was furious with Ino for rejecting him and was about to leave when an unexpected source intervened. "Hey, brat, take a deep breath," Kurama said with a chuckle. Naruto was surprised by the request, but as he inhaled the scent, he was enveloped by a fragrance that was very familiar, one that made him smile mischievously. It was time for revenge. "I suppose you're keeping an eye on the shop for your parents," Naruto said calmly. "Yes, so what?" Ino shuddered. "I wonder what your father would think if he knew you were touching yourself instead of working," Naruto said with a mocking smile, causing Ino's eyes to widen. "You're kidding me. Why would I do something so disgusting?" Ino protested. Naruto grinned and decided to look for more evidence of Ino's actions. Luckily for him, she made it easy. "I don't know. I mean, I noticed you weren't wearing arm warmers, and you were pretty sweaty. Also, someone was running really fast when I came in. Maybe it was because someone got bored and decided to masturbate instead of watching the shop. But what do I know?" Issei smirked. Ino blushed deeply when she was caught, and knowing enough about Naruto not to lie to him, she said, "I'll make you a deal, Naruto. I'll give you a bouquet of blue amaryllis if you don't tell anyone what happened." Ino frowned. She had a reputation to uphold, and this would completely ruin it. The fact that it was Naruto who had found out only made things worse, since they didn't get along. Hopefully, the flowers would appease him. "Done. It's a shame you have such a bad attitude because you're quite cute, Ino," Naruto joked, deciding to have a little more fun with the blonde. Ino blushed again, but the blush quickly faded. "Too bad for you. I only like real guys like Sasuke," Ino retorted. "What a shame Sakura has already caught up to him," Naruto replied. "What?" Ino exclaimed before running around the desk to Naruto and grabbing him. "What the hell happened?" "During our last mission, Sakura apologized for her fanatical behavior and promised to improve as a ninja if Sasuke gave her a chance, and Sasuke accepted." Naruto smiled. The truth was, he and Kakashi had convinced him, and Sakura was available, but he thought he'd do Shikamaru a favor and get Ino to stop being such a Sasuke fanatic and become a better ninja. He liked Shikamaru and knew that if Ino stopped being so, Ino would be better for him. "Damn it," Ino huffed as she moved away from Naruto. "And what about those flowers?" Naruto said mischievously, enjoying his victory. "Remember to keep your mouth shut, Naruto," Ino said with a huff before going to get the flowers he wanted. Yes, Naruto replied. "Me? It's surprising you didn't do much worse considering your past together," Kurama said, laughing. "The flowers were more important than any blackmail," Naruto replied. "Are too kind," Kurama complained. Ino returned with the flowers and gave them to Naruto. "Here are your flowers. Now go." Naruto walked away with a grin. Next time, try using a clone to keep an eye on the shop. Privacy seals would come in handy too. Naruto smiled mischievously. Just as he closed the door, he heard Ino scream and felt satisfied with a job well done. He would keep her secret for now, but he would make sure to use it against her if she misbehaved again. Scene cut. With the flowers sealed and ready for transport, Naruto arrived at the T&I department where Haku was being held. Luckily for him, the person he was looking for found him shortly after his arrival. "How's it going, kid?" Anko smiled. "I came to visit Haku," Naruto explained, knowing that Anko would help him. "Come with me. I'll take you to one of our interrogation rooms, and you can talk to her there," Anko said, smiling. "Thank you," Naruto replied as they walked through the building. "How's everything, brat?" "Yugao and Gunma don't tell me much," Anko asked curiously. "I'm sorry, Anko, but you'll have to ask them," Naruto replied calmly. Anko sighed, but realized she could just ask them. Luckily for her, figuring out what Naruto wanted didn't take long. "I guess this will do." Anko smiled as she opened the door. The room she'd led him to contained a large white table and 2 chairs. "Yes," Naruto replied decisively. "Come in now. I'll go get your girl," Anko said, smiling as she left Naruto alone. A little less than 5 minutes later, the door opened and Haku appeared, dressed in the gray robe and matching pants worn by most of the prisoners, but with her hair loose. "Hi, Haku," Naruto said, smiling, standing up instead of sitting down. "Hello, Naruto. It's good to see you," Haku replied as he approached Naruto, and they hugged for a while. "Technically, I should be keeping an eye on her, but this is a private conversation, and I know perfectly well that I should stay out of it. Don't do anything that wouldn't end up in one of Kakashi's books while I'm gone," Anko joked. "I'm not promising anything." Haku smiled as Anko let out a giggle before leaving them alone. Ignoring Anko's jokes, Naruto approached the table with a smile on his face. "I brought you a gift." "Oh," Haku wondered. "Yes, you might not be able to use them for a while, but I thought it was something else to hold on to," Naruto said, smiling as he took the seal out of his pocket and placed it on the table before opening the flowers. Haku gasped at the sight of the blue amaryllis. He knew the language of flowers, so he understood how meaningful his new gift was. "They're amazing," Haku said with a smile. "I'm glad you like them. It's a shame I have to keep them until you move out, but it's a start." Naruto frowned. Come to think of it, he should have waited until she was freed to get the flowers, but thanks to the seal, they'd be fine. "See you tomorrow," Haku revealed. "Seriously?" Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. "Yes, they already have an apartment ready for me, and I'll move in tomorrow. Mrs. Yugao will be visiting me for a few weeks, but otherwise, I'm fine," Haku said with a smile. "Great," said Naruto happily, glad that she would be leaving so soon. "It seems I have 2 things to look forward to when I get out of here," Haku said with a warm smile. Naruto had taken it upon himself to look after Chappie while Haku was isolated. It was proof of Haku's excellent training that the bunny hadn't used the tricks she'd taught her to escape and find her mistress, but they would soon be reunited properly. Naruto knew exactly what the other things were, and admitted he was looking forward to them too. "I'm glad you like flowers," Naruto replied before sealing them. "Did you know that your daughters came to visit me a few days ago?" Haku revealed, taking Naruto by surprise. "Really?" Naruto replied nervously. "Yes, they're lovely girls, and I'm sure we'll get along," Haku assured him, aware that he was nervous about the situation Naruto was in. "That's fine," Naruto sighed. "I'm taking it correctly that you didn't come to visit me because you had appointments with them and wanted to focus on them?" Haku smiled. "Yes, you are," Naruto replied. What had happened on those dates wasn't something he really wanted to tell Haku, though she probably suspected as much. "When I get out, I want to go on a date with myself." "Haku, I can do that, but you'll have to settle for this," Naruto said with a smile as he returned to Haku and wrapped his arms around her waist before kissing her. It was a simple kiss, but considering she was moving to a new house the next day, it would do for both of them. Scene cut. After his visit to Haku, Naruto headed to the Uchiha compound to see Sasuke. As he walked through the desolate grounds, he recalled the day Itachi had murdered everyone and wondered what could have driven him to do it. "Why, Itachi? Why did you do that?" Naruto murmured. "Until if you're strong enough to ask him yourself, don't worry," Kurama replied. Itachi's betrayal was a very painful subject for Naruto, and one of the few things that could put him in a bad mood. "I'll try," Naruto replied as he arrived at the house and knocked on the door. After a short wait, Sasuke opened it. He was wearing a long blue kimono with the Uchiha symbol. It was his formal attire, and, truthfully, Naruto hadn't seen him in it for a while. "I'm surprised you don't spend more time with your daughters," Sasuke said with a mocking smile. "I did it these last few days. Besides, I was curious to know how your training was going now that you have the Sharingan," Naruto said with a smile. "I can't do much since I'm alone, but I've been training by myself for a while," Sasuke admitted. "Has the sensei ever visited you?" Naruto wondered. "He did so for a while, but that was mainly due to Uchiha clan matters." "I see," Naruto sighed. Considering their turbulent pasts, Naruto assumed Kakashi would have a closer relationship with Sasuke. After all, he was his advisor and sensei, so they already had a good bond. "Although Sakura did visit me, we did a different kind of training," Sasuke said with a mocking smile, knowing that Naruto would appreciate those words. "Well done. I shouldn't be the only one who gets it," Naruto replied, giving a thumbs up. "You realize that most people our age don't think about that, right?" Sasuke replied. "I think so, when they're not on missions. You know, when your life isn't in danger. Once they become Chunin, that changes, since they can control much more," Naruto reminded him. "Good point," Sasuke replied. "Well, since we have a little time, how about we train a bit? I need to shake off the rust," Naruto said with a smile. "Give me a second to change," Sasuke replied cheerfully. Naruto wasn't the only one thinking about Itachi and needing a distraction. Scene cut. "Have you had 4 days off already?" Tintin complained as she relaxed in bed with Naruto. Naruto was wearing ocean blue boxers, and Tintin a burgundy bra and thong. When he arrived, it was clear Tintin was exhausted from training, so he suggested they cuddle that night. Tintin couldn't refuse, hence her current position. "Something like that," Naruto said, smiling as he hugged her. Tintin usually slept naked, but that night she was wearing underwear, a way of restraining herself. "And how is Haku?" Tintin asked curiously. She knew Naruto well enough to know that he had probably come to see her that day. "That's fine. In fact, she's moving into a new apartment tomorrow, which means things are about to get interesting." "How do you find out?" Tintin wondered. "Most of the village still hates me, and I don't want them to start treating Haku like trash if they see me with her," Naruto admitted reluctantly. The idea of having to transform into an ANBU to help her move was driving him crazy. "Good point," Tintin said, frowning. "Have you two had any problems lately?" Naruto asked. Since he'd been so public with Tintin, he was worried she might suffer the consequences of being with him. Tintin swallowed, hoping he wouldn't bring that up. "We're doing pretty well right now." "I see." Naruto frowned, aware that he was lying. Tintin noticed his concern and turned to kiss him. "I'll be fine, Naruto. I have the support of 3 important clans and the ANBU. The worst that can happen is that some shinobi have had trouble," Tintin assured him. "Speaking of important clans, how is Neji taking all this?" Naruto wondered. "You're incredibly curious about everyone else," Tintin said with a smile. "The only person I'm focusing on is Neji. Considering he's teammates with one person and in a relationship with another, he's the kind of person I need to keep an eye on. I didn't know much about Neji and Hinata's relationship, but what little I did know wasn't good. Neji seems to support him, since you've helped Hinata overcome her shyness. However, he still hates the clan." "I understand," Naruto replied, recalling the strange story between Hinata and Neji. "By the way, I've decided I don't want any more cuddles." Tintin smiled as she began to wiggle her bottom against his body, knowing he was holding back. "What happened to tiredness after a long day? Let's just say I want my youthful flames to explode and leave it at that." Tintin smiled as she leaned back and slid her thong to the side. "Sounds good to me." Naruto smiled as he pulled down his underwear to release his pent-up energy. There wasn't much caressing for the rest of the night, but there was plenty of shouting. Scene cut. It was the perfect time for Haku's move, and Naruto was there using a transformation jutsu to pretend he was an ANBU, along with Yugao and Haku, who was still wearing his gray robes and pants. "So this is where I'll be living," Haku smiled. "Yes, I'll give you a tour," Yugao replied as they entered, with Naruto, still in disguise, following them. As soon as the three of them were inside, Naruto reverted to his original form and appeared in the middle of the apartment wearing his tracksuit. "I hate having to do this, but oh well," Naruto complained. Haku and Yugao chuckled at that. "Don't worry, I'll make sure to make it up to you after Yugao leaves." Haku smiled. "I'm glad to hear that, but let's find some things to brighten up the house," Naruto said with a grin as he reached into his pocket and pulled out 3 storage seals, which he tossed to the ground and quickly dispelled. The first seal contained the cage of his rabbit, Chappie, who leaped open the door and pounced on Haku. "I missed you too, Chappie. I hope Naruto took good care of you," Haku said, smiling as he hugged the rabbit. The second seal contained the flowers Naruto had brought him, and the last, his clothes from when he was on the run. "You can fill us in later. Right now, we need to finish your visit," Yugao said, smiling. "Okay." Haku smiled as they toured the place. To be honest, it wasn't a fancy apartment, but it was home. The living room had a single table and a few chairs, plus a small brown sofa. The kitchen consisted of a large countertop with a stove, cupboards for her things, a small refrigerator, and a dishwasher. A white door led to the bedroom, which had a single brown oak bed and a small dresser for her clothes. "Well, I'll leave you two alone. Since Naruto brought you the sheets, it's only fair that I help you use them for the first time," Yugao said with a smile. She knew she was intruding a bit too much on Naruto's private life, but she couldn't help it. As far as she knew, Kurenai was a bit prudish and Anko too extreme. She was the perfect balance. "Understood," Haku replied as Yugao left. Naruto and Haku quickly found space for their clothes and their rabbit, which they placed on the dresser, and once that was done, it was time to get to work. "It's time to see how the bed feels," Naruto said with a smile. "Okay," Haku smiled as he looked for his robe, just as a knock on the door interrupted them. Who could it be? Naruto wondered as Haku walked to the door and opened it, revealing Tenten, Hinata, and Yakumo. "Hi girls," Haku said calmly, trying to hide his annoyance. "Hi Haku. We heard you moved and wanted to help," Tenten said, smiling. "How did you know where I live?" "I just left today," Haku wondered. "Yugao told us. She's like our advisor," Hinata admitted. "Advisor?" Haku asked. "She helps us cope with our situation with Naruto," Yakumo said shyly. "I see," replied Haku, not knowing what else to say. "So you want to go shopping with us?" Yakumo asked. "Yeah, and we should take Naruto with us," Ito said with a mocking smile as he appeared out of nowhere. "Yes, why would we bring Naruto?" Yakumo asked shyly. "We should take a man's opinion into account, especially since it's him we're buying the clothes for." "Maybe, but we have no idea where Naruto is," Hinata said. It's easy. In fact, it's in that bedroom over there. What's more, I'm pretty sure we interrupted them just as they were trying out the new bed," Ito said, smiling. "That's right," said Haku, frowning. Yakumo looked at Ito, who was smiling, and frowned. "You knew I was here, didn't you?" "Yeah, I figured it would be funny. I mean, you guys insisted on coming to visit, but I'm sure you knew Naruto would be coming too. By the way, we'd better not talk too much, because Naruto probably doesn't want people to know he's here," Ito said with a mocking smile. Naruto, smiling, entered the living room to greet the girls. "So far so good, but if you keep this up, it's going to get difficult," Naruto said with a serious expression. The 3 girls blushed. "We're sorry," Tenten said shyly. "We should go now," Hinata said, blushing. "No, I say that you girls do go shopping," Naruto said, smiling. "But what about Naruto?" Haku protested. "There will be plenty of time for us to get acquainted with your bed, but you need to bond with the girls. Besides, it will give you the opportunity to explore the town safely." Okay, Haku smiled. What he's not saying is that seeing us in new, sexy clothes would be well worth the wait. Ito smiled. Guilty, and we can use my house for some fun, Naruto said with a smile. Okay, but you'd better make it up to me later, Haku said with a smile. They're the ones who make it up to you, considering they interrupted you, Naruto said with a smile. Really? Yakumo pouted. Okay, Haku smiled. Well, see you later, girls, Naruto said, smiling, before leaving with a shunshin. Shall we go, ladies? Haku asked with a smile. Yes. Ito chuckled, knowing she would enjoy this. Scene cut. The sun shone brightly on another morning, and Naruto was undoubtedly satisfied after a wild night. Haku was snuggled up to his right. To his left were Hinata with Yakumo on her chest, and Tintin clinging to Hinata. After their failed attempt to meet Haku at his apartment, the girls had gone shopping and bought new underwear. Some of it had splattered all over the room. What a night, Naruto thought with a grin. And you said it, Ito said with a mocking smile as he appeared at the edge of the bed. I'm surprised you're awake so early, Ito, Naruto said mischievously. Ito joined in the joke, but when it was over, she left, and Naruto simply assumed she had returned to Yakumo's mindscape. I am, and you'll thank me later, Ito said, laughing. Naruto was about to ask why when a substitution jutsu pulled him away from the girls. Thanks, Ito, Naruto smiled. He wanted to look after his girls a little, but he couldn't in his current position. Of nothing, Ito smiled. I'll be right back, Naruto smiled, and left the room to go downstairs. He was pleasantly surprised to see Kurenai and Yugao, which made his eyes widen. Before you say anything, Naruto, only Kurenai slept with Genma. Since I knew Haku was coming, I thought I'd accompany her myself. Actually, I'm with someone else, Yugao retorted. Understood, Naruto smiled. Just so you know, I don't approve of you being with the four of them, but since they don't mind, I can't stop you, Kurenai huffed. First it was Naruto, and now Yugao. Luckily for her, Anko didn't know, or she'd be in serious trouble. Technically there are 5, Naruto said, shrugging his shoulders. Technically, Ito, Kurenai guessed. Yeah, it's a little weird, but I'm not complaining. Speaking of which, I need to get the girls some water. After such a crazy night, they're bound to be exhausted. Naruto shrugged before grabbing a pitcher, which he quickly filled with water and some paper cups for the girls, and then he took a tray to carry them upstairs. Naruto, exclaimed Kurenai. Yeah? Treat them well, or you'll have me to deal with, Kurenai warned. Understood. Naruto smiled as he approached his girls. Upon returning to the room, he couldn't help but chuckle at seeing them still asleep, as if he hadn't even left. He placed the tray by the bed and went to wake them. Haku, Hinata, Yakumo, and Tintin each received a good morning kiss, and Naruto couldn't help but enjoy the sight of their figures in all their glory as they got up. Good morning, Naruto, Haku smiled. I brought you water, girls, Naruto said with a smile. Thanks, but I wonder who showers first, Hinata said. Tintin will go first because she has to leave early. Meanwhile, I'll be downstairs until everyone is ready, Naruto confirmed. The girls frowned, as several of them were hoping to have some fun in the shower. Okay, Hinata agreed. Okay, and I'll have breakfast ready when you're done, Naruto said, smiling as he went downstairs, leaving the girls to get water and take showers. Scene cut. The scene at the Uzumaki breakfast table couldn't have been more awkward, as Kurenai was still there with Yugao. Tintin ate something quickly and left, leaving Yakumo, Hinata, and Haku at the table with Naruto, Kurenai, and Genma. So, when did you start dating Genma, Kurenai-sensei? Yakumo asked. Kurenai had the courage to blush and said, No, we're not dating, she admitted. Huh, Yakumo frowned. When Kurenai found out about your relationship, she flew into a rage and went out to get drunk. As it happened, I was with Kakashi at the same bar, and we ended up going back to the mansion to drown our sorrows, so she didn't make a scene. At that point, Kurenai started complaining that she felt like a failure because you two were already dating so young. I comforted her, and one thing led to another, Gunma admitted. Now I've come to see Gunma, so he can help me de-stress, Kurenai admitted. So basically, Gunma is a living dildo. Ito spoke, suddenly appearing behind Yakumo. Yes, Yakumo squealed. Actually, it's not too far from the truth, and I'm not complaining. Kurenai is one of the most desired kunoichi in the village, and if she wants me to be a living dildo, I can't refuse, Gunma said with a smile that made Kurenai blush. Really, Gunma, Kurenai said, pouting. What can I say? If a pretty girl says she likes me, I'm not going to say no. After all, things went pretty well for my nephew, Gunma said with a mocking smile, causing the four kunoichi accompanying Naruto to blush. Can we talk about something else, please? Kurenai pleaded. Naruto smiled. Well, how about you girls tell me how your missions have been going? Since the mess at the wave, I've been on vacation. Naruto shrugged. No, you've missed a lot, Naruto. The village is still a dump, and things are about to get a lot worse, Ito sighed. Naruto could see the expressions on his girls' faces, and he didn't like them. What happened? Naruto wondered. The girls looked at each other before Hinata spoke. Do you remember when we went shopping the other day? Yes, and I really enjoyed what you got. Naruto smiled, remembering the provocative underwear the four girls had worn the night before. I see, Hinata said, blushing. Focus, Hinata. Ito scolded her, aware that she was getting distracted. Hinata shook her head and refocused. The owner of the first shop kicked us out because the three of us were demon lovers, and even though I tried to use my family's influence, he refused. Luckily, Enko happened to be passing by and took us to an exclusive shinobi place she knows. I see, Naruto grumbled. Gunma was angry too, but he kept his thoughts to himself. What store was this? Kurenai asked, hoping to strike up a conversation with the owner. No, don't worry, Kurenai-sensei. After my encounter with Naruto, I stopped by the shop and decided to get revenge, Ito said with a smile. Ito, what did you do? Yakumo frowned. I snuck into the shop and set it on fire after grabbing some clothes for our gang. Don't worry, I made sure the fire only affected the shop that offended us and nowhere else. Ito smiled as if he hadn't done anything wrong. Yes, Yakumo shouted. I only have one question for you, Ito, said Kurenai with the frown she managed to fake. Let me guess. The question is, did I save anything for Anko and Yugogo? The answer is yes. I'll bring it to them when training starts, Ito said with a smile. Well done, Kurenai said with a smile that made everyone look at her strangely. Knowing Anko, I knew she'd do something like this, and besides, nobody messes with my girls, she added proudly. Welcome to the dark side, Kurenai-sensei, Ito said with a cheerful smile. We sure know how to pick them, don't we, Uncle Gunma? Naruto smiled at Ito and Kurenai's antics. Of course, Gunma smiled. Naruto would later discover that Anko had paid the same man who had barred them from entering to visit him while he slept and give him a poison that caused him to suffer terrible diarrhea every few hours for a week. To make matters worse, when the owner found the shop in flames, the ENBU who responded was Yugao. Needless to say, the investigation was quickly shelved. Scene cut. In an ironic twist of fate, Team 7's first mission after the holidays was to help restock the store from which their girls had been kicked out. Naruto, why do you have that look on your face like you're about to cause trouble? Sasuke chided him, recognizing his expression. Naruto was a good kid, but with that look, he knew he was going to be in trouble. I'll behave, Naruto said, smiling as they approached the restored shop. He stayed behind Kakashi the whole time, not wanting to frighten the owner too much. Team 7 arrived at the store, and the owner, seated at the front, greeted them with a smile. Welcome, he said cheerfully. The owner was a middle-aged man wearing a black shirt, brown pants, and brown loafers. Hello, my name is Kakashi, and this is Team 7. Kakashi replied, showing Sasuke and Sakura. Soy Sakura Haruno. Sasuke Uchiha. As I understand it, most Genin teams have 3 members. Where's the third one? The man asked. I'd be the third one, Naruto said with a cheerful smile, appearing behind Kakashi and causing the man to pale. You, the man growled. Is something wrong? Kakashi asked calmly. I'm afraid you and your team will have to leave. I don't want demons or those associated with them in my shop. What? Sakura exclaimed with a stifled sigh. I'm afraid we're not going anywhere. You requested a team, and we were assigned to it. If you want me to keep an eye on our demon to make sure he doesn't do anything wrong, I can do that. However, if you want us to guard your merchandise, we'll have to stay put, Kakashi replied firmly, deeply offended by the man's tone. The man frowned. Very well, but I trust you to keep an eye on this demon. Of course, Kakashi said with a smile, though inwardly he was furious at the way Naruto had been treated and at what the man had revealed. The owner quickly explained the tasks, and the group returned to the warehouse to begin the mission. Unfortunately, one matter remained unresolved. Hey, Naruto, why did that man call you a demon and suggest that we were, well, demon lovers? Sakura asked. How much do you know about the nine-tailed fox attack from 12 years ago? Sakura paused for a moment to think. The truth is, not much. I only know that the nine-tailed fox attacked the village and that, after a brutal battle, the fourth Hokage defeated it. Are you saying that's not what happened? Yes and no. That's what happened, but the fourth Hokage didn't defeat the fox. He sealed it away. Wait a minute. The nine-tailed fox loomed majestically over the village. What could possibly stop it? Know what, Sakura, who? Kakashi asked. What do you mean by who? Oh my god, Sakura exclaimed breathlessly. That's right. The fox was sealed inside me when I was just a few hours old. Since most ninjas and civilians don't understand how sealing works, they assumed I was the fox that ruined everything. And that's why they treated me like garbage, Naruto explained. I see. And he assumed we were demonic lovers because… Why is he an idiot? Sasuke asked. Naruto is one of the kindest people alive, and to call him a demon is a disgrace. Yes, but do you want to know the funniest part of all this? Naruto grinned, determined to get a little more revenge. What? Sakura wondered. The fox's power is activated by negative feelings. If I didn't have the strong personality I have, the villagers could have made me give in and unleashed the fox against them again with the way they treated me. The best way to keep the fox in check is to avoid doing things that anger me, like mistreating people I care about or myself. You can only hold out so long before you explode and become a real demon, Naruto said, laughing. I think the owner heard you. Kurama smiled to himself. I hope so. That's why I didn't put a privacy seal on it, Naruto thought. He knew the owner was listening and wanted to make it perfectly clear. Don't mess with his girls or his team unless they want to unleash the demon. That's an interesting way of looking at things, Kakashi replied, aware that the owner was listening. He thought it was a brilliant idea and was sure the owner would behave politely and tell the others the same. Thank you, Sensei, Naruto replied, and Team 7 completed the mission without incident. Given the manager's kindness afterward, it was clear that Naruto's message had resonated, and with any luck, this would be the last time Team 7 or any other Genin teams would have any issues with respect due to their relationship with Naruto.